Testing. Are we live? White 4. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes for open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But we are glad you're here. Today is actually opening up pretty green, and we got a little bit of a mini China escalation. There was a statement this morning. It seems like they're going after the gaming industry. They called video games spiritual warfare, so the market did react to that a little bit. It was walked back a tiny bit. It was posted in Chinese media and then taken down, but now you are also responding to a bunch of earnings and what's going on with Europe and then even domestically. So we got a lot on our plate here. We are still watching the bonds and everything else that we got from last week, or excuse me, from yesterday. It's going to be a big one. A lot of economic data here. We're going to be waiting for that, and you still got some big earnings. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a fun one. I hope you're ready. Good morning. No, not spiritual. No, they said spiritual opium. Spiritual opium. They said video games are spiritual opium. Oh, yeah. So then it got posted to take it. Let me get you the exact headline here. You know, it's an interesting one. That was one I was not expecting. Tencent, the stock dropped even more. Pretty much more jitters in China. Tencent led a Chinese stock rout after state media decried that spiritual opium of games, prompting the company to broach a ban for kids. The link to the post was removed, but concern grew that online entertainment will be the next to be in the firing line after e-commerce, ride-hailing, and online education. And a bad day for card chip makers, too. They fell after the government opened a probe into possible price fixing. So that is the China news. We're probably going to see how it plays out here. Again, we'll see where it goes from here. It kind of got walked back. There is some exposure to China. I think Take-Two is one of those. I know they got NBA 2K in China. I'm trying to think. Anybody know what other video games exist in China? There's also Tencent stock too. But either way, should be fun. We still got a lot on our plate. But before I get ahead of myself, good morning. How are you? Hey, how you feeling? How you feeling? Good morning. Hey, how are you? Hello. How are you? How are you? Are you feeling good? Oh, yeah, you feeling good? It's the morning. Oh, yeah, it's Tuesday. Oh, we made it to Tuesday. Are you ready? Oh, man, this week's already flying. You're already on Tuesday. Oh, good morning. Hello. Good morning. Isaac, how are you? Good morning. Oh, yes, good morning. Good. Roblox, I don't know if Roblox is in China. I don't know if they have Roblox. I know they got 2K. I'm trying to see what other video games they have, but it's pretty good. You went 6th gear, baby. Oh, what's up? Woke up feeling like the man. Woke up feeling blessed. Hey, man, it could be a volatile week. We'll see. I mean, the market is still up. I think it was a little bit surprising there, but let's see what we got. Again, futures are edging higher as mostly positive earnings reports helped offset fresh concerns over China. NASDAQ contracts edged higher even as tech stocks in Europe came under pressure. The 10-year yield fell to 1.17, so the bonds are going to be very, very key to watch. It's not moving too much, but anywhere from here could get a little bit crazier. The dollar slipped against major peers. Oil also declined. A new economic regime. A new economic regime may have arrived, and the Fed will have to cope with faster changes and more frequent shocks. That's what St. Louis Regional Chief James Bullard told Reuters. The pandemic may have pushed the U.S. into a volatile era of stronger growth and better productivity, but also interest rates and faster inflation. The global equilibrium is upset, and the reverberations will continue, he said. So there's that. BP raised its dividend and announced a $1.4 billion share buyback. Alibaba, their revenue missed, suggesting spending plans haven't gained traction, but they boosted their share buyback to $15 billion. So that was good. Ant Group fell after regulators thwarted its IPO. Eli Lilly narrowed its full-year revenue forecast. Hold on, I need my other runners up here. Where are they? There it is. Eli Lilly, they narrowed the forecast. Adjusted EPS missed estimates while sales beat. KKR gathered about $59 billion in the quarter, helping it inch closer to capital raising target. NXP sees strong demand driving growth for the rest of the year into 2022. Blizzard president J. Allen Brock is leaving Activision unit amid a California lawsuit alleging sexual discrimination and harassment. Shares fell pre-market. So that's Activision, not Take-Two. The gaming industry, man. What is happening today? Amazon's Alabama union election should be a rerun. A federal official recommended giving workers opportunity to reverse the union's defeat. FDA is reviewing Pfizer's application for full approval of its shot with urgency as U.S. experiences a fourth wave. Gary Gensler, that's the SEC chair, he wants more crypto oversight. SEC's new boss may have unusual expertise in digital assets, but don't count on him being a cheerleader for them. There is no timetable either for the much-anticipated Bitcoin ETF. The RBAs for not turning. That has to do with, what's it called? That is Australia. Jumping jet fuel. There's still supply issues now. That we heard that a week or two ago. But that number is still climbing there with the jet fuel and the demand. Today you're going to get factory orders and durable goods orders at 10 a.m. Eastern. Fed Bowman speaks at 2 p.m. and then some repos and then July wards total vehicle sales. Good morning, G. The random play was yesterday. It is Tuesday. It is no longer Monday, unfortunately. But no, it's exciting. It's Tuesday. Good morning. So it's still good. You know what I'm saying? It just depends how you look at it. Are you ready? Are you hyped? Did you beat on your chest this morning like you were King Kong? Then did you say King Kong ain't got shit on me? And then did you howl to the long term? Because if you do that, you could start your day off very, very well. Okay? Article here, seasonal scares will be opportunities this August. Big unexpected decline in treasuries has convinced many investors central banks are right about faster, what's it called? Faster inflation being temporary. Richard Cookson writes, but that's misleading. Much of the drop in yields has nothing to do with inflation, and even the bit that does probably doesn't say anything interesting about where they're headed. China's shot across the bow in the video game industry is more about how it's worried about where the huge flows of hot money are going. Shuli Ren writes, but there have been portents after a state-run report decrying how video games are detrimental was pulled. Tencent immediately said it will ban in-game purchases for minors under the age of 12. The lesson was learned. So think about that. The China government made that statement, and then after they pulled the statement, Tencent went and just started banning the micro purchases or microtransactions. The GOP congressional report, no smoking guns. Janet Yellen will talk to House Democrats today about getting rental assistance out to more tenants. Officials said she'll discuss slow disbursement of funds by state and local governments, a growing frustration for lawmakers. COVID, Tokyo Core CPI. What else we got? Commodities. BP has a more bullish outlook. Sanofi will buy its mRNA, that's T-Bio. PepsiCo will sell Tropicana, Naked, and other juice brands to PE firm PAI for about $3.3 billion. Carlyle invested in Abrigo, an Excel KKR-backed software provider, valuing it at $1 billion. Marriott earnings were better than expected, and revenue per available room more than tripled year on year. The metric was down 44% in 2019. ConocoPhillips rose pre-market after a result beat had its highest profit almost 3 years. Also, there was Amgen, Nikolai, Activision, Blizzard, and Match. Take-Two falls pre-market after saying key titles will be delayed and reiterating its guidance for the fiscal year. Micron will offer a quarterly dividend of 10 cents. Clorox falls after predicting lower sales and pandemic boom wanes. Under Armour killed it. They were a surprise on the upside. I forgot that. Under Armour really did good, and then the other one really did bad. Clorox really did bad, apparently. Let's see. And then Take-Two, a lot of still big earnings moves, but hopefully you guys see it's probably not going to affect the indexes as much. There's going to be a lot of moves, but it's not as if you're getting the bigger market caps, but it could still cost some stuff. We'll see. I play UAA. Ooh. We got GM as well. Take-Two, Activision. CLX got clapped. Disney's Jungle Cruise leads the weekend box offices. Let's see. Kim Jong-un appeared with a bandage the size of a few postage stamps on the back of his head. That's a surprising one. And that is pretty much it here. What time is it? 6:21. Some of the pre-market movers here. Again, CLX. Actually, let me get you the most actively traded stocks. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in the cult. Hey. Happy cult days. We're glad you're here. Welcome. Like the video. God bless you. Ooh. Good morning. Good morning, Chad. So Clorox falls 11% after the household products company reported net sales and adjusted earnings per share for the first quarter, and that missed even the lowest analyst expectation. So we've been seeing a lot of companies beat on the upside. Clorox missed even the lowest of guidance, so that's pretty surprising. CureVac, CVAC, and Arcturus Therapeutics, ARCT, both climbed more than 5% after Sanofi said it plans to buy T-Bio for $38 a share. DuPont rises 2% after second quarter adjusted EPS beat the highest estimates, and the company raised annual guidance. BMO described the report as resilient results. Holosys Automation, HOLI, rises 25% as JP Morgan turned bullish on the maker of industrial automation equipment stock, citing that there's growing likelihood for privatization. Holy. International Game Technology, IGT, jumped 6% after the company's second quarter handily beat the average analyst estimate. Coping Corp, KOPN, drops 9% after the company reported costs rose in the second quarter and its loss per share widened. Micron rises 2% as some analysts say the first quarterly dividend is a sign of increased stability. That is very, very big for them, I think. Outlook Therapeutics, OTLOK, rallies 33 after announcing positive clinical top-line results from its pivotal Phase 3 Norse 2 safety and efficacy trial. That's OTLK. Perion Network, Perry, gained 7% after reporting adjusted earnings per share for the second quarter that beat average analyst estimate. Processa Pharma, PCSA, rises 13% after gaining its third bullish rating with initiation by Oppenheimer, which calls the clinical stage company undercovered and undervalued. The firm's street price target is 233% higher than Monday's close. Ralph Lauren is up 6% after beating Wall Street's revenue expectations in the first fiscal quarter. Ralph Lauren, huh? Ralphie. Reynolds Consumer, REYN, dips 3% as the maker of aluminum foil cut its adjusted 2021 EPS forecast due to RBC's Nick Modi called a hefty cost pressure. Take-Two, TTWO, falls 4% as analysts say the lack of full-year forecast will disappoint investors. T-Bio jumps 30% after the Ferd agreed to be acquired by Sanofi, and then Under Armour gained 6% after the company raised full-year earnings outlook and reported second quarter sales that surpassed expectations. So, a lot of earnings plays here. Again, all across the field. You even got some of the China news. You even got some of the China stocks. The bonds are definitely going to be in focus here today. You are going to hear from Janet Yellen. Like we talked about right off of 30 minutes after the open, we're going to get economic data. So I would definitely watch how yesterday played out. If you guys remember, I think it was right here. If you really think about it, this was the economic data. We had a little run on the morning. Then you got the economic data. The bonds started to move. So a lot of people are going to be looking at this one, and it is going to be key. So before we get here, I think you got a couple names here. OTLK, T-Bio, HJLI. Gets breakthrough designation for Venoviv. Under Armour, we talked about that. Apple, Neti, 60 million orders. AMD still killing it. CLX still clapped. So we got a couple one. Yeah, Alibaba had their earnings. They disappointed. But they did announce like a $15 billion buyback in their shares. So it's good, kind of. You know? I hope you're ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's that time. Isn't it crazy? The bell is almost here. The market is about to open. We're going to spend 7 hours. We're going to have some fun. It's going to be exciting. There's going to be a lot. But here at the Cult, before we try to do anything, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase a dollar, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever will, and recognize and appreciate the opportunity that we have every day to change our life and go after a profit here on the market. So we like to salute and give a huge thank you to the people who are behind the flag, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out to all the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. I hope you know we love you, and thank you, thank you, thank you. We would not be here without you, so God bless you, and thank you for doing what you're doing. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the public service out there, baby. We love you guys as well, too, and thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the dots! Oh, it's game time, baby. On! Let's go. Let's go. Good morning. Good morning. Wow, it smells like jet fuel. Do you smell that? It smells good. Oh, it smells good. It smells good. It smells good. I feel ready to go. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. So, market is going to open up green here. I think across most indexes, we got to watch oil and bonds. There is a lot of the broader market is what we need to be keeping our eye out for. As far as everything else, I will be watching Under Armour, AMD, Clorox, Ford, GM, Take-Two, Activision, Holy, Micron, and Ralph Lauren. Not to mention any of the other plays we have, but those are going to be the ones this morning. Call out any plays, like the video. We appreciate y'all. Hold it down and get ready. Stay locked in. Stay locked in. Baba, I don't know if I'm going to play Baba, honestly. And again, we got more China headlines here today. So we will see how it plays out. Baba, we're down 2. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Robinhood back to 38 pre-market. Let me see. So, we're going to watch oil. The China stuff is going to be weird. I think Yellen and any economic data, I mean, I'd watch till 10 a.m. So, pretty much 30 minutes after market here, I think we're going to get a big move, or at least that could kind of confirm the direction we will be heading in for the rest of the day. Yeah, Lily, so good morning. So, call out the plays. We got about 1 minute, just shy of it. You got about 30 seconds here. So, drop the thumbs up on the video. Stay locked and loaded. Post any plays. If you got any questions, feel free to ask them. We're going to be going through everything. Watch the bonds. Don't panic, okay? Just don't panic. Wilhelmina, is that one moving? I think we still have those shares, right? We should, but just don't panic, okay? Just don't panic. Relax, good. You know what I'm saying? You'll be good. Wait, is it WHLM? Oh, back to $6. Back to $6. Look at this thing. This comes up. So here it is. Market's about to open. Round 1. Fight. Yeah, I still have the Wilhelmina shares. Again, just like any of the small share strategy plays. If it's small, cheap, and I buy shares, I'm probably going to hold it. So get ready for the first 30 minutes here. Again, once economic data comes out, bonds might go red here, so this will be key. Well, watch out for some of the big earnings names. Again, Under Armour did good. Ralph Lauren did good as well, too. So 2 clothing names. CLX did bad. Which one? What was the other one? Activision and the gaming companies. And then Holly, they had earnings. Holly's up 24%. CLX, news feeds from Twitter. DVR is on. Oh, no. What do you mean? Okay, I turned it off before y'all get crazy. Ford, NVIDIA breaking 200. Damn, those CLXs are expensive. NVIDIA, Bank of America, NVIDIA 200. AMD still up another 0.5%. Yeah, NVIDIA is outpacing. Walmart premium elevated August 210 call sweep on NVIDIA. Farmer sentiment lower in July. New York expected to require proof of vaccine for indoor dining. That's an interesting headline. What's today? Today's August 3rd. NVIDIA is killing it off the bat. TLT going negative there. SPY still up 0.14, but the Dow Jones is leading very, very nice. Am my E-Trade not loading? Is that just me? Is my E-Trade being weird? I can't tell. Roblox down 3. Wilhelmina, is that up at 9? My shit lagging. Ford reversed heavy. Oh, man. Sad. Sad, sad, sad. It's fine. My shit lagging. Yeah, some of my charts are being weird. This is suspicious. I'm putting in an order. It's not going through. Please hold. Hold on. Baba on the low. Hood at 38. Kathy sold 50 mil square position. Oh, man. This shit's weird. There it is. Okay, that wasn't updating at first. That was good. I probably got clapped. Snow on the high ticker. Actually, Snow is actually rocketing in there. So I was trying to see a play there. It wasn't some of the earnings chains or the option chains after the earnings weren't updating. Snow on the high. Uber, they're going to have earnings. Yeah, Snow's up 3%, and it's rocketing still. TLT still going down, so that's good. Again, give it 30 minutes here till the economic data. Uber down 1%. Again, their earnings is tomorrow, so they're just selling off into that. Upstart, Oracle up 1.4, AMD. I haven't looked at that yet. I looked at it in the morning. They're still up. I know NVIDIA is up a lot. NVIDIA is up 1.28. They're leading good. Holly is up. Holly's still going. They had something with a patent, I think, this morning. Or they had some good news. Even watch GM. I don't know how GM is going to be linked with Ford. GM's up. Ford's down. And then we had Under Armour. Oh, that's August 20th, huh? Square credit spread is back in the green. Good work. Good work. I think I'm going to take a credit spread right now. I don't know if I'll get filled. Oh, shit. I got filled. Damn, that means I probably could have got a lot more credit. That's a little scary. I really didn't think it would fill me at that high a credit. So I did a $500 credit play. You heard Phil? Yeah, that wasn't so. I didn't think Phil would gonna happen that fast. You know what I'm saying? It was one of those spreads with a big difference. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, that was gonna be interesting. That one is gonna be very interesting. So I did a credit spread on Ralph Lauren. So this one's kind of selling into the momentum here. Again, instead of selling the put, though, or instead of selling the calls, I sold the put. Josh Hood is 38. Ooh. So I sold the Ralph Lauren. I shorted the August 20th 120 puts and then bought the 110s. I did 5 of them at $1.07. So I got like $500 of credit on that play. We'll see. I already got some profit on there for now. And then where's the AMD? The AMD we're still down 70%, but sold the put there again. So if Ralph Lauren has the continuation, we'll be good. We'll see how that one plays out. Tesla selling off. Yeah, New York to require restaurant customers to show vaccine proof. That's just coming out now. Trip down 2. Tesla selling off. See if that could be affected in the market there. TLT starting a rocket there. TLT back up. Yeah, TLT literally something. It could be off of that news there for a low key, but we'll see. Banks selling off. Gyms too, not just indoor dining. Well, that sounds pleasant. That sounds real pleasant. Yeah, Tesla's still up, but it's coming down again. Nasdaq is about to go red. Nasdaq, Dow, and S&P, they all gave up that 0.5% move very, very quickly. Pinterest and Snap on the high. Yo, Pins is up 3% almost. Snap is making a move towards 75. We need at, 78? 78's the real breakout point. Posh on the high as well, too. DraftKings. Is Square making another push? Square's at 270. I was going to say, wasn't it yesterday at 280? So Square actually kind of closed a little bit weaker there. That means AMD's doing very well. If AMD's still holding up, yeah, AMD's still holding up, clapping us. Microsoft's making a move up there, so that could help the Nasdaq. Amazon up 0.09. Datadog and Walmart on the high. Oh, Datadog at 113. That's really good for Datadog, actually. Did those premiums come up? Those had to have. A little bit. Just a little bit, but that's good. Even Walmart TLT started a rocket there, so watch out for that. Shop and Lyft. Ralph Lauren dropping. CRSR. Corsair. Didn't Corsair have earnings? Yeah, Corsair's down 7%. PayPal vertical. Lulu big volume. Yeah, PayPal is rocketing right there. Robinhood 38. TLT still going, but SPY's hitting a big low. Or at least a little bit of a cheek lay. But Robinhood above 38, that's a key level. Is there anything going on with PayPal? Victoria's Secret pause due to volatility. The hell is this? Amazon barely green, Ford dropping, UWMC trending on stock twitch through the night into the morning. Could be with the Archite news, but it's still down. Again, UWMC's on our long-term list here for even the YouTube account, depending on how it plays out. Viacom. Oh, Viacom is bloody. 4.5 down. Let me get this over here. Discovery down post earnings. UWMC 777. Ooh, get lucky. What? K-Web below 50. What do you think about spot calls? I like them. After it got clapped, I think it's still in that earnings mode, but Spotify has really just fell out of favor in terms of analysts, and they haven't got that momentum. I think the momentum could pick up. It's going to be fire. If not, it's, you're going to have to battle a little bit. Run up them likes. Young Buffett is in the house. NVIDIA, Nikolai, August 13, $10 put sweeps. Procter & Gamble, they're up. They're doing pretty good right there. Square's on the high again. Walmart on the high. Let's see. Even Apple's doing good. You're up 0.41 on the NASDAQ. You might have a nice reversal here. It looks like you're getting a lot of pressure on the market, but some of the bigger names are doing very, very well here. Square wants to pick back up. AMD is still killing it. AMD and NVIDIA. Who else was it? What was the chip maker this morning? There was negative chip maker news. What was the one I wanted to see? You saw Corsair naked put, now it's downward momentum. If you want to hold it, you could take advantage of that. Just make sure you genuinely really want to hold it and are willing to tie up the money there, and that you get something good back for it. Seeing it, bro. Robinhood's at 38.40. It's a big deal, bro. It's a big deal. So it does start to look like the Uber IPO a little bit. Qualcomm's at the bottom. Oh, yeah, I did send the wrong ones. Minus 120 by the 130. Oops. I bought the 110. Snap. Any news on Viacom? No, they got clapped. Snapchat is up there even with Pinterest. Pinterest had a nice little rally as well, too. Roku's on the high. NVIDIA on the high as well, too. Snapchat's up 2% now. So it's interesting. I think you're probably getting a broader earnings effect here mixed in with some of the tech names kind of carrying the way a little bit here. But Dow Jones did go red. SPY is about to go red, but the NASDAQ's barely hanging on. But it's kind of weird because you're seeing the momentum go up in certain areas. So get ready for even the bonds here. Probably the next 15 minutes, we're going to get durable goods orders and some economic data that will be key. Win is getting clapped. I know, spiritual opium, man. Spiritual opium. Did Win have earnings yet? I don't think they did. We're up on the plays now. We have 30% on the short terms, and then you're down only 18% on the ones. We got clapped heavy on those plays. So those are the fact that those came back. I think that's highlighting some of that. Because did they get their earnings yet? No, I think they're responding to the gaming news today. I think gaming in China could stand for both video games and maybe the cultural. I don't know. Wilhelmina up at 7. Twitter's on the high now as well, too. RL just plummeted. That could clap. Ooh. That's $2. It's going to go lower. Oh, man. RL, yeah, down 30% on that one already. Damn, 40% on that one. They coming for me. Netflix down. The Win is going down. Disney, Wilhelmina halt. That would happen a lot. Watch TLT. Apple on the high. Man, that's so weird. Apple's on the high. AMD chilling out around 110. NVIDIA 201. AMC is over. Is it? Why is it over? Did it come back down a little bit? What about GME? Oh, GME is back at 140. FedEx on the low. Ralph Lauren still dropping. Yeah, FedEx is so. I mean, all the transports, those do not look good. Transports are down almost 1% here today. Come slip in, losing money on Uber. Uber everywhere. Down 2%. I mean, I feel like this is coming into earnings, though. I think you're getting a pretty good discount. Now it's back to the danger zone on Uber. Let me see what we could do. Snap, XLF. Hood is still on the high. Snap is rocketing right now. Snap is up 2.6. Hood pop. TLT pop. Bro, Hood almost at $39. Oh, man. It's disgusting. Look at that. How can I justify the market cap on Uber? I just like the name of Uber. It's not even, it's a long-term play. You know, it's like Snapchat. You may not understand it now. There's valuations, all of that. You could pick either or. I just think Uber. I like the brand name. It reminds me of like a teddy bear. Like, I don't know. Maybe does that make sense? I don't know. I just like the name. It's a good name. I think I'll put a 50 billion justification on it. Slap that VWAP on this SPY. Yeah, I'm guessing morning drop because of some DaBaby news. We haven't got any yet. Have not got any yet. That makes 0 sense. Well, yeah, I mean, there's no point trying to make sense for the long-term play when I've established it so many times. You know, at that point, it's just, you know, I could turn it into a meme. Uber, I'm looking to sell puts, if anything. Like, you could get paid $100 to buy. What's the trade at 42? Wilhelmina halted, and Wilhelmina will get halted like 20 times. You guys have seen that one. Buy a call on Uber. I want to play earnings with it again, even with the long term. We could allocate some money if it does go down a little bit more. SPY's dropping though. Wow. RL's at the bottom. That could clap. HD. They're still up. There's CMG. There's Domino's. Those are some of the food plays I said from yesterday. Robinhood is at $39.50 now. Yeah, it's doing really, really good. Let's see. Disney's down 1.2. Ford is switch gears. GM outpacing by a little bit. Roblox down 3.5. Take-Two's down 8.5. Hood rocket. What does that mean? I'm kidding. Try to see. There's a couple plays I want here, but the spreads are big. Again, from the gaming to the ones already made. Wilhelmina is open again. Yeah, it's up 60. We've seen this play before. I mean, that thing just goes crazy. Dollar Tree on the high. Bro, Robinhood is about to test 40. SPY is just selling off, though. Every index is red now and low-key in that period. Dow is sold off 0.25%. That got really, really big low-key. Ralph Lauren rises 9%. Let's see. And I want to make a play, but I don't know if I'm buying too deep into something after things are already dropped. I'll keep my eye on it. I'll have time. Honestly, thoughts on Robinhood? I mean, we bought the IPO. I mean, we used the criteria it met. I was very impressed by the amount of demand it had. Wilhelmina still moving up. TLT kind of hanging out here towards the top. Again, the GM and Ford, that's an interesting move. NVIDIA and AMD, they were leading, and NVIDIA just slipped. Now, so did AMD right there. We'll see if those start to come down. That could weigh on the markets a little bit more, so watch out for that. Vlad sold Hood. What does that say? It says that's the normal exiting function of an IPO. I mean, you can't have any shares to sell if nobody's willing to sell them. You know what I'm saying? That's how the IPO would work. I mean, for him to sell out on IPO, I don't think it's too crazy. I mean, you see SC or Form 4s in the 405B trading plans. Most insiders of their companies have a schedule to pay themselves. SPY puts printing. I'm sure he's been waiting. Square, AMD, all those, they flipped a little bit. How's Viacom down almost 7? That I couldn't tell you, my friend. I could not tell you. I'm looking. Baba puts. Can Win go down? Win is down 3% right now. Yeah, Win's down 3.5. So it's already dropped a lot. SPY's still going another leg. Hello, of course, here go. I'm waiting. I'm looking at a couple option chains right now. That's why I'm getting a little quiet here. VIX is over 20. It scared the shit out of me. Apple ran out of steam. Try again. You guys get scared? Yeah, they said nah. They just rejected me. I didn't know I had used that much buying power on the Ralph Lauren. They're like, you're poor. You can't do this, unfortunately. You're going to have to wait. They said they'll give me like 15 an hour to try again. I was like, man. Then I get like a $500 signing bonus and then a free share if I switch to Weeble. What the fuck? How'd that happen? I don't know. It's a crazy market we live in. Okay, hold on. It's good though. They stopped me from doing that one. They said you can't touch that play. Bezos no longer the richest person in the world? Why? Amazon 7% drop? I know this sounds crazy, but AMC is at critical support. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but AMC is down. So buy the dip, maybe. No? Okay. We'll try again. September. Bonds. People are really buying bonds, and then 2 minutes now, the economic data is gonna come in here, so you're probably gonna get a flip flop. So wait for it. TLT is saying that again, it's moving just how it was yesterday, where you're getting the open, you're getting the slight climb the first 30 minutes from where we're at, and then depending on the economic data, it might just send everything back up there. But watch how the market reacts. Economic data and the baby news can't fix this. Economic data. So you're going to be getting it's durable goods, factory orders, and then durable goods, ex transportation, and then vehicle sales should come in towards the end of the day. Hood right back down. Starbucks on the low. AMD turned around there a little bit. The wins are up a decent amount. Ralph Lauren down 30% from the sell here. SPY's still coming down, though. Some green. What price do I like Corsair at? I don't know what it was at when it IPO'd. I know it was one of those that ran a lot, so it might still be a little bit higher. Yeah, it's still up 100% almost. I guess 50% from the IPO. So the price, I mean, it's coming back down to the price. The question is, what do I like more than it, or what other companies do I like more to, or do I like it the same way, essentially? U.S. durable goods estimate 0.9 or 0.8 came in at 0.9 increase, so that's good. So then it's actually coming in a little bit higher. It's still a smaller number. Again, yesterday you kind of had the Goldilocks scenario. You want the economic data to not be too good, but not be too bad. But especially after yesterday, you know, you wanted it a little bit good. So the fact that you got a beat, I think that's more positive than not. Moderna holding high at 4.7. Novak's on the high as well, too. No, I still have those Wilhelmina shares. Still holding those. Again, small share strategy. Factory orders up 1.5 in June. Consensus was 1%. Excluding transportation, it was 1.4. May factories revised to 2.3 from 1.7. So it seems like mostly positive economic data there. This market crazy. Oh man, market always crazy, you know? Levies, what time is it? It's only been 30 minutes. I have to wait. I need patience on some of these. It's only been 30 minutes, man. That's crazy. Factory orders 1.5 in June. Consensus 1%. Nikolai, CFO, says they see deliveries of 25 to 50 vehicles in full year 2021. That's total. That's not like, it's just total. Back over 8. Netflix on the low. TLT still climbing. At least it's not moving too much after the data, which is kind of good. Hopefully this does not repeat what it did yesterday. That really means 5 to 10. Even then, 20 to 50. We're talking like car companies. Like, that's not million. That's just like 50. We delivered 20 cars. Like 20 what? Like Bente. What? I'm like, this is crazy. Yeah, GLSI should have had the testing a while ago. Very sus on that one. This guy here moving in a new house, baby. Ooh, congratulations. Congratulations, and shout out to Colt, baby. Hopefully you guys are doing good. Hopefully you're feeling blessed today. I think we don't have too much on the agenda except for, you know, you're gonna hear from Janet Yellen. You got the China stuff this morning. Janet Yellen is gonna talk about the eviction moratorium. Still gonna have you know, glizzy needs to be pronounced as a word. That's true. GLSI is glizzy. If you didn't know, the stock is called glizzy. But got a lot of different economic stuff considering what we saw yesterday. But today's going to be an interesting hangover type of day as we watch everything digest. What time is Yellen coming on? I will see. Did I get my AT&T drip? No, I did not. SEC chairman speaks at the virtual Aspen Forum. That's today. Bowman remarks on low income and marginalized work. I don't know. When is Yellen supposed to speak? I don't think it's on the agenda. We may not be able to listen in. See about 20. I got dripped this morning on TOS. I need to log in. Let us log into the long term. We could call it longing in. Is that no? That's not weird. Long term. Z on the low. ZI. Ralph Lauren wants to come down. Let me see. Facebook's down 0.8. Snapchat came down. Pinterest is still holding up, but it's not up as much. A lot of them kind of losing some steam there. But SPY is taking the economic data decent so far. Let's see. AT&T, dude, give me the drip, I think. Wow. I got 2.2 drip. Wow. You see this? Oh, wow. Hold on. Pinterest dropping there. Couple things moving now. Okay, looks like we're getting the next leg. Oh, you're really not going to film me on that? Okay, y'all really playing with me. Hold on. A lot of red. SPY just quickly flip right there. You're going down. SPY's down a quarter in Dow. NASDAQ is flipped to 0.5%. Snap had to go red. I'm still looking at one play, but I haven't taken it yet. We only made that RL today. I'm waiting. It's like getting active, but it's not really. I mean, you're going straight down, and it is pretty quick for the first 30 minutes, but volume is still pretty low for the most part. I guess 30, 40 minutes, you're slightly above average. Amazon's selling off now 0.5%. Another day of opportunities. Ooh. God bless. You can refresh if you still have DVR on. We turned it off. You can refresh. Otherwise, some of you may be a little bit behind. I don't know when you're seeing this, so make sure it says live at the bottom of the screen. Tesla, red. Yep, TLT is starting to launch again. You're about to hit that support level on TLT. I mean, 152.5. You have like another dollar on TLT, then it starts to get wild. So RL's holding. Low ticker is really, really getting active. So now AMD starting to sell off a little bit. NVIDIA's down. Walmart's up 1%. Disney calls. Disney's down 2. Oracle's on the high. SPY's hitting a new low right now. Some stuff is moving, some stuff not as much. It just really depends. Check was oil making a move? Starbucks, watch XLF. Stitching to the upside. Tesla or TLT still going. XLF down 0.5%. The wins have dropped 4%. I think those premiums came up a little bit. Yeah, you got 50. All the win plays are now up. So those August ones have came back to life at 1%, and then the other ones, the weeklies came back to life, and then the ones with more time are worth more. Oil market been down for a month. I think it was was it June, or I think it was the beginning of June or beginning of July. There was just a lot of activity. It was a pretty wild market. I think, was it the beginning of June or July where everything just started literally right away, it just sold off. We're on the fear index. It happens. Another inflation spike. Well, we'll see. The bonds, I mean, they talked about it this morning, what you've been getting with bonds. It's like highlighting inflation, but not really. But there's just there's a lot going on. There's a lot of different factors, and what you're seeing with bonds in general. The fact is, there's still 5 different reasons why it's happening. I even said it yesterday on the watch list. I hope you guys watched it. But if velocity picks up on any of our key indicators, and you start to see velocity in bonds or the dollar, that could be a signal right here. Data dog. Very tricky and calm. Make that money both ways. Go away. Yeah, Amazon's giving up a lot. Amazon is what I was saying yesterday. As Amazon starts to give, it's going to have that effect. Johnson & Johnson. Yeah, Amazon's leading the way even down right now as we're talking. Johnson & Johnson up 1/3%. That win is very interesting, I think. Yeah, Amazon's selling off hard. Starbucks needs to keep breaking. Think Fed is lagging behind the data to prevent runaway inflation. No, I think they got it. I mean, they got a hold of it with a lot of job owning. I mean, if you think about it, I think a lot of traders and investors are they're aware of inflation, they're aware of the effects, but 3-4 months ago, people were really scared of inflation. It was much more prominent. So I think they got ahead of it. The thing they're working on is, I think it's just genuinely employment in supply chains. And I think that's one of the risks they're causing the prices, not to mention just overall money supply. But, there's more people, you need more money, if that makes sense. Eventually, that's a little tinfoil we'll talk about. Remind me about that one. Grabbing Ford calls. I like Ford. They just kept doing their thing. I'm sad that they dropped. So win there at the bottom. Amazon's still selling off. Ralph Lauren from this morning. I think Amazon is probably going to be the key. I'm using this one as a bellwether. Again, 2-3 days ago, that was a big earning. So for them to slip up from here, it weighs heavy on the market. The New York news is scary. What New York news? J&J still is their news. I had it up pretty early. Yeah, I'm not seeing much on it. Oh, the vaccine requirement for indoor dining. That's just go learn how to cook. If that's, I don't know. That's it is scary, but not scary. It's just an interesting. I mean, in the sense of I'm not as worried about like that type of action, as much as it is the implication. Like, I mean, oh. I mean, I'm trying to. How can I word this? Like, do you have herpes? Am I allowed to say that? I think I am. Well, that's the whole question. That's the whole logic of it. It's just like, imagine if you go down to if you go down to sit for dinner or lunch, and then like the waitress is like, "Yo, do you have herpes?" You're like, "What the fuck do you mean? Do I have herpes?" Like you know, that's like it's like a medical history line of questioning. That's where it's like, you know, you don't do that essentially. So, but that's the only thing I see. Otherwise, I don't see the initial news as like it's interesting, but I'm not as worried about that as other things in the future. I'm just thinking ahead. That's all. But otherwise, it's just more like I mean, like, what's up, girl? You know, the answer to that don't really matter if you still trying to kick it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no? Okay. That's fine. I'll have a water, please. Thank you. I thought we was trying to, you know, thought that's why you asked. Oh, yeah, I'll just take a water. My bad. J&J, Young win. Those wins are nice, though. I mean, I'm glad that play was down 80% right when we bought it. It's all the way back up. I like the Fords if that could keep popping. Amazon's selling off here. Watch what happens with bonds. Ford does want to come up. I still have the GLSI. Yeah, still holding all of that. Came down to 38. I think we bought in at like 35 or 38, one of those prices. It was up a lot more. They should have that data, though. Chrysler makers, Stellantis rallies while BMW struggles on margin guidance. Israel to add U.S. to list of countries under travel warning. Banks reversed. You might get a bounce there on Amazon. Yeah, XLF came up about 0.25% right there. And then chip makers were strong today. AMD, NVIDIA, IBM on the high. AT&T. That merger is complete with AT&T and Warner. So the that little like growth company they're making. It sucks though. The new company doesn't get to own HBO Max. I'm so pissed. I was like, that's so dumb. So the new company, even though Warner owns HBO Max or like the Warner Media Company, the one that they're merging with, they own HBO Max, the subscription service, but AT&T is not getting any of that. I was very, very disappointed. That would have made it killer. But you do get like Uverse and a couple of other things. Enjoy waking up every morning to be here. Thank you, Giancarlo. God bless you and horn. Good morning. Good morning. Amen. It's a good day. It's a good day in the neighborhood. So SPY's bouncing up here. I don't know if Amazon got the steam. It looks like it just finally bottomed out there, but a lot of other things are putting in work there on the SPY. Excuse me. So about 50-50 split right now. Dow Jones or S&P 261 names up, 243 down. Dow Jones is probably going to be a little better. 18 names up, 12 names down. So, yeah, Dow is getting a lot more steam here. Disney, McDonald's, Visa leading the downside on the Dow Jones. So, Dow is actually green right now. So, that's good. Next, starting to move up. Healthcare running. There's an article. Hood at $40. What is in the Robinhood is this? Robinhood, 8%. Man, why couldn't Coinbase do this? That's crazy. That's crazy. So Robinhood, we got some gains now. Wow. I'm up 15% on that one now. That's surprising. That's 15%. So the criteria Criteria, good demand. Everyone knows Robinhood as well too, but that's very great. Hood going to 44.5. Oof. You can always take your stake. I haven't staked, but it's crazy how much time has gone by. I mean, I'm sure some people have already staked their coins, and it's been a decent amount of time. 52-week high on Robinhood. This is the highest it's ever been, all time high. Mm-mm. 52-week. Yeah, I don't know why that made me laugh too. I was like, yo, they got a 52-week. How? I don't get it, but that's okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. GLSI, TLT chilled out a little bit. Thankfully, TLT did not do what it did yesterday so far. We'll see though. Is that 10:30? Shit. So yeah, give it till 10:30. Yeah, we have to wait till Euro close though. But Euro was not as good today, I don't think. When looking at the long term, I like them. I think they could do good. But I think they're going to move a lot both ways. I think the fact they're down a lot, they have a lot of overseas exposure. I think Win is going to be a volatile one for earnings. I'm just weighted towards the put side for now. ZI again. Hood is still going 41. Jeez. Yo, Robinhood, man. Carrying the team right now. VSCO. Victoria, didn't they get halted earlier? Is this their first day trading on here? HD on the high. That's the Dow leader today. They're up 1.3. They're literally leading the Dow in terms of points. SPY, TLT coming up, down. SPY coming up. So we kind of made up a little bit of that earlier sell-off. SPY is now green with the Dow Jones. NASDAQ is the only thing that is down. DPZ on the high, or is that DP? Yeah, DPZ is on the high. Yeah, Micron. Oh, I forgot to look at Micron. I feel like that Micron news, I feel like it should have been a lot better. I like where Micron's at here comparatively. It's like Qualcomm, but now with them offering a dividend, I don't think they've ever offered the dividend. So some people said yesterday that gives it a lot of, it just gives it a new level of support, more or less. Hit that like button if you're in Hood. I mean, I feel like a lot of people are holding it. I think you have everybody tied up from the beginning. Then you had a lot of people who were able to buy it at the same price or cheaper because then again, we saw the volume. There's just a lot of demand on it. So it's, I think it's the share size is not that bad or not that big, assuming they don't do anything crazy. We just got to hope they don't get too reckless. High ticker and low ticker, both of them are bouncing here. You're actually getting a lot of movement. You see the push pull here. Day 2 on core and they did an offer. I know it's sad. It's sad. That one was awful. So I'm like, that's why I was like, man, that one, there's a lot of drama with that one. I don't know. That one will hang up. Baba, ON semiconductors from yesterday. So maybe watch AMD, Qualcomm, and all those. They may start to get some steam here. ON was leading the way yesterday. They're getting some steam. Yeah, ON up another 4%. Jeez. Dollar Tree on the high. Amazon still didn't bounce too heavy with that. Win wants to come up. UWMC down 3. They were up yesterday. JJ multiple sweeps. Hood again. 42, but it quickly sold that one off. Sava on the high. Honda July auto sales up 8 versus down 11 year over year. Snowflake call volume above normal, directionally bullish. Let's see. Apple's positive. Amazon's still down 0.5%. NASDAQ only down 1/4. Netflix down 1%. Google down. Google looks like Amazon, and then Microsoft and Apple are matched up. The Micron short interest, I don't know how heavily shorted it is. I could get the outdated one. Or not the outdated, I just can't get the real-time one. Uh, 25 million shares shorted. Morning. SPY's right back to where we had that first drop, and that is literally at the low of Friday. So we're still at a pretty interesting spot. Remember, 435 was a key level there. So we will see Futu. Hood, man, 42, then came back down. Let's see. Honda July sales, that's it. Equity movers. Everything from this morning. Baba, CLX, Holly still up. Planet Fitness falls 4% off of the vaccine news. So Planet Fitness is actually dropping from the New York City news. So this one came up as one of the equity movers. That makes sense a little bit. Ralph Lauren rises 7. Solar Edge 13 after the company reported earnings. UAA, that was from this morning. And then video game stocks. Then ZI had a post earnings beat. Caffeine plays running. Wilhelmina 780s. What did we buy Wilhelmina at? I feel like I got it at like 6 something. Yeah, we bought it at 670, so we're up. We're still holding this one. I still have this small shares, remember, from last time. This thing would keep getting halted, so a lot of volume. It's interesting. I've not flipped out of this one. I wish they had options. Like the video, not a good enough ratio. Oh, it's a Tuesday, though. You remember every Tuesday in, like, 2016, whenever you would say Tuesday, everybody would be like, it's going up on a Tuesday. You don't remember why? How come we don't do that anymore? You know what I'm saying? I hope you like the video. It's Tuesday. It's going up on a Tuesday. Y'all don't remember that? Okay. That was a trend. That was a trend. That's done. I don't know why it's done. I don't know why it's done. Turnaround Tuesday. Because we're all depressed. Man, you are hanging out in the Chad. You are not. That's a lie. I'm sorry. That is a lie. You know how many like annoyingly positive people we have in here? I'm one of them. Now, you know what I'm saying? We're like, hi, good morning. How are ya? Oh, God bless ya. Yeah. Well, you know what I'm saying? It's good. So it's not, that's good. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. You'll get through it. I rebuke it. GM, Planet coming down a little bit. Wilhelmina at $8. Amazon still just hanging in there. I think the market will go back up. I think the market is getting off to an August start. We're still getting a lot of earnings. They're still having effects. And that's pretty much what's happening here. Yeah, retail's doing really well. Under Armour, that's why the Ralph Lauren. And even over the last coming days, they did good. Wilhelmina. Robinhood is pretty wild, too. I think AMD and the chip stocks, I think those are really key today, especially even like ON semiconductors. JP Morgan to reevaluate return to office. That's from Gasparano. Wilhelmina halted due to volatility, up 92%. Hood should get options sooner rather than later. Where's JD? JD's down 2%. YY's down 5. Wait, isn't YY a gaming company? Why are you not talking about cryptos anymore? I feel like we were talking about him yesterday. But it's also crypto, partly crypto winter. Yeah, that chart on YY is hideous. It's either YY or JD. I'm looking at some of these today. I think they're moving pretty interesting. Yeah, isn't YY like the Twitch? JD very slow. Those YYs are up a lot probably. So SPY coming down now. We're getting a little bit of a reversal here. See what happens. You play options the same amount as shares. It just all depends. It depends on the type of stock. Like Wilhelmina, we bought shares a while ago. Even like GLSI, if the stock is cheaper and it makes more sense to go with the options, and you could hold that time, it's a lot better. But then some plays, if it's more expensive or not, or there's a better opportunity, we go with the options. And then we have the long term to work beside us the whole time. You get the long term, it's good for you. Oh, yeah, those went crazy. Yeah, the YYs are interesting. Again, Baba had earnings today. ZI's on the low now. They were up after they had good earnings. Baba's still down 3% after that earnings and a $15 billion buyback. The news behind today's drop, I mean, you had some decent earnings. You did get some scary China news with the gaming stuff. That kind of got people a little bit uneasy. And then now we're factoring in the rest of the economic data and digesting what you got yesterday. But let's see, what time is it? It's only been an hour. I'll get you probably a market wrap here in like 30 minutes. We can see where we're at. I think there's a little bit of update. Stocks drift as virus concerns and oil declines weigh. Tech under pressure after gaining attack in Chinese state media. Gaming attack. European stocks, however, near record as oil decline eats at gains. U.S. equities drifted on Tuesday while stocks in Europe tried to cling to a record as mostly positive earnings reports failed to offset fresh concerns about China's technology clampdown and a decline in crude oil on virus concerns. The S&P was little changed despite Ralph Lauren, Gartner, and Eli Lilly gaining after earnings. Meanwhile, the Nasdaq 100 was lower as China's state media criticized the spiritual opium of gaming, sending shares of Tencent Holdings and other stocks lower in New York trading. Earlier today, energy shares pushed the stocks Europe 600 to a record after BP followed its big oil peers by increasing dividends and buybacks. However, a deepening decline in oil prices ate away at the gains at the spread of the Delta variant continued to pose a risk to demand. That's what we went over on the watch list yesterday. Markets, so that pausing, if you don't know, if you look at oil and some of the oil imports, that's what some people are using right now to get an idea of Delta, as it's kind of shutting some stuff and affecting some things overseas. Markets had also slumped on news. New York City will require proof of vaccine for customers at indoor restaurants and gyms. The U.S. Treasury 10-year fell to 1.1 after holding steady, just below 1.2. Meanwhile, the dollar was little changed against major peers. The month-long advance in the Treasuries, are we bouncing a little bit? Kind of. Wilhelmina unhalted. The month-long advance in treasuries for some commentators points to worries that a weaker period lies ahead. Though second quarter earnings have been robust for the most part, traders are awaiting key U.S. jobs data this week to gauge recovery and monitor the impact of price pressures sparked by pandemic-related disruptions. Recent weeks and months have been a churning and choppy time for equities, wrote Willie DeLuch, an investment strategist at All Star Charts. Large-cap U.S. indexes have chopped and churned higher, while beneath the surface and overseas, the chopping and churning have had a downward bias. Strong convictions about either breakouts or breakdowns have not been rewarded. On the policy front, the tapering debate continues. Fed Reserve Governor Christopher Waller said back at tapering announcement by September, the next two monthly U.S. employment reports show continued gains. Crude fell to 70 and Bitcoin hovered below 90,000. Key events: Bank of England expected to change their rates, Reserve Bank of India, and then U.S. jobs report on Friday. So that is your market update so far, factoring in pretty much all that's happened today, starting from the morning to some of the news that we got here middle of the day, like the New York stuff. AMD Pro 600 series. AMD, did they get some news there? That Robinhood or that RL's down a little bit. I need that win to get some steam. UWMC, the most confusing, frustrating stock I've ever owned. You know, it can't hurt you if you don't look at it. You know what I'm saying? It can't hurt you if you don't look at it. I have 2 win plays already. I'm waiting to see there. I haven't cut any of them. I'm going to buy my ice cream. You buy yourself ice cream? That's good. Ice cream's good. All tire makers on high due to kicking tires. Ignorance is bliss. Amen. Amen. At least if it's it's a mortgage stock. So at least, mortgages are still getting funded every day. That's the best part. If the stock price seems like it's not working, at least it's still working every day. At least the underlying business. How were sleeps? Like my sleep, it was good. I think it's great. I'm a big fan of sleeping. So I got good sleep. I made sure. See the picture I emailed. Did you email me today? I don't think I've checked my email this morning. I do not think I had. AMD's moving off of that news. AMC on the low to 33. Our covered calls expire here in a couple days. Wasn't this thing just at 50 almost? I know GME started to break down a little bit lower. Why not win on the upside? I can. I'm waiting for it, but I think now, especially as them dropping, as the China news kind of comes back up today, I think they're going to get hit, and I want to see what sort of guidance they give for China. Baba's on the high. Eli Lilly on the high. That was a good earnings report from today. Again, it's still early. It's only been about an hour and 10 minutes. Volume is slightly, almost 30-40% above average there. How's my sister holding up? She didn't die for now, so she's good. But that's all I've heard from her. She just said it hurts like hell. She says it's crazy. She's getting tinfoily about it. She's like, yo, man, this is so weird. She's like, well, that's kind of how we judge the, we were like, well, she's either going to die or not. So that's just kind of how it is. She's a couple years older than me, I think. I don't even know. No, her symptoms were bad. That's why. Like, it legitimately sounded like she was going to die. Like, we were about to go over there. Y'all are asking way too many way too many questions about her personal medical history. I cannot disclose. That's just, she's sick, she's doing better. For the most part, she hasn't been fully clapped. So that's where it's at. You're like, does she take birth control? What? Would you chill, bro? Chill. Just chill. Okay, just chill, relax. Okay, just pray for her. God is good. God is good. I don't even know. She don't even tell me all that stuff. That's it. All I know is that she's sick. She said, "Can you help?" I said, "Yeah. What do you need?" I got her some stuff. That's it. Got a little bit of a high-low ticker moving. Both sides just got woken up a little bit. I don't know if you can see it. You're getting a push-pull. Robinhood to 42. What is it? Disney. Eli Lilly, that was a good earnings report again. Visa on the low. Where's Square after yesterday? Square hovering at 265. High ticker looks like it's outpacing. This has to be because of Amazon. Yep, Amazon hanging out at the bottom. Because you see that? You're getting a lot of low ticker activity, but a lot of high ticker activity, and we're kind of right here in the middle. It looks like tech is selling off. Tech is down 0.5% right now. So your bigger names are starting to drop. Apple, Microsoft heading towards the low. Or Amazon, Apple's lagging a little bit. We have 150 shares of Robinhood. It's up. It's honestly up enough to make some free shares. Like if I wanted a small position, like the Robinhood, it's up 18% now, almost like $1,000 in the shares. I don't even know what that would be. Would I buy Amazon right now? I mean, it's at a discount, but it depends what it is. I even talked about it in my video over the weekend. If I'm looking at any of the companies I'm even choosing for growth. You know, the reason why I don't go with like Amazon and Facebook right now at this stage is because you're paying a premium on them, but it's, you know, most of the growth has been it's not you're going to get a different level of growth. It's not to say the growth is capped, but it's a whole different level of growth, more or less. So Amazon, it's cheaper than where it was. It gives you a little bit of this, it gives you a little bit of that, but the question is, you know, what sort of growth are you fully expecting? Bro, Robinhood's going up when the market's coming down. Very interesting. Oh, excuse me. Hood is literally that safe haven. Okay. UWMC is not annoying. You're just annoyed that Robinhood is up while UWMC is down. Does that make sense? It has nothing to do with UWMC. It's just because Robinhood is going up. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it makes a lot of sense. I feel. Even if you have both, I know. Even if I own both too, but you're like, what the hell? How does Robinhood do this? This doesn't make any sense. You think Wall Street Bets is getting squeezed? I don't think they were able to really short it. They're getting squeezed on paper, but it shouldn't be affecting the overall demand of the stock. That's what I was saying. It's just a very interesting scenario. I mean, it's the irony of it. Imagine, like, you know, Robinhood or Reddit, everybody on Wall Street Bets goes and shorts GameStop, and then they squeeze, right? Or they cause that short squeeze. And then they're mad at Robinhood of what happened during the short squeeze, and now Robinhood comes out and then they short it and then they get squeezed. I mean, it's just the irony of the situation, but they shouldn't be able to, you know, the demand should be a little bit different. Miss Wood did it again, dude. It's up 17%. $44 on Robinhood, man. So now imagine all the people holding for that 30 days. I think they're really gonna want to hold in after they're locked in on all that. That's great. SPY's coming up. We'll see if Robinhood even holds up with that. RL's going up. You love me. I love you, man. I love you. All right. How much do you love me? How much do you love me? I need to know. I sold out of Robinhood and I made it free. At what did I sell out at? I got 43.82. I just got 25 free shares. Call it a day. So think we got $1,000. So now, 20 years from now, when they're like, "Yo, if you put $1,000 into Robinhood and you made $20 billion," I don't think that's what it's gonna say, but if it did, now I have $1,000 for free. So I didn't have to pay for it. So essentially now this is the criteria worked. You can see here, I bought 150 shares. This amounts to like about $5,300 spent. So then I just sold back 120 today. And now I have 30 free shares. Oh, I have 30 free shares. 30 shares for the rest of my life now for free. So now we good. I get 22% total return on it. We by putting in a little bit more, got a decent amount there, but it's just free shares. So now we get to hold this in the portfolio for free. I mean, it's only been 3 or 4 days. So we got a good entry and all that. HODL, it's up to you. I mean, the idea was, that's what I said. We'll see how it plays out. We could always swing trade it. But, I mean, it's just free 30 shares. Now we got free equity, no risk in a company, paid for by the whole IPO. And that's it. Then you can't sell cover calls in the future. That's fine. We don't need to do it. I mean, I'll just let it ride forever. Just let it ride forever. Love to see it. Love to see it. It can still keep going up, and that's it. We'll just be able to profit off it, not as much. And we're good. How you make it free. It could buy back if it does come down. We'll see. Again, I spent $5,300 on IPO to buy 150 shares. And then today, after it's moved up about 20-something%, I was able to sell 120 out of 150 shares for the same amount. So that's why we call it free. So let me bring it back up again. This is what we did this a lot with Gap and other companies. It does suck. I mean, it's only 30 shares, so it'd be nice to have like 100 somebody brought up with like cover calls. But either way, it's still like it's chill. I mean, so you can see here, these two transactions on July 29th, that was about 4,800, add 500, it's like what, 5,300. So I sold back at a higher price today, 120, but this is 150. So how much I collected today because the stock went up, I was pretty much able to get back my initial investment, and then I get 30 shares for free. That's why we call it the free share. So now this is in my portfolio, but I got my initial IPO money back. So any of the money I spent on IPO, it has now came right back into my account. I have my $5,000, and now I have all my $5,000 plus 30 free shares of Robinhood. That is the free share strategy. So we do that a lot with different plays, even with options, but it's beautiful no, we didn't buy it. We waited. We waited till after it IPO'd. We bought the bottom. We used the criteria. Thankfully, the criteria really, really did work in this case, and it led to a 25% move in the stock, or that's our gain on it because we got it at like 35. So that's good. Free, less taxes on the gain. Yeah, there's always the tax guy. So make sure you consult with your financial professionals. But, I mean, it's still, regardless of tax obligations or not, it's still a solid strategy. Oh, do I not have that VWAP up here? I feel like we'd be right at VWAP, yeah. I sold part of the hood. I just have free shares now. So now we could own, based on that 20% move, if it does go up more, if like 50%, 100%, even better, but I could just now hold Robinhood forever with zero risk on the table. The best Robinhood strategy for taking profits. YouTube video on main channel. Tell them, chemist. So you sold before the 30 days. I didn't buy into the IPO. So I was not confined to the 30-day obligation. So I did not buy Robinhood I did not access their IPO center. So I didn't sign up for shares. I waited till it hit the open market. We waited till 50% of the float was turned in 10 minutes. It hit that criteria. We bought, and then we waited until it turned the full float and bought again, and then it shot up. So I was not under the same obligation to hold. Pentagon building on lockdown after a shooting. The float is turned. That's when they sell the full offering. Wilhelmina's coming back up here on the high. I made like $1,200 off Robinhood. So we put in $5,000, got $1,200. And then now by selling out the shares, I made sure I got it in equity instead of cash. CBS News correspondent tweet. Yep, Wilhelmina's back up at it again. We'll see if it gets halted or not. I got halted last time around 9. Dolphin is on the high. And then Ralph Lauren, that went up. I'm hoping the premium came back up. That was a little clap. I'm up 1% on it. Just a measly 1%. Are you only responsible to hold the shares you bought pre-IPO? Yes. So if you made, if you go and you made the order on the IPO center and you said you signed up for the IPO to get it beforehand, then you are subject to the 30-day restriction. Nah, there's no baby news. Associated Press is reporting. They're reporting Pentagon on lockdown after multiple gunshots fired near a platform by facilities metro station. TLT, it is kind of getting dangerous there. I mean, I just keep my eye on it. The next IPO, we will see. I don't know if you'll get you could use the criteria on any IPO, but the bigger the better in a way. But I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know when the next IPO is going to be. That was a good one, though. I mean, I like it. Now we have it for free. We ride it forever. And that's it. You know, we got our little portion of Robinhood for free. I mean, if you're still riding out, you might even be able to get more. The higher it goes now off your initial position, even better. I was just being conservative with it. Now, my TLT premiums went down. Hive purchases 4,000 Bitcoin mining machines from Canaan. Marathon Digital Bitcoin generation increased 66% in July. Domino's pop. Yeah, Tesla's getting dirty again, or TLT. I thought Wilhelmina above 9 or 10, I'll get excited. It has to get above the past halt limit, and then $10, I think, is last time when it sold off. Domino's popping a little bit there. SPY coming back down to the VWAP, just where we've been hanging out really all morning. It's already 8 almost, hour and a half. I kept 30 Hood. I got 30 Robinhood shares for free. You know, enough. Just enough to, you know, just have there. I could say I own Robinhood. I could say I support the people. We got a good IPO. Now there's no risk. Hood is the best. I mean, it met the criteria the best. I mean, that's why to see this move, I mean, I'm not too disappointed. Uber on the low. More economic data. We got most of it for today. You are going to get the jobs report on Friday. That's the key. Jackson Hole is in August, late August, I think. Got 20 free Robinhood. I'm sure even then, now the call will own a lot of free Robinhood. We'll see. You could still write it out too. You don't have to make it free. And again, it's just that's the risk you take when you're writing out the initial position. If it's moving in your favor, it's just all up to you. Remember, we did that with AI, but AI, I waited till it was like 100% to get my initial investment back. The markets are fake. How can the dollar ever go up? Because it's not based on the stock market. The United States dollar is based on the value of other currencies and the trade, both goods and service, current account and capital account. So that's where our dollar moves are actually coming from. That's why what's going on in China, Japan, Europe, and the delta overseas, that's what's making it so important. Wilhelmina, high of the day, coming towards 9. TLT, just watch TLT, though. You're still getting some of these movers. They're fun to watch, but TLT is, I'm keeping my eye on it. I'm actually going to put it up on the other screen. Currency, you have to be the best alternative. So how do you become the best alternative in the currency world? Anybody know? Yeah, if you bought Robinhood pre-IPO, you can't sell. You just won't have access to it. They say potentially. Not stability. Ooh, Scotty. Look at you. You need demand. That's it. It's the value of the currency. If there is an alternative, the currency is based on goods and services. So you could have have you ever heard of Swaziland? Not Switzerland, Swaziland. So Swaziland sounds like Switzerland, but it's not. You're not going to go for a Swaziland currency because you don't buy anything from Swaziland. I think they're like biggest export. I don't know if it could be gold or goats. It's one of those. But just like that, so when it comes to currencies and the value of it, if you don't have if there's no demand and you're not purchasing anything from there, the currency doesn't make sense. So why, the dollar gets so much value and it gets affected because people buy and sell with the United States more than anybody. Gold or goats, it's one of them. I'm not even kidding. Golden goats. But yeah, so that's why even in this marketplace as we move forward here, that's why TLT, the dollar, everything, it does have a lot of importance here. And wins hanging out at the bottom. RL, $20. Damn, Roblox clapping me. Roblox and UMC. Sugar, wood, pulp, cotton, beef, and soft drinks. Oh, I know the goats are on there. They're big goats. Dollar languages, other safe haven currencies shine amid Delta caution. China more likely to ratchet up pressure on Taiwan in short term sooner rather than later. FLGT pop, TLT dropping, thankfully. But watch if it brings the market down or how it can. Where's Amazon? Dow, NASDAQ recovered a little bit. Dow Jones, the only bright spot. SPY barely hanging on. Yeah, the New York City news keeps coming out. Again, Amazon hanging towards the bottom. Planet Fitness, they got affected by that a lot more negatively. I haven't checked the Naira in a minute. I know they had something a couple weeks ago. Or I know they were doing something. Or I think it was South African's currency. Why isn't Taiwan identifying as Taiwan in the Olympics, but rather Chinese Taipei? Well, that should just because Xi Jinping will get mad. I'm about to go inside Planet Fitness. What happened? He said, wait, what's going on, Josh? Should I not go to work out if the stock is down 4%? This seems suspicious. The New York requirement for New York City is to begin enforcing a vaccine mandate. They're wanting proof for indoor dining and fitness of a vaccine, so that's why Planet is dropping on that. And entertainment. iTub, Litbit, Spy just bouncing all over the place. Amazon still selling off though. That's going to be the key. TLT thankfully dropping though. This is a pretty bright spot. But take a look. It's not European close just yet. You're approaching it, so we'll see. That could be very good. Square price target raised to 310 from 280 by Canaccord. Mortgage boom drives biggest jump in household debt since 2013. LabCorp volume rises to more than triple 20-day average. What does SQQ? I'm not too sure. I know the UVXY, anything below like $6 or $7, it splits. If it stays down there for like more than a month, it could be similar with SQQ. I don't really trade the Qs as much. Well, this bond buying will pull taper bond purchase. We'll see. I mean, you got some negative taper comments. Another thing people were talking about is the Treasury and the funding needs that would balance out the taper. So the Treasury, since the tax bill from Trump and all of that, their funding needs have increased. I wish I could find you that chart. I was going over this yesterday. But essentially, the Treasury in the next, by the time end of the year when we start, if the Fed does start tapering, the Treasury is expected to lower their funding demand. So it's going to kind of even offset some of the bond supply. Some people are saying it might cancel out in favor. So if the Treasury stops spending money, while at the same time we taper, the smaller bond purchases might create the same effect, if that makes sense. Snow, Vaxart. Snow had a lot of volume today. Vaxart up 5%. This thing's been back and forth. Snow mentioned a swing trade. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo harassed multiple women, state attorney general says. That's coming out as breaking news right now. I think they made the governor made or the AG said, I think this is the first statement. I'm trying to see it. Yeah, they're trying to clap Cuomo. That's what that news is, yeah. Federal law, state investigation finds Cuomo sexually harassed multiple women in violation of state and federal laws. AG Letitia James says. Harassment includes unwanted kissing, groping, inappropriate comments. So the Como report is out now. So a lot of people have been waiting for that one. Let's go Walmart. Vaxart's still on the high. Win is hitting another leg down. Amazon. Watch if Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, they've been chill. I think Google and Amazon are more on par with each other today. Oh, damn. Win is at a very critical level here. Netflix still on the low. That ain't me. Okay, I sold those wins. I sold the weeklies at 40 cents, only a 20% gain. So I could hold the ones with more time at 75% gain. So do you guys see that? Because that play was a dud from the moment we bought it. So to walk away with a gain, and then because remember I averaged down on it. So now the average down is up 75%. I take the original one at a smaller gain because we got clapped, and then that's it. So then we could hold it even into earnings and do a little bit better. UK considers blocking NVIDIA's takeover interest. UK NVIDIA news. UK NVIDIA news coming out. That's breaking. We already have those NVIDIA plays, but that's coming out from the UK. Damn, I'm getting this other stream alert out. We already have a play on there. So, again, I think our old NVIDIA plays from earlier this week might come up. Remember, we got that coming into the weekend, but NVIDIA's dropping off that UK news. Yeah, I'm still down 40% on those contracts because those are weeklies. So, if it picks up. Remember, we got NVIDIA and Win at the same time. Let's see. What are they blocking? On your real estate exam. Let's pass. Let's go, Carlo. And Tejas. Ugh. Horn. Oh, we love it. Where's the horn? Give me the horn. Amen. Amen. We love it. Congrats, baby. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Where's the horn? I found the horn. I found the horn. So NVIDIA's dropping. Those weeklies are now down 27. Remember, we got these earlier this week. Now they're down 15%. The other ones are still down 40%. So watch as this plays out here. Because if the market starts slipping again, that's negative news from China and the UK regarding EU. UK could still approve the deal with certain conditions. U.S. likely to conduct deeper review into NVIDIA ARM deal. So it's kind of bouncing off that one. We'll see. Again, that's kind of like the China news that reacted. People are like, oh, it's bad, and then it bounced. So we'll see as this holds up or not. Yeah, Hood is still up there. Yeah, a lot of headlines are coming out about Como. It's hitting everything. That wrecked my premium. Yeah, even calls and puts are both down on that. Amazon. There's RL. RL, we only got 4% on that? Come on. AMD. Corsair on the high. That bounced. SPY almost green. I never congratulated you on your first home close. Thanks to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I was not aware. I may have missed it. But as everybody who has done it, and you know how I feel towards it, I can give you your congratulations. Whether you get a congrats from me or not, I hope you know intrinsically you've made a good decision for your financial future, baby. So chest to the sun, take some pride in it. We love it. We love it. The Pentagon news, I haven't got any update on that. Microsoft adjusted plans consultation with health data experts. Is there Microsoft health news coming out right now? So our proof of vaccination for all employees. Wait to buy Uber. You can sell the cover calls. NVIDIA coming back down again. Even the SPY just hanging out at VWAP. I mean, you guys, though, you got 10 minutes, 13 minutes until 13 minutes until the euro close. It's going to get interesting. Snap's on the low right now. Whose account got locked after selling the Hood IPO? I don't know. Did anybody do it as a? Did anybody flip who bought it on the original IPO? So we flipped it, but we bought the IPO, but we did not do it through Robinhood. So that's why we were able to sell out. Your homie did. I did. My account is fine. Your account doesn't get locked. I sold, not locked. So there you go. So again, I think they said you may get locked, but it's not even going to lock your account. It would only prevent you from purchasing another IPO. So SPY's coming down now below VWAP. We're getting some news here. You got some government news, Como. Then Microsoft just made a statement there. They had two different types of news. And then NVIDIA and the UK arms deal and euro close is about 12 minutes away. I didn't sell the whole position. I made my Robinhood free. So we sold a portion of the shares. We have 30 free shares left. We bought $5,300 worth, 150 shares when we first got it. Then we sold out 120 shares today at 43, and then we kept 30 shares for free. So SPY below VWAP. Watch if we come below 437 here. This is kind of where it started to slip again, and that's like slightly above VWAP. Threatening their users. That's the standard for any IPO. So if you've ever participated in any IPO in that fashion, they usually do give you some sort of guidelines to not sell them for the retail market. Back in the day, there was a company. I think they still exist. I know the owner. It was called like Loyal 3. They used to do it like that. GE on the high. GE at 100. Wilhelmina came back. Even TLT came back a little bit. You could see the inverse on the SPY. That's what we got to watch out for here. And again, we had a couple of other plays. I sold out of the wins that we averaged down on, but we still have one more set. And then we made the RL play. AMD getting some steam there, though. AMD holding up nice. Very surprised. Intel is at break even. J&J today had some movement. Facebook, Twitter down 1. Mortgage debt leads to growth. Rises $282 billion to $10.4 trillion by end of June. Square is trash. Square is trash. Square has been killing it. This guy's crazy. Crazy. Square. You get one bad day on Square. We're like, screw this little piece. Apple and Microsoft pretty much on par. Microsoft's red. DPZ selling off. Microsoft, they did like, they just announced some vaccine stuff. Then there was another health headline I got, but I didn't really understand it. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, some people are saying the latest results from giant Alibaba are unlikely to shift the trend as investors' concerns triggered by government moves keep deepening. This time overseas, uneasy about the so-called spiritual opium. That is the direct quote from today. The spiritual opium. That's again China. China made this statement today, and then Tencent went and pulled some of their games, and they started limiting their features, and then China pulled back the comment. So that's what happened. So you got China escalation today, but it happened a little bit differently than kind of the last ones. So this morning they said, okay, the government of China released a statement saying that the video game companies are spiritual opium. It's hurting society, yabba dabba dooba. And then right when that came out from the government, Tencent right away went and removed certain video game features for under 12 years old and started changing what they're offering. And then after Tencent did that immediately, the government pulled the statement. So that's that's why some people are worried about today, because it was an escalation. There was an immediate resolution, and then it got pulled, but they put the phrase out there, and that's what people are worried now when looking at the next industry that China may go after. They're saying, it's the direct quote is spiritual opium is what they're calling it. I'm like, y'all should have just listened to PHILO shit. You know what I'm saying? But nah. Smith & Wesson pop. SWBI. You got a green candle right there. Mertzco. It's a pretty interesting day so far. United Steel on the high. Let me even see Baba. I don't know what the news is on Smith & Wesson. Banks have so much cash. I know. Give us a loan. I want houses. Hood, is it still going? Oh, Hood, 44.67. What a glorious sight. New core high of the day. It's been interesting that people hating on Robinhood, ironically making money off Robinhood. Nah, Robinhood is like Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? You got like half the people who hate it, half the people who love it, and then there's like a big portion of the secret people in between who like don't really care for it, but they're like, you know what I'm saying? So Robinhood is I don't know. Robinhood is really very Trump-esque, I think, in public perception in the battle of it all. So, I think it'll be volatile, to say the least. That's why I'm gonna make my shares free. I'll stay neutral, you know what I'm saying, and then I'll just ride the wave. Robinhood about to hit 45. 45. SPY below VWAP right now. Nvidia sliding still. AMD holding up. High ticker getting active. Both sides now is doing what it did earlier today. Nvidia is dropping. Premiums are up on Nvidia now. Both those Nvidia plays were down this week. They've came back up. So you got 35% on the average down, 10% on the other one, 50% now on the average. Yeah, that Nvidia news is starting to hit. Again, I thought it would hold up a little bit better, honestly, after the first run-up, but you could even see it in the premiums. AMD's eating everybody's lunch. Today's what, Tuesday? Uber's still sliding. I didn't look at that. I looked at that like an hour ago. Damn, 41, 4% leading into earnings. Dude, back from the earnings level, I think we're in at 36, so that's why it's crazy because we're still up on our position on the long term. But if that comes down here, that could be decent. What is making your shares free, and where do you think Hood will bottom out? I have no idea about Hood bottoming out as far as making it free. This is what we went over a couple times today. So if you were here for the IPO, we used the criteria. I spent about $5,300 for the shares. I mean, we could do the exact math. So you can see here, I bought 150 shares, 3,533 plus 1819. That equals 5352. That's how much I spent on IPO day to purchase 150 shares of Robinhood. So today, as it went up to $43, $44, I sold out 120 shares. I bought 150, and then I sold out 120 for 5258. So 5258. I pretty much spent $94 is the amount of cash that has left my account. So if you think about it, I had $5,000. I spent it, but then I got it back. And then I only spent $94, but now I still own 30 shares, and that's what we mean by making it free. I got my initial investment back, and that's it. And then DaBaby will no longer be performing at Austin City Limits Music Festival. Another Elon. I've got to launch the effing rocket. Elon Musk fits of rage against employees documented in new book about Tesla. The top is in. You got the baby news. You got the baby news. How are they going to do that to the baby? Top Wall Street bet stocks: Robinhood, Corsair, Tesla, AMD, Square, AMC, Clove, Amazon, Sophie, Wish, Baba, GME, Palantir, Nikolai, Apple, Pfizer, QQQ, Nvidia, UVXY, ATVI, Facebook, Upstart, CLF, and PayPal. My platform TOS is not letting you buy single shares. Must be 100 at least. I don't think it should be like that. It's a little unusual. Let me see. Uber. I don't know. I want to sell a put on Uber. I want to short the puts on Uber. Just so I could, for the long term even. I'm considering it. I'm very, very considering it. Does the terminal have a toilet paper indicator? Are people rushing? I think you just go to Costco for that and see. I haven't seen a run on toilet paper in a long time, honestly. I've only seen it once in my life, but, you know, I'm not seeing the same strategy there. European close right now. So let's see. Watch the bonds. Kind of watch everything else here. Whatever we do from here could be key. Wins at the bottom. Baba wants to come down. Amazon's making a little bit of a move up. NASDAQ down almost slightly under 0.5%, but Dow Jones is up 0.3, S&P at 0.10. Architect still down. UFC is clapped. AMC is clapped. Square selling off now. Oh, Square. AMD towards the highs. Back to one. I don't know how AMD is still rocketing like that. Yeah, AMD's about to hit a new high. These shutdowns from certain states. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, if anything, like I always said, the timing. If you were going to see anything like that, it would have to develop. I mean, you're already seeing the New York news today. That's a development, but you can kind of see the direction in which it's shifting. Yeah, Amazon has a small bounce there. That's looking good. Getting some steam. AMD, another 52-week high. NVIDIA is still hanging out towards the bottom. That Wilhelmina is still up. I'm going to keep NVIDIA up here. I want to see if NVIDIA starts to slip. Should we buy the dip? You should make sure you're subscribed because we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. And you should drop your thumbs up on the video. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But what you really should do now is get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. We've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything, but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Bang, 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 blank. Bang, 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 blank. Oh, feels good. Feels good. Feels great. Wow, we love it. Next, I need you to drop your shoulders. Relax your shoulders. Fix the nerd neck. Tuck the hips in, flex the core, pull the shoulders back. Look at that. Boom. Boom. You look good. You look good. You look tall right now with your shoulders back. You look amazing. It's good. Oh, my gosh. I'm proud of you. Wow. That's amazing. But legs in front of you, please. You should not be wrapping your legs around your computer chair, or you should not be, you should not be sitting crisscross applesauce in your computer chair. That's really weird. Okay, man? I'm just looking out for you. I want you to have good social opportunities. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to be like this really educated, smart trader, and then you're just missing out on the rest of life. You know what I'm saying? So fix that posture. It's good for you. Okay? Then relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh. Beautiful. Beautiful. Stop calling you. I'm just looking out for you, G-Man. It's all good. It's all love. Don't even, we just want to look out for you. If you guys do your push-ups, that's great. It's good for your body. A lot of people stand by it. A lot of lives changed. A lot of lives changed with this simple 1 hour a day procedure. That's all. Well, you'd be surprised what a little bit could do. What a little bit could do. Don't get me started. You see a little bit. Look at it. It was only 5 minutes. SPY's already back up to a high. Already making a move. Already making a move. We're getting a lot. SPY's actually doing really good from the Euro close. Small steps make the biggest impact. SPY is about to hit a high for the day here. NASDAQ is still red. Let's see. Stock market's down. How the bank stocks react. It really depends. And right now, with all the volatility in bonds, I think you're getting a lot of different effects there. The real yields and what it's going on with currency and all that. If anything, a lot of people are looking towards the policy for the banks right now and then how some of the global situations are going to play out. But I'm sure in the next few months here, we will really get a good answer on the banks. I'm still resistancing. See? Look at that. You get a nice workout while watching the market. It's beautiful. Just once every hour. I'm still holding Wilhelmina, yeah. Amazon coming back down again. Does your jar of oregano date back to the disco era? Americans confront their spice hoarding habits. So, people have dried onions that go back at least 10 years. Yeah, I guess apparently a lot of Americans hoard their spices. I guess that makes sense. You said like K2? No, like oregano baking spices. He's like, yo, you still got that K2 spice? Let me get some, man. Let me get some. Long term hit 5,000. 2 free shares of HUD, baby. Congrats. It's a good milestone. Kramer was talking about gold. How do I feel? I think gold is your canary in the coal mine in the sense that it hasn't moved so much that if we do enter another period of heightened fear, I think gold will actually pop off. And if it does pop off and you see a real rush to gold, I think that will highlight the safe haven. Up until then, it's just there. LUF moving. Uber Eats. But Uber is down for, somebody says Uber just down because of the hedge fund selling. I think that's part of it. And then just getting, the whole reopening trade and some of the, the vaccine stuff probably isn't going to help. I mean, that New York news, the New York news has a big effect. It's affecting gyms and all that because it's implicitly, it's implying that a lot of people, or at least 20-30% of people, assuming 30% of Americans or 70% of Americans have all gotten one shot, it is assuming that you're going to get a little bit more of slowdown of demand if certain people cannot participate in society. I don't know if that's the term, but it could affect demand more or less. That's why gyms are down, and Uber would make some sense, not to mention kind of how it's played leading into this earnings and their exposure to Didi. But SPY's back up to the top here. SPY's green. NASDAQ's only down 1/3% now. AMD making another move. Oh, AMD, you don't stop, huh? This is a wild move on AMD. It's eating NVIDIA's lunch. Those NVIDIA's came back down. Womp, womp, womp. AMD, it's done this in the past off of one of the big earnings. It's just so continuous. That's the surprising factor about it. Uber everywhere. Surprised Square didn't go up. SPY making another move. AMD moving similar to NVIDIA on the run up before the split. I could see that. And even just AMD's last run up, the first 80 run, I think. Yeah, when it first hit 80, then it went to like 95. So you had a big consecutive run. So you're getting there in hundreds of key level. Docs Chicle on the low. Yeah, FLGT on the high. Some of you call that Under Armour on the high from earlier. Docs already down 5. Yeah, Under Armour's still up 7. That's some of the retail plays. Surprised RL didn't follow with it. BMW China sales up 42% in first half of 2021. Spot drop. Bears getting busted. I mean, you're making a push towards all-time highs again? It's a pretty big rally, at least in the Dow, is holding up very, very nice. Ford's getting some steam now. There you go, buddy. I like the Ford. I wish Ford was able to do a lot more damage. Hood is still up there. SPY getting more volume and breaking out here from the top. You're now kind of continuing the green. It's only up 1/3%, but you can see where it's putting us. It's putting us towards the lower end of the range yesterday, which is kind of unique, or it's interesting because it's, you're seeing the strength, but strength is we had to fight to get back up to our weakest point of yesterday. So let's see. We already went over the market wrap a little bit. Apple, NASDAQ, 0.10 from green. Yeah, about 0.15. That's what I'm seeing on mine. Oh, the Como probe. EA was down off their report. Turkey said to cancel feed barley tender after previously provisionally warning 515,000 tons. SPY ripping back-to-back candles now. You're going up. You are going up very, very good here. Let's see. NVIDIA didn't bounce off that. AMD still up. Let's see. Where's Amazon? Apple's making a move. All you need is Amazon. Amazon goes green. That's going to save the NASDAQ. Pinterest green. Ford above 14.
Speak a little bit more about what that conversation, that 11-hour conversation was like the other week.
They're having the Como argument. That's the Como press conference. They're snitching on him. We will get a security SEC Gensler. NASDAQ green. Oh shit, it's about to be. Yo, that was a monster move. So again, take notice. It's been what, 15 minutes? So this is the reversed effect from yesterday, literally right at European close. This is European close right here. Very interesting. Right now, it's probably just Euro close. Again, I'd watch the bonds here, but we didn't get any other. You didn't get any other news. Again, how today was. People are a little bit worried about oil, the virus, all of that. What was it? You had the earnings, but then the China stuff in the morning wasn't too good. You had the New York mandate, which was a little worrisome. Then the China stuff, but then Europe did good again. But right as we closed there, we were able to ride it out, and the bonds have chilled out, so it's pretty good so far. Again, it looks like a really big move, but you see it's put in. Actually, that was quick. We went from the low range to now kind of getting back up to where we were yesterday. So I'm sure we will see how this one plays out. Damn, those NVIDIAs dropped quick. What? Those NVIDIAs went positive to negative real quick off that drop. Damn. I thought we'd have a little bit more time. Tesla. NVIDIA says they continue to work through the regulatory process. AMD almost at 112. Amazon tapped green. Tesla's still red. Down 30. Went down 50. That was real quick. That's a weekly for you. Tuesday. Yeah, nothing about Tesla today. But Tesla was leading last coming days. Already made the new play. Ghetto spread next. Yes, I think I'm still holding. I didn't sell those out fast enough. Where is it? Why can't I find it? Okay, I give up. Where is the new chord? I was like, what's going on? Oh, yeah, mine are down 33. TSM popping. SPY might top out there. NVIDIA getting some steam. Amazon really just rocketed there. The rally, I mean, it's coming. I mean, we saw it yesterday, European close. There wasn't any real catalyst or news, but at European close, it was able to free some stuff up here. We were able to move pretty decently. So now the market's still going. IBB, biotech's on the high. Take a note of that. Tech rally partially. Again, tech was the lagger. I mean, Dow and S&P are up 0.5% right now, as the NASDAQ is barely closing green or hitting green right now. While European close caused things to change, because different markets, I mean, we're linked closely. They're even buying our bonds and other stuff like that. So once their markets close, it brings more majority focus back to the United States. And now our stocks could respond to static data instead of moving data. If you really think about it, while our stock market is trading and open, while other markets are trading, the valuations overseas and what's going on, and it's all changing in real time, and it has an effect. So then once the euro close happens, it's stopping certain flows, stopping things from moving, and then it allows the focus to kind of fall back on the United States or whatever market if you wanted to make a different comparison. Foreign tourism to Spain surges 50%? 75? Damn, son. Where'd you find this one? Alliant buys benefit concepts. What company is this? BCI? No, that's not it. Interesting. Spain has the best MF coffee. Yeah, again, that article today, that caused a little bit of worry here. But it said, in first, New York City to require proof of COVID vaccine for indoor dining, fitness, and entertainment facilities. Amazon ripping, Coupang on the high. Amazon's positive now, so there you see NASDAQ is up. It's not up as much. It was a long battle, but it's there. Datadog on high. Square not trash. Are you happy with Square now? It's good, I hope. Datadog, 115. 115, very good, man. I don't own any Costco shares. BNTX pop. Yeah, BioNTech. Ding. You're in a cult. What? Snap, you were doing so good today, buddy. Oh, Uber's doing bad. Walgreens up. Altria's up. AT&T. We got 2 shares on the drip. 2.2. That's awesome. That's fire. You know what I'm saying? So last drip, we got 2 shares. And now, since we are still compounding, we're getting what? 20% more? 10% more shares from the drip? Everything popped. It was at European close. It was just like yesterday. Yesterday was reverse of this. So look at right here, 11:30 a.m. That's when Europe closes. What do you notice happened yesterday? You literally have the exact flip-flop of what you just saw. So look at right here, 11:30, you just start rocketing up. Yesterday, 11:30, you start rocketing down. There's European earnings, there's American earnings, there's all of it. So it's all the data and balance. And I just explained why other countries are there. I mean, we could keep talking about this every 5 minutes when someone asks for it, but I would either go back in the video if you had the DVR on, or I'll talk about it on the watch list. But the euro close has a lot of it's just less factors affecting our markets, and there's less, it's just more focus on the United States or whatever markets. The same thing overseas. You have to think about it. The Euro markets are, until our markets open, they have their own different effect. And then you factor in the bonds and everything else too. About Dropbox, they've been holding up very, very good, actually. I'm actually been surprised by them. Robinhood is up. Yeah, my credit spreads are in the money. I'm going to have to roll those over by August 20th. I mean, if you saw this SPY credit spread, you guys remember that one last week. Those ones were in the money too, and then we still walked away with a 30% gain. So, we like to push it to the wall. That's the beauty of the credit spreads. I mean, my gain is always going to be capped, or exactly where you lose. So if I'm losing now, I'm already losing. So the idea is I could roll over around there, or if it falls out, we'll be good. Yeah, the Pentagon news was from earlier. Macau aims to finish citywide testing in 3 days. And they're going to start citywide testing. So Macau wants to test the whole city, and they aim to do it in 3 days. Oh, that's related to Win, man. See, that's what I'm saying right there. I don't know if Win is going to react to that news, but that just came across the wire right now. Big range. Is it time to buy China stocks? That is totally up to you at this point. Like Kathy Woods, she made a complete 180. She's not touching any of them. Ray Dalio yesterday said that China stocks are a great buy. He was saying that, don't get distracted with it. So it's totally, it's up to you. It's 100% up to you. But I'm personally, I'm staying away from them. And that's why we even playing, like plays like Win could give you exposure to it. Yeah, Dalio's a smart guy. Again, everybody is just going to argue back and forth. The question is, are you afraid of regulatory pressure? In that or not, or that's it. Do you think it's done or not? That's it. So it's really, high risk, high reward. If you're right, you will get rewarded. You buy the blood, you buy the dip. If not, you've seen the you should be a little bit more familiar with the risks with China right now at this point. At the very least, watching this play out, you should have the opportunity to understand where it's going there. So anybody buying a China stock right now, you should have full disclosure to the point where you can kind of expect what to get out of it. Yeah, Eli Lilly's still going up 5%. That was a big earnings move today. Experience this with China? No, I've never seen. Nobody has. This again, even most seasoned China traders and watchers of China, they've not seen this sort of regulatory push by the government. Not in a while. Just not in a developed market. How they've been over the years and the extent to what they're doing and how they're doing it. You haven't, because China's never had companies this big. They've never been like this. Trade wars, or this is really different. You've low key saw more China aggression and escalation on U.S. financial markets than any time during the trade war, in my opinion. I think it's even then. I think you could even take a look at it. You know, and you've had more probable actions than during the height of the trade war, where they didn't do anything like that. SPY making another move. Micron going. China will cut the rates. We'll probably find out in the next coming weeks, probably around the time we hear from Powell, and we'll hear even maybe Jackson Hole too. Micron has ripped. They're up 3% now. They're making the second push. Myrna on the high as well. SPY making another high, up 0.5%. We're going towards the highs. We're still below 440. Dow Jones up 0.5%. S&P up 0.5%. Now NASDAQ up under 0.25%. Amazon, look at that. It just saved itself. Micron still going. Amazon, Skyworks on the high as well too. Ivorian president in isolation after contact with COVID-19 case. Yeah, Microsoft to require vaccinations to enter U.S. buildings. So, well, this is what I mean, do you remember me saying this at the big, was it last week? I think it was last weekend. I mean, you're watching it come to life now. You remember there was a push for the private companies to start to make this happen. You know, that's where the government was asking the private companies to start doing this, and that's pretty much what you're getting here, because then that way it allows a certain, you know, they could it's different when a private company does it versus not. So the New York thing is different than that, but you're starting to watch it come to life. But it might be overall the market. I'm looking at this from a market perspective. The market may take it positively, even though you're seeing some stocks get hit by it. It could lead to, you know, again, Jerome Powell likes the vaccination rates, the economy, you know, the reopening trade. So it's going to have an interesting push-pull effect here, I think. U.S. President Biden tweets, Americans shouldn't be losing hours of their life stuck in traffic because the streets are crumbling or waiting for slow, spotty internet to connect them to the world. We can do better. We got to pass this bipartisan infrastructure deal. That's okay. It's better than, I mean, I don't know. I'll just never forget the ASAP, get ASAP home ASAP. It's been a rocky road. Get ASAP home ASAP. Fire Eye Pop. Yeah, Fire Eye making a move. It's a small cheek lay for now. Let me check news, see if there's anything on it. Apex merges software firms in net $2 billion deal. Is that LN, Vista? I think there's some sort of deal with them in LN. I'm not too sure. Is anyone familiar on that? No, they're not. No, that's London. No, they're not. It's not public, but I think they do a private equity deal. What made things turn up? I want to answer the question, but it's going to lead to another question. So I I mean, stonks could be the answer. Just fake market would be the simple answer without me explaining it. The correct answer is European close and the broader effects, and we can maybe turn this to an economic lesson, or I'll make a video on it. But that's about it. Def stonks. That's why stonks only go up. Microsoft on the high now. AMD still high. Ralphie Lauren. Good morning, Mr. Yap. Are they still painting streets white in Cali? I've never seen a white street. They're doing that to combat climate change. I think it would be less hotter. That would make some sense. NVIDIA about to go green. That was, damn. We just got robbed. We had those plays come back to life. Oh, yeah, they were already green. I thought it was about to go like green. How long did it take to build your discipline and rules? Probably like 15 years, and even to this day, I don't always stay disciplined, and I could break some rules. So just a continuing learning process all the time. Time in the market, you'll see what will happen. Eventually, you'll learn. You learn, you get into it, then the market will throw something new at you. It's great. Ooh, this one's a good article. I quit a 9-to-5 grind to become a shepherdess and live in a van. What's a shepherdess? A sheep herder? Yeah, that's an article. A sheep herder. Yeah, lady shepherd. Shepherd. Is that like a German shepherd? No, okay. Activision head J. Allen Brack faces gender bias lawsuit. What's up, Raymond? What's up with Valander? I haven't looked at that in a while. Ever since the CEO, we got clapped on that one. Down to 7, so down like 20% on this one. I think they have earnings coming up soon. But I'm still holding those ones, but we're down a decent amount on that. Apple going straight up. Apple's leading the way now. Watch for Amazon and the big techs to kind of do their thing. Want to show love to saving money, investing, and becoming sheep herders. Amen. Are we sheep herders now? Okay. No. Horn! Oscar! Always showing the love, baby. Hopefully the long-term kick in. Hopefully you waiting. How many people have used their long-term deposit already this month? Is anybody still holding out? Or who has already used it? That is the key. Who has used it? Me, not yet. UWMC picked up Snap. I'm waiting. It's used, still waiting. I did, still holding out. I'm holding. I used mine, holding. Me for NVIDIA, I'm waiting. You bought Uber yesterday. Still scheming. They don't want to see me. Holding. Half and half. I like a half and half. Shepherd. Pinterest. I like Pinterest. I passed my first milestone. Holding 3 times deposit. Ooh. Didn't use that, but I have margin. Now I don't. Added to Uber. Picked up more BP. YOLO'd all lottos. Used to pay down margin. Holding every time. Nothing looks very attractive to me. What's next on the long term? I'm ready. I'm waiting. I'm still hunting. may taper earlier than why are bonds continuing to rise. Shouldn't it be the opposite? It should. Most bond estimates, people are expecting the yields to come to like most analysts, economists are expecting by the end of the year, the bond yields should be at around like 1.8. They're at like 1.16 right now or something like that. So it's going to be interesting, but I think it's just highlighting some of the overseas stuff. There's just a lot of other things going on, but the bond market hasn't really been quite demystified yet. There's a lot of shorting. There's a lot of auto shorting, everything else. There needs to be covers. There's the European demand. There's the taper talk. So there's a lot of pressure on it. And then now with all the other markets and other commodities and prices. Paid off both cars. My wife and mine never done that. That's a milestone for me. This means extra investing money. Amen. That is. That's just more straight cash flow to the pockets. Lowered all expenses. Infrastructure deal affecting UMC shouldn't have too much of an effect. I think the mortgage forbearance stuff, or what they're doing with the eviction moratorium, that'll probably create a bigger effect for them. Auto shorting. So it's just like the algorithms. So there's a lot of algorithms even with the bonds. So every time the bonds go up through a level, anytime there's momentum, there's going to be, activity. But now too, as the bond yields start to drop, it could lead to automatic covering if people have certain limits in place. So there's still a lot of people have talked about the computer generated demand on bonds and how that's also factoring into the equation that we have now. I think the Pentagon's still on lockdown. OCGN. Pop. Myrna is still on the high. 5%. Damn, Myrna. Pfizer actually rallied. UKM2 incident upgraded a potential hijack on what? Oscar stay showing love. Oscar stay showing out. Hit you like De La Hoya if you run in your mouth. God loves you. Always good in bad time. Your time is coming. Oscar Galias. Oh, tell him how you running. Hard. Let's go, baby. Shout out the Oscars. Shout out. This isn't an Oscar, but shout out the Oscars. We had the co-Oscars, baby. Love to see it. Love to see it. UK Marine trade operations incident in the UAE has been upgraded to a potential hijack. What does that mean? What's been hijacked? The hell? On the cyber attack, man, I've not looked at that one. Not looked at that scene. Remember that though? That was weird. Did you guys forget about that last week? Or when was that? 3 weeks ago? Remember that weird cyber shutdown with what was it? With Oracle and ACOM or whatever? Van Eck Gold Miners ETF option alert. Call sweep on some gold plays. 53 UMC for the long term. Ooh. BP stock is up 6. They did dividends and buybacks. Again, that to do with the euro close as well. Win is still at the bottom. Then NVIDIA cucked us. RL towards the highs. AMD still going towards 112. Internet outage message. Remember that was a couple days ago. The Akami. That was a couple weeks ago. You only collect individual companies or you buy ETFs? I primarily just do individual companies. I'm not a fan of the ETFs for the long term. I'd rather, build it out. I don't need that much diversification, but I'm not opposed to them. I wouldn't, in the long run of the long term, I wouldn't, as we start to build up stuff that we already have and really like, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to moving it or to getting some of that. Walmart being ignored. What are they up still? They were kind of all over the place. Yeah, no. They were in the morning. That's why they came up, came down a little bit. But the fact they're holding up's good. But the premiums are not holding the same. Pins. What is GoTo? It's a Chinese platform. I don't know. GoTo might be educational. Education. AMD 112. So let's see how we're getting squashed on that one. Down 150% now. I'm down $730 on that AMD credit spread. So that was to make $500 in credit. Now we're down $720 total. So we're going to have to ride this one out. I now have over 300 UMC shares. You could tell me to stop. I ain't gonna. Woo! Well, welcome to a world of dividends and frustration. You will be good. You will be good. I'm excited. One day we'll bask in its true glory. Till then, it's like, if you can't handle me at your worst, you don't deserve me at my highs. Okay, if you can't handle me on the dip, you don't get me on the highs. There. That's what UWMC posted on his story. Watch. The minute you sell UMC, you're going to start posting on his Instagram. UWMC is going to be out in Tulum. You're going to be like, what? When they get mortgages out there? That's crazy. Just watch. SEC will take authorities as far as they could go in regulating cryptocurrencies, Chairman Gensler says. Great. Sounds exciting. I didn't know he's up. It says the event starts at 12:30. So it starts in 4 minutes. The Aspen Security Forum. Amazon, Pop, Coin. Oh, Coin. Is this off of Gensler? Coin is making a move. That's a decent one. No, it doesn't look like there's anything. Oh, damn. The Ethereum EIP is, that's on Thursday? Ethereum Improvement Protocol 1559. The network update is, wow, that's on Thursday? It's not 2.0, but yeah, the EIP, that's huge, actually. Tomorrow. What's today? Tuesday? I thought it's on Thursday. That's what article just came out. That's what it says. It's going to allow it where they're going to burn the coins, and like people are saying it increase demand and all that. It's actually quite interesting. I'm trying to see. YouTube is launching a fund for shorts like TikTok or like Snapchat. SEC Gensler made another comment towards Congress and what they need to do. What time is it? 19.
Investors' money over here.
Well, and this is why U.S. invest.
They already have shorts. What do you mean? No, like they're doing a fund for it. So they're going to sell, so they're going to start paying people for it. SPY coming down, but look at the VWAP. That was a big move. VWAP barely kind of moved up there. It's going to be interesting towards the end of the day.
At Goldman Sachs. We're very, very grateful to you, Gary, for being with us today. And to moderate the discussion,
so watch.
one of the
this is gonna be.
Journalists.
I think it's gonna be actually pretty interesting.
Cryptocurrencies, this very new space. It's Paul Vigna, a reporter at the Wall Street Journal. He's written 3 books, including one called The Age of Cryptocurrency. Another one called
This is the SEC
Machine,
chair. It's not her, but he's going to come on here.
Documentaries, and I couldn't think of a better person. So thank you very much, and I'll let the two of you take it away. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Anya. I look forward to the discussion with Paul, and thank you, Nick, and others who invited me here to speak at the Aspen Security Forum. Now, as is customary, I should note that these views are my own, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the commission or the SEC staff. All right, I got that out of the way. So some might wonder, what does the SEC have to do with crypto? And further, why, as Anya just pointed out, did an organization like the Aspen Security Forum ask me to speak at at all about crypto's intersection with national security. Let me start at the beginning. Many of you might know it who are listening, but it was Halloween night in 2008, in the middle of the financial crisis, when Satoshi Nakamoto published an 8-page paper on a cypherpunk mailing list. I don't mispronounce it, cypherpunk mailing list that had been around and run by cryptographers since 1992. A little off the grid, a little libertarian, cypherpunk mailing list. Now, Nakamoto, we still don't know who she, he, or they were. If at the end of this talk, Paul wants to tell us, I'm looking forward to knowing who Paul thinks Nakamoto was, wrote, I've been working on a new electronic cash system that's fully peer-to-peer with no trusted third party. You see, at the core, Nakamoto was talking about some form of private money that didn't have central intermediaries. But Nakamoto had solved 2 riddles that had dogged these cryptographers and other technology experts for a couple of decades, since the dawn of the internet. First was how to move something of value on the internet without a central intermediary. And that's where it can fit into national security, how to move something of value on the internet without a central intermediary. And relatedly, how to prevent what's called double spending of that valuable digital token. So subsequently, her innovation or his innovation spurred the development of crypto assets and what's called the underlying blockchain technology. About a dozen years later, where are we? Well, the crypto asset class has ballooned. As of yesterday, about $1.6 trillion of value. Of course, it goes up, it goes down. Over 75 tokens worth at least $1 billion each, 1,600 worth at least $1 million of market capitalization. And while that 1.6 trillion is relatively small compared to the US capital markets of nearly $100 trillion, it's still significant. And of course, it's larger than the capital markets of many jurisdictions that this security forum would discuss. And before starting at the SEC, I was honored, as Anya said, teaching about the intersection of finance and technology at MIT. This included courses in these various topics. And in that work, I came to believe that though there was a lot of hype masquerading as reality in the crypto field, Nakamoto's innovation is real. And some in the public sector would say, well, no, almost like wishing it away. I really do think there's something real about the distributed ledger technology, moving value on the internet without a central intermediary. Further, it has been and could continue to be a catalyst for change in the fields of finance and money. At its core, Nakamoto was trying to create private form of money with no central intermediary. We've had a long history since antiquity of private monies competing with public money. So this is not necessarily new, but it was new how it was done and how it can live in a digital age. Now, let me say, we already live in an age of digital public monies. The dollar, euro, sterling, yen, and yes, yuan, all are digital. And if you had any doubt about that, it's obvious during the pandemic. I mean, who is actually using paper or coinage money in these days? So such public fiat monies fulfill the 3 functions of monies. Monetary economists have studied this for a long time. Store of value, unit of account, medium of exchange. Why do I raise that? Because my opinion is no single crypto asset, though, broadly fulfills all of the functions of money. Bitcoin has some of it, but not broadly fulfilling all 3. Primarily, crypto assets provide a digital, scarce vehicle for speculative investment. Thus, in a sense, one can say they are highly speculative stores of value. Buy Bitcoin, it goes up. Maybe I have something better for my future and my retirement, but it's not really being used as a unit of account. And we also haven't seen that crypto has been used much as a medium of exchange, except for what one large exception. To the extent that it is being used as a medium of exchange, it's usually often to skirt our laws with respect to anti-money laundering, sanctions, tax collection on the dark web, and yes, also it's enabled extortion via ransomware, as we had seen recently in Colonial Pipeline and elsewhere. You see, with the advent of the internet 40 years ago and the movement from physical paper money to digital money, we nations, states around the globe layered various public policy goals over our digital public money system. Sanctions regimes, anti-money laundering, tax compliance. We did that sort of in this digital public money area. And that's what, to some extent, people are using a medium of exchange in crypto. Now, as a policy matter, I'm technology neutral. I would say as a personal matter, I wouldn't have gone to MIT if I weren't interested in how technology can expand access to finance and contribute to economic growth. And I wouldn't have spent so much time around the digital currency initiative at MIT and my colleagues there if I didn't think there was something here that could be a catalyst for real change. But I am anything but public policy neutral. In my current role, as new technologies come along, we need to be sure that we're achieving our core public policy goals. And in finance, what's that about? Protecting investors and consumers, guarding against illicit activity, and ensuring financial stability. And that's where it fits into national security interests. But how does the SEC fit into it? And I'll close with some thoughts on the national security. But the SEC, well, we have a three-part mission for those who aren't familiar: protecting investors, facilitating capital formation, and then in between, maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient markets. Investors, capital formation, and then the markets in between. We focus on financial stability as well as part of that fair, orderly, and efficient markets. But at our core, it's about investor protection. And if you want to invest in a digital, scarce, speculative store of value, that's fine. Good faith actors, by the way, since antiquity have been speculating on the value of gold and silver. So that's been around for thousands of years. Right now, though, in this digital, scarce, speculative asset, Bitcoin and others, we just don't have enough investor protection. And frankly, at this time, it's more like the Wild West than some sort of protection against fraud and manipulation in the space. This asset class is rife with fraud, scams, and abuses in certain applications. There's a great deal of hype and spin about how crypto assets work, and in many cases, investors aren't able to get rigorous, balanced, complete information. It doesn't mean there aren't good faith actors, and there are many of them, but investors really aren't getting the information to judge the risk and understand the risk. And I fear that if we don't address the issues, I worry a lot of people will be hurt. Now, first, about the tokens themselves. Those tokens being offered, many of them are offered and sold as security. There's actually a lot of clarity on this front. So you see, in the 1930s, Congress established the definition of a security, but they included like 20 different items. You'll be familiar with some of them: stock, bonds, notes. But one of the items is called an investment contract. In the following decade, the Supreme Court took up what's the definition of this term: black letter law, investment contract. This case said an investment contract exists, and I'm going to quote for a moment: a person invests his money in a common enterprise and is led to expect profits solely from the efforts of the promoter of a third party. You might have heard of it. It's called the Howey test, related to an estate of William Howey that actually was about orange groves in Florida. And what do orange groves in Florida have to do with cryptocurrency? Well, the Supreme Court has upheld this test a number of times subsequently. And so further, there are other tests. There are many other determinations what comes under the federal securities law. Now, my predecessor, SEC Chairman Jay Clayton, I think, said it well in 2018 in congressional testimony. He said, to the extent that digital assets like, and I think he named Bitcoin, but he said, to the extent that digital assets like initial coin offerings or ICOs or securities, and then he goes, and I believe every ICO I have seen is a security, we have jurisdiction. Federal securities laws apply. I find myself agreeing with my predecessor, Chair Clayton. You see, generally, folks are buying these tokens in anticipation of profits. That's the core thing the Supreme Court said. And there's a small group of entrepreneurs and technologists standing up and nurturing the projects. Geez, anticipation of profits, small group of entrepreneurs standing up something. Our federal securities law says there's a need for some protection. And I believe we have crypto market now where many tokens may be unregistered without requiring the disclosures and the market oversight. This leaves prices open to manipulation. This leaves investors vulnerable. Now, over the years, the SEC has brought dozens of cases, many of them during my predecessor's time. I've only been here 3 months. And yet, having brought dozens of cases, we haven't lost a case. Having done all that, there are thousands of projects out there, thousands of tokens and so forth. I mentioned earlier, over 75 with $1 billion market value or more. There are also initiatives by a number of platforms, and I'm going to mention 3 types of platforms: trading platforms, lending platforms, and then there's a third type of platform called decentralized finance, which sometimes is doing one of the first 2 things. And there are many crypto tokens within these platforms priced off of the value of securities and operating in this space. And so I would have to say that with regard to these 3 types of platforms, the world of crypto finance now has these venues. I believe these platforms not only can implicate securities laws, but some platforms also can implicate commodities laws and the banking laws. Now, just thinking about a platform right now, many of them have 50, maybe 100 different cryptocurrencies, crypto tokens trading on them. And while each token's legal status depends on its own facts and circumstances, the probability is quite remote that with 50 plus tokens, that none of them are securities. It just sort of belies sort of the arithmetic that I've learned and how I learned to think about probabilities at MIT. You could have 50 or 100 tokens and none of them are securities. Moreover, unlike other trading markets where investors go through a broker or some other intermediary to access, let's say, the New York Stock Exchange or London Stock Exchange or even the Shanghai Stock Exchange, people can trade crypto trading directly. They can do it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and from around the globe. And for those thinking about national security, this is very much a 7-day-a-week, 24/7 market with Asia retail participating, with US retail, Latin America, African, European. It's a truly worldwide market. Further, while many overseas platforms state they don't allow US investors into their platform, there are allegations that some unregulated foreign exchange facilitate US investors tapping in through virtual private networks. Paul, your paper just ran a story on this in the last week. The American public is buying, selling, and lending crypto on trading, lending, and these DeFi platforms. And there's significant gaps in the investor protection. Now, make no mistake, to the extent that there's securities on the platforms under our laws, the platforms have to register unless they meet some exemption. Make no mistake, if it's a lending platform, it's offering securities, it also falls within SEC jurisdiction. Next, let me talk about stable value coins, which are crypto tokens pegged or linked to the value of some public money, fiat money. Many of you may have heard about Facebook's efforts to stand up a stable coin called Diem. It was formerly called Libra. And now, due to the global reach of Facebook's platform, this has gotten a lot of attention, as you know and imagine, from central bankers and regulators around the globe. It's not only due to the general policies concerning crypto that I've mentioned about investor protection and guarding against illicit activity, but it's also due to Diem's potential impact on monetary policy, banking policy, financial stability in jurisdictions around the globe. But maybe less well known to this audience is that we already have stable value coins. In fact, the universe right now, the 7 or 8 major ones, a little over $110 billion in value, including 4 large ones, some of which would have been around for 7 or so years. Now, you might say, why is that? Hadn't heard of that. Well, these stable coins are embedded in the trading and lending platforms and the DeFi platforms I just mentioned. You might say, why is that? Well, most of those platforms, the majority of what happens there is cryptocurrency to cryptocurrency. It's not US dollar versus Bitcoin. but it's something called a stable value coin, maybe US dollar tether, or US dollar USDC, which was started by a couple of companies here in the US. But it's a stable value coin versus Bitcoin. Wonder why that is. Now, in July, nearly 3/4 of the trading in all of crypto trading platforms occurred between a stable coin and some other crypto token. Thus, the use of stable coins have become just facilitating, embedded in the crypto ecosystem. And why might that be? Well, you see, these platforms may facilitate those seeking to sidestep a host of public policy goals. Sidestepping our traditional banking system, because you don't have to give them any bank account information. You're just going stable coin versus Bitcoin or another crypto. Potentially sidestepping any money laundering, tax compliance, sanctions, which ought to be of interest to this audience, and the like. So this all affects national security. Stable coins, well before any Facebook DM, are right now in the center of this marketplace. Further, these stable coins may be securities and investment companies. To the extent they are, we at the SEC will apply full investor protection under what's called the Investment Company Act and other laws on these products. And I look forward to my colleagues on the President's Working Group led by Secretary Yellen. We're doing a project, a report in this area. Next, I just want to mention something about investment vehicles. Investors may want exposure to this asset class, but not do it directly. Do it through some collective investment vehicle. We do it in the equity market, we do it in the bond markets. People might want it here. Well, there are some vehicles that already exist. There's one that's been around for about 8 years.
This is actually good. He could be hinting at the
also, there's a number
Bitcoin
of
ETF.
mutual funds that are investing in what's called Bitcoin futures on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, and that's overseeing the Bitcoin futures by our sibling agency, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. I anticipate there'll be filings with our agency with regard to exchange traded funds. We have some already, but I anticipate we'll have some new ones under what's called the Investment Company Act. And when combined with other federal laws, the 40 Act provides significant investor protections. And given these important protections, I look forward to seeing what staff says about these filings coming forward related to these regulated Bitcoin futures trading on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Let me say, we also have another little work stream at the SEC, but it's important. It's about custody of crypto assets, and the SEC put out to comment to the public to understand how best to ensure for custody protections, because this is an area where there's a lot of theft. Let me just say before I conclude, I'd like to note that we have taken and will continue to take our authorities as far as they can go. And certain rules related to crypto assets are well settled. For instance, the test to determine whether crypto asset is a security is clear. Now, some in the industry would say it's not clear enough, but I would say I agree with Jay Clayton. It's clear in this regard. There are some gaps in this space, though. I do think we need additional congressional authorities to prevent transactions, products, and platforms falling between regulatory cracks. I also think we need more resources. We could double or triple the number of people we have working on this at the SEC and still probably not fully cover this field. We stand ready to work with Congress, the administration, our fellow regulators around the globe, and partner up. We stand ready to hear from the entrepreneurs and technologists in the field as to what's working and what's not. But in my view, the legislative priority should be around these platforms, the trading, lending, decentralized finance. Regulators would benefit from additional authorities in this space. We can also attach things around sanctions and tax collection and tax compliance and anti-money laundering. So it's about all the policy suites right there. Now, right now, large parts of the field of crypto are sitting astride, not operating within regulatory frameworks that protect investors and consumers, guard against illicit activity, ensure for financial stability, and yes, protect national security. Standing astride isn't a sustainable place to be. Technologies for generations have come along. They might stand astride public policy for a while, but for those who want to encourage innovations in any field, but if you're encouraging in crypto, I'd like to note that financial innovations throughout history don't long thrive outside our public policy frameworks. And I would also note to some that are thinking of investing in this space, private monies also often fail. And one could study a little bit of history in the US. We had a lot of private monies during the wildcat banking era of the mid-19th century. But back to the heart of this. The heart of finance is trust. That ensures for our national security here, our financial security, but also around the globe. And at the heart of the trust in our financial sector and in markets is investor protection. If the field is going to continue or reach any of the potentials to be a catalyst for change, that whether it was Nakamoto's vision or any individual listener's vision, I think we better bring this into our public policy framework. So I thank you. I look forward to Paul's questions.
Great. Hi, Gary. Formally, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. It's good to see you again, by the way, Paul.
Yeah, you too. So I wanted to start off, I want to talk about all those things, but one thing I think is really interesting, you becoming SEC chair at this exact moment. It seems to me that the market world that you're inheriting from your position is really, even in the last couple of months, is very different from the market world that all of your predecessors inherited, going back almost a century of the SEC's existence. You have, I mean, the barriers to entry for most investors have become extremely low, if not zero. You have the internet making markets completely international. Information is flowing now as much on, Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube as it is through, I'm sorry to say, through the Wall Street Journal and the Economist and the FT. And, with crypto, with the crypto market, now the barriers to entry to creating entirely new asset classes are almost zero. I mean, a lot of this software is basically off the shelf. So how are you approaching your job differently, do you think, than other past SEC chairs? What sort of new tools do you need to develop at the SEC to get your arms around all this?
So, Paul, I think you raise a great question. Technology has come along in every generation, and I think my predecessors have addressed technological change in each generation. Arthur Levitt in the 1990s, who was the longest serving SEC chair, really had to deal with the dawn of the internet. And what did that mean? And trading platforms that didn't quite look like exchanges, but they're a little different. By the way, it was pre the SEC, but there were debates in the 1920s whether it even allow a telephone on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Real debates you can go back and look at. So I think what's happening now is, you're right, technology is rapidly advancing. The cost of communication has come down. In the crypto area, you can trade without a broker directly on a crypto platform. But even in our regular equity and bond markets, I've asked staff, how do we move forward as the United States? We have, I really do believe, the most efficient, the broadest capital markets, our debt and equity markets. But we can't take that for granted. It's a national heritage. And I asked staff, how can we update our equity market structure so that investors, regular working families, get a better deal, and we drive more efficiency? Investors do well, companies do well. Maybe the folks in the middle get a little less economic rent, but the others do really well. I think of the treasury markets. We've had some hiccups over the years in 2014 and 2019 and 2020. That's for another discussion, but the treasury market, $20 or so trillion market, it's really important to the US that market is as efficient and resilient as possible. The municipal bond market, the corporate bond market. So we have projects in every one of these trying to drive to what I would say more efficiency, more transparency, and yes, competition, which will make it more resilient. But I couldn't agree with you more. Technology is a little faster, and the lowering cost of communications. And as you mentioned, the global reach of the markets. I mean, we even last week were talking about companies related to China issuing in the US, and that global reach is part of this technology story.
Yeah, while we're on that topic, let's go there a little bit further. Securities and Exchange Commission is a United States federal agency. How do you deal? Crypto markets are global, as you pointed out. Most of these markets now have some international components to them. How do you, as a United States agency, deal with a market that is international, both the traditional markets and especially the crypto markets where, look, a lot of this, like you said, a lot of this is just to evade regulation, to evade laws. How far is your reach?
Well, it's a great question, but we have this in the treasury market and the equity market as well. The treasury market is a global market. Our US stocks are issued here, and we have to focus on the transparency and the protection against fraud manipulation in our equity markets. Similarly, whether it's Bitcoin or other crypto assets, if US investors are getting exposure or buying or selling these, then our remit is to ensure for investor protection. And if we do that well, I think that not only do investors benefit, but if this innovation has any chance of surviving into the late 2020s and 2030s, it can't stay astride the public policy. I mean, there's a lot of platforms that, again, probabilistically are trading or lending securities on those platforms. Come in, register, work with the SEC. If we need to, work with Congress to get the appropriate authorities and add to our authorities. But I think this idea that this market can, just because it's global, we shouldn't get involved, or just because it's new-ish. I mean, it's been around for 12 years. We shouldn't get involved. We still have core public policy goals. And to this audience, I mean, the core public policy goals of national security. I mean, crypto assets are being used for ransomware, for dark web applications. And so how do we sort of, frankly, rein that in, this new form of potential private money? It does not have the three attributes of money, but, for the use of ransomware, then it becomes a medium of exchange.
Since we're back on national security, in 2019, when you were at MIT, you took part in an interesting dramatization that looked at a possible national security crisis, where this is all hypothetical, folks, I'm not talking about anything real, where North Korea had been using China's digital renminbi to evade sanctions to finance its nuclear weapons program, and the United States just discovered this, and it was a big question about how do we.
I hope you realize, the audience, this was a hypothetical,
right.
A Harvard Kennedy School put together this. All right, just simulation.
Right. Let me stress, like I said, it was a hypothetical. This has not happened, but they were trying to show what could happen, and so within that, what are the sort of broad national security implications of? I mean, we're talking about private money, but China's that's public money. So from the viewpoint of United States agencies, from the vantage point of here, you can't prevent it, but how do you sort of keep it from overwhelming what the United States has built?
So these are great questions, and in fact, I was invited to speak today. One of the 4 invites came from Nick Burns, and Nick, I think, was part of that simulation, if I remember. Look, I would say this: we have had public monies, again, since antiquity, but we did something 30 to 40 some years ago where we layered over our public money system various national security imperatives, sanctions in Europe, the UN, the US, and the like. We also layered over various law enforcement initiatives. We could, because it went digital. Where I don't think we will or should back away from those public policy. Those are important to a couple hundred countries around the globe. It's not just the US. But now Satoshi's innovation, while a catalyst for change when we think about payment systems and when we think about good faith actors making payment systems more efficient. It's also sort of challenging, and it's being used to challenge those sanctions and law enforcement and guarding against illicit activity and tax compliance. And I think that's been a challenge in many nations. That simulation was about something different, though. That simulation was about something about nation states saying, in this digital age, how do we provide our currency, our sovereign fiat currency to the public? We used to do it with, coinage and paper. It's actually linen in the US, but paper money, and providing that to the public. Now that we live in a digital age, our digital money is commercial bank money. But nations around the globe are saying maybe to do something a little different. And I leave that to my colleagues at the Federal Reserve and Treasury and maybe in Congress to determine that. Our remit at the SEC is about investor protection in the markets. But you're right, there is these national debates going on about how that fiat money is potentially directly provided in a digital form to the public.
In your opening remarks, you had mentioned the word trust, and I think it's very interesting that's a word that Nakamoto used when he introduced Bitcoin also, in terms of saying that trust had often been betrayed by the existing system, and he wanted to find a way around that. And you look at what has emerged in the Bitcoin world, and like you said, a lot of it's like the Wild West. There are myriad betrayals of that trust. I get emails all the time from people who have been scammed, who have fished, how do you, it's interesting because now you're coming in as the SEC and you're saying, basically you're saying we're going to regulate trust. You're going to put in laws that will create, a framework in which people can trust each other. So, sort of ironic.
Well, here's the thing, Paul. Look, I am who I am. I truly believe the innovations of the 1930s helped economic growth in America. What Franklin Delano Roosevelt and that Congress, a series of Congresses put in place around our securities laws, lifted economic growth because the American public could have a greater trust in the market, and companies, good faith companies trying to raise money, could raise that money, and we'd have basic bargain. Investors can take risk, and investors fine, but disclose the material information to them and protecting them against fraud and manipulation. That's where we are. And that's where I am about Bitcoin in the crypto space. If somebody wants to invest, as they have in gold or silver, that might be a speculative play, but to layer over that investor protection. And I think that enhances economic activity, but also protects investors. We wouldn't have the use of automobiles today if we didn't have some basic bargain. If we had no traffic lights, no stop signs, no cop on the beat, do you think Detroit or later other cities, great cities in the South that have a lot of the automobile factories now in America, would they be producing as many cars if we didn't feel safe on the roads, or at least, within some margin of error, safe on the roads? So similarly, I deeply believe in markets, but I think as new technologies come along, we adjust, and we still have core public policy goals: investor protection, financial stability, guard against illicit activity, and yes, national security.
We're going to turn it over to Q&A, so I think I have basically one more question. I wanted to ask you, in your May congressional testimony, you had pointed out that, and you said it today too, that you could use more staff. And you have pressed Congress.
It's a bit of an understatement. Let me say, there's 1,500 tokens that purport to be over $1 million of value. There's dozens of platforms that say, come here, we'll lend us your crypto. I mean, you could go on site right now and find some that are touting 4% returns, 7% returns, 9% returns. I am not touting any of them. For those listening and investing public, but who's looking after the investors as to those? Are they good faith actors that are really there, or are they Ponzi schemes, or are they somewhere in the middle? And so, yes, we could definitely use more staff in this area.
Yeah. My question is, how effective can the SEC be given staffing issues and given all your other responsibilities? I mean, the crypto market's a 1.6 trillion market, capital markets are 100 trillion. I mean, how much attention can you really dedicate to the crypto market?
No, look, you're raising the right questions. It's a question. The authorities are largely there. I think working with Congress, we can get some additional authorities, particularly with regard to these platforms. But it's also quite a resource-intensive area, and unfortunately, there are entrepreneurs and technologists are standing up platforms, and maybe they're sitting in a jurisdiction in a small island nation. I mean, some of these are registered in the Seychelles. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to start any national security issue with the Seychelles, but they're registered in Malta or the Seychelles or the Cayman Islands, and so they're trying to sort of say, we don't take U.S. investors, we don't take U.S. persons, but then maybe, as alleged, it's coming through a VPN. And so these cases take some time to put together. So it's a resource issue. We have a lot of authorities, but yes, I think working with Congress, we could get some additional ones around these platforms.
All right. Okay. We wanted to leave some time for Q&A. We know there's about a couple hundred people out there, and you all have questions, I'm sure. So I am going to turn it over to Anja, and we can get some questions in.
Thank you so much, Paul. That was fantastic. And thank you, Chair Gensler, for all of your comments. As you might imagine, our Q&A function is exploding here. And
all right, Anja, let's rock and roll.
Exactly. What I will do is I'll combine various questions because they tend to be along a number of themes. And then I know we've got some distinguished members of the audience that will call up and ask as well.
Sure.
The first one is, I noticed you made a comment early in your speech that said the probability is that with 50 plus tokens that most of them are securities. The Q&A exploded into understandably, well, how do we know which one is a security, which one isn't? Why did Ethereum and Bitcoin get a free pass? And do you believe that's still appropriate, even though Ethereum, many people believe, was an ICO? Are you going to keep doing this regulation through litigation, which is what currently is going on, or are you going to set some clear criteria so people in the market will know if they're issuing a security or if something has become a real currency or a commodity because it has a real use case?
So it's a great set. I know you're combining different people's questions. Yeah. It's a great set of questions. Let me say, I think there's actually a fair amount of clarity. And why did I quote Jay Clayton to say it crosses chairs, it crosses party lines, it crosses different philosophies? I mean, Jay and I really met as he was in this job, and he was in his job, and I was at MIT. I think there's a lot of clarity, this Howey test and these other tests, Reeves test. There's something called Gary Plastic, not Gary Gensler. There's a number of tests that really is quite clear. What I'm trying to say about the platforms, and then I'll get to your point about regulation by litigation, I think was what Anja said.
Yeah. Actually, it's a question that I think came from John Burton and Julie Globus. Yeah.
Right there, John and Julie. But I think that the platforms, look, if you have 3 or 5 tokens, I'm not going to judge any one token. It's facts and circumstances. I'm not going to judge any one token on this open WebEx. It's possible. But when you get to 25, 50, 100 tokens, probabilities are it's pretty unlikely that all 50, all 100 don't pass the Howey test. And why is that? The Howey tested is core, 3-part test, but the Howey tested, did you give somebody money in anticipation of profits on their efforts? Now, usually there's a handful of people at the center of these XYZ project or ABC project. I'm not going to use names. There's usually a handful of entrepreneurs and technologists that, in effect, the investor is hoping those people do well. So that means anticipation of profits on the efforts of others. I think it's kind of just like reasonably clear. I would say very clear.
Sorry,
Now, in
just
terms
to
of the
clarify,
enforcement, yes, we're going to use our enforcement authorities as my predecessors did 6 or 7 dozen times, and we'll continue to do that. What I'm also saying to those platforms, come in and discuss it with us, get registered, work with us and work with Congress if there's things that, might be appropriately shifted in our laws, additional authorities or adjustments. That's what new technologies come along. Internet came along in the 1990s, and the SEC did do some adjustments under a great leader, Arthur Levitt. And Congress also weighs in from time to time. It shouldn't just be static, but I'm saying I think a lot of this is clearer than some of the entrepreneurs would like to think.
Understood.
With all respect.
Yeah, so you're focusing on the part of the Howey test that says a small group of people put this together. So
well, it's basically an anticipation of profits on the efforts of the sponsor or others, so forth. And that is, it depends on the facts and circumstances, but that is the story of a lot of these circumstances.
So by that definition, would you draw a different line? Because Ethereum, of course, is backed by a small group of people.
So I'm not, good try. You can try a third and fourth time, but I'm not going to go into any one token.
Absolutely.
Gubir Grewal would tell me I shouldn't. He's our wonderful new head of enforcement. So
makes a lot of sense. I'll just disappoint the 100+ people who've asked this question in different ways.
Right, but I wouldn't want to disappoint Gubir.
Absolutely. Here's another one that came from Emilio Murgia and several others, and it was asked in several different ways. Bitcoin mining happens largely in China. A lot of that happens.
So that's starting to shift. But yes.
True. But the question is, it's done with a lot of electricity through dirty coal. Ethereum also proof of work. The SEC has made a lot of emphasis on, in my view, rightfully so, on climate change and disclosures. Are you going to require companies, for example, to disclose if they hold cryptocurrencies that have a big environmental impact?
It's a really good question. And you're right. Nakamoto's innovation, back to by the way, I'm still waiting. Paul, you're going to tell me who's Satoshi Nakamoto, who she is, right?
Paul knows.
I'll tell you after. All
right. But in all seriousness, if any of the 1,000 listeners actually know, we all would like to know who. This is a foundational story that we don't know who the foundation is, that person. But back to that Nakamoto innovation relies on computers solving a small computational puzzle. And that takes electricity, and the larger the network, the more electricity. And it takes a lot of electricity, as you say, in China and other countries, the proof of work. I think we are at a time in the 2020s that the SEC, right in our remit, is to update because investors want information about climate risk of their issuers. If I'm investing in a company, I want to know, and many investors want to know about the climate risk, the physical risk and the transition risk as countries and companies are committing to certain futures. Net zero is what people talk about, but other futures in greenhouse gas emissions. To your question, or to the questioner's questions, there is a really interesting intersection between climate risk disclosure, which hopefully the staff will propose to our commission. We haven't proposed it yet, so I don't want to get ahead of it, and we'll take public comment. But there is an interesting intersection. If we are successful and have climate risk disclosures for issuers, and if some issuer is buying cryptocurrencies or making a lot of in that space, what is their carbon footprint, so to speak? What is their greenhouse gas emissions? And I hate to get a little technical, it relates to a part of what we will be seeking public comment on, is not only the greenhouse gas emissions of the issuer, but what's called scope 3. What is the greenhouse gas emissions of their suppliers and their customers that they're affecting? And that's something we're going to, hopefully the staff will recommend to our commission, and we'll see what the public says. So a lot yet to be thought through, and we really do. We look forward to public comment on these intersections.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Let me now call on Bob Hormats, who is, I think, a veteran of 5 U.S. presidential administrations and senior levels at the State Department, U.S. Trade Representative's Office, and elsewhere. Bob, did you have a
So let me
question?
just say first, Bob, it's terrific to see you. Bob, you've served our nation so admirably over so many administrations, but we also worked together at a small Wall Street shop years ago.
We did. It's great to see you again, Gary. And my question, or really dual questions, really go back not just to the current job you've got, which you're doing so admirably well, but in the past where we've had the pleasure of collaborating. And that is one of the reasons, not the only one for sure, but one of the reasons other countries or other governments are exploring the notion of cryptocurrencies or various types of digitization of currency relates to the fact that we have been using our capital markets and in effect the dollar as a source of leverage. You touched on this, Paul did as well. China's not the only one. Some other countries are as well. So the question I have is, how are you in your current job and how should the US government be approaching the balance between using these financial weapons to impose leverage on countries and incentivizing them to develop vehicles of the kind you're talking about, or others that are less regulated, which Americans could have access to one way or another, to find the right balance, because that is a national security issue. At some point, the leverage we have might turn into dust if other countries are able to do this. And the second question really relates to, if you look around the world, other countries, other agencies of other countries.
Hello, how are you? So I'm cutting it off there. I'm just looking at a lot of the headlines. I'm still here listening. I've been here, so. But it looks like every single headline, it's like I thought it was very, very good so far. I mean, it was good to listen to him. He was answering a lot of good questions. He was explaining, I mean, did you guys know he went to MIT? I was like, that's crazy. I think he just sounded like he went to MIT, but every single headline that came in, it just came out like he would answer the question very good, and then you would just hear the headline, and it would just be like, oh yeah, calls for more enforcement. So I think we're gonna get the headlines from it, but I don't think it's gonna be, I think they're gonna go back and forth, but I still think it's not. I think this is just borderline kind of a posturing type of event in a way. I think it's kind of making sure that crypto doesn't get too hot at this point, because it just seems like it's negative headline after negative headline. So we'll see. Como on CNBC. Oh, Como. Is he? Where's Como? Cuomo.
Andrew Cuomo broke the law, broke federal laws, broke state laws. Right now, you have Andrew Cuomo saying in a statement, I have never touched anyone inappropriately. He says he has never had.
Oh, I thought, wait, is he on?
Who I am.
Oh, this is him.
In fact, he's
downplaying the pictures that we have of him reaching out to kiss women on the mouth. He says with both his
Oh, no, I thought he was.
Kissing on the lips, that it was never intended to be anything but a gesture of affection and of love. However, when you heard what Letitia James said during her news conference today,
oh man, they're like, he says he didn't kiss anybody, and then we have 15 photos of him kissing people. They're like, it's a little bit suspicious there. It's a little bit suspicious. He really out there. That was nah. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be. I think they're just going over the news. We've been going over it all day. I mean, when it came out, there's been a couple statements with it, but I don't think I don't think it's going to be too market. It's going to move the market as much, and quite frankly, too, there is a bigger a bigger piece of news from Como today, and that is the vaccine requirement for entertainment and eating out. Y'all were acting like this dude was the next Coach Carter. Hey man, come on. He was doing good in the beginning. He was doing good in the beginning, man. He was there. He was there for us. You know, when we needed updates on New York, he's like, "Come on, hey, you want to make a wager, huh?" You know, he was just said the next Coach Carter. Elf on the high. They're at $20. Damn, son. Never liked the dude. I mean, I liked it during the I just think it was very informational at the time when we needed him, when we needed those updates. Damn, Sam dropped. So down another 1,000 on those credit spreads there. We're going to need to balance that out. The AMD totally getting whacked. Yeah, Sam, we're down another grand, and then the AMD down 200%, down $1,000 on those for the $500 in credit. Those wins kind of saved us. That's about it, but definitely not as much. We're going to have an interesting August 20th balancing. We're going to have to do a lot of work there. The bonds barely moved. The bonds, I read something. There's an interesting trade. What a lot of people are doing is they're selling call credit spreads on bonds. So they're shorting upside in the bonds, but then buying out of the money SPY puts. So then that way, because if the bonds do keep going up, it's essentially saying that if you're going to lose on the TLT trade, the overall market will get clapped a little bit too. So I thought that was a pretty interesting trade. I wanted to look into it a little bit, but we will see. Ford has came up so far. AMD, Amazon, those have been rocketing. Those have been doing very good. Adding CME for the long term. Robinhood, 45.44, another 52-week high. Oh, man. 52-week high. It's only been trading for 3 days, but still an all-time high. Still very, very important. KMI, WRI. I think I just saw those on the high ticker. And then SPY's back at 440. Kinder Morgan. CVS starting to move. Yeah, we're right back. What's the high? 441? 441.5 or something like that. BABA was not too good. Again, after the earnings today, a lot of people have worry. I mean, if you look across the board, and then off of a little bit of China escalation news this morning, the market's not really, they didn't like the earnings, and they're a little bit more skeptical about where we're going to move forward from here. Visco Partners, MKM Partners with Visco at a buy. Visco is the first day trading. That's Victoria's Secret. It's spun off from L Brands. Separate lives as bonds stocks diverge. They're saying the bonds are moving and kind of doing their own thing as we get into the Friday data report. Como says he will not be distracted from his job and has lots to do. Kimco Realty and Weingart Realty expect to close deal by Tuesday. Let's see. We gave our market wrap earlier up there, like an hour ago. You got GM earnings. You got Roku results coming in. Etsy may top Amazon, lowered expectations. Then here's an article from Cameron Kreis. He's been fire leading into to Powell. The bond market has done exactly what it's supposed to. Today ends in Y, but it doesn't begin with S. So, of course, the bond market is rallying. I'm kidding, of course, but sometimes that's how it feels these days. The furious drop in yields has prompted plenty of post hoc explanations, including some from me, usually revolving around some narrative about growth fears or prospects over tightening. But here's a little fun fact for you. The bond market has performed more or less exactly in line with its pattern of behavior during high growth, high inflation regimes over the past quarter century. So that is some people are saying now bonds are just moving in line historically as they should in this sort of environment. I think that's a pretty good take on it all at the end of the day to explain all of the confusion That's why I think any velocity moving forward will be key. Is CME still going? CMI, they got the, I think Troy posted the news in there. What? 2 more officers responded to the January 6 riots have died by suicide? Is that serious? Let me see. Mm. 314. Yeah, that did actually come out. Spiritually lifted the market back up. You're welcome. Amen. Amen. Don't get spiritual opium, though. That's the only issue. That's China's not down with spiritual opium. Stop playing video games, is what they say. Epstein and McAfee. Amazon out of nowhere. Everything kind of just picked up there right after the European close. We were able to do our thing. Market, at least bonds didn't trip out today. So as long as the bonds didn't trip out, I mean, I think that kind of eased some concerns. And then where's oil? Some people, if oil keeps dropping here, that could start hinting at a little bit more of the global slowdown. It did drop below 70 today. So I would watch. I mean, remember last time we did start seeing oil moves. CB got approval for the EU government COVID test or something like that. This is yeah, Alibaba increased their. I'm trying to see into Alibaba. Intech Parent Inc. anticipated last trading day August 3rd. That's old. That one is old. Como denies it. I think Kensler's still there. Robinhood believers. Robinhood rallied in much as 20%. Top an IPO of 38 for the first time since last week debut. The rebound comes after a popular trading app failed to excite investors after being priced on the low end. The stock has found some high-profile believers. Kathy Woods, Jim Cramer said the company would soar if it would make an acquisition similar to Square's purchase of Afterpay. Let's see. Amazon's still going up here. Coming to set to talk at 1 p.m. Eastern. What happened to China news? The China news was it was a very weird one this morning. There was news that China made they made a regulation claim in a weird way, but they pretty much called out the gaming industry. They said that companies they need to protect from spiritual opium, and that they're saying like video games and stuff like that. They're calling it, it's distracting their youth. They framed it as it's positive benefit. But then right when that news came out, Tencent quickly went to the App Store and they removed certain in-app purchases from their games. And then that allowed, then the Chinese government pulled the statement. So it was like a China escalation news. And then it quickly went back. It would be like last couple of weeks if you had the education news and then the education companies changed something instantly and then they pulled the statement. ACY halted. Mao speaking from the grave on video games. It is crazy. It was a reverse card, but I mean, it kind of shows what they're trying to accomplish. I think it could be a good sign. I think it maybe shows that they're just trying to affect the companies and not investors. But either way, it just opened up a new door today because now everybody's like, everybody's saying, okay, well, what's the next industry? And now they're starting to look at video games and that sort of industry to see, okay, is that going to be the next regulatory approach? And you see it, they're going after both companies with power, and then they're going after industries where there's kind of like a moral narrative that they could play on. Oh, Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Oh, man, it's not in the morning. It hits good afternoon. Wow. Oh, my, it's still 10. Oh, my gosh. Horn. Wow. We are blessed. We are honored. We are blessed to be in the presence of Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. Woo. We got a peach. I get my peaches out in Georgia. That's that frizz. Amazon. Still going, man. This thing's a beast. Forward pinned at 14. AMD came down a little bit from the 113 high. Let's see that Ralph Lauren. That's coming down. That's not good. Robinhood at 45.40. That's amazing. Let's see, has the dollar moved at all? Cake, LOL, cake, LOL. What's up, Hugo? Peach getting hit by inflation. Nah, the peach can't be stopped. UUP's chilling out here. Again, I think we're getting ready for, as long as whenever we get velocity, whether it's on the bonds or the dollar, that could be a key move. Even today, though, you're seeing the bonds chill out. And then after European close, it's really allowed. I think it was more the European factor and just kind of the last 2 days of brushing things off. And the United States was worse yesterday. The burning question, will Como resign? New York approves controversial bill allowing police officers to sue protesters for harassment. Interesting. So it allows the cops to sue protesters who harass them or cause them bodily harm due to their profession. Interesting. White House Advisor Dees, I'm optimistic that we'll be able to pass the infrastructure bill. The plot thing. It's only in Nassau County. Como refuses to resign. That's another headline. He defies calls to resign again. Running through the moon, dun, dun, into the thick of it, Dun, 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 dun. Roku has earnings today. I was just trying to distract y'all before y'all turn this into a battle of everything gets described as communism nowadays. They're like, that's communism. Roku is at a communism low. So I just want to make sure we're good. You sound communist. Well, I mean, you sound communist. No, you do. That's it. I don't even know what the word means anymore, man. I feel like it is a filler word, and it just works very well. Zip on the high. Is that ZipRecruiter? Oh, is this their... No, yeah, they IPO'd not too long ago. They're breaking out there. ZipRecruiter got a big pop. Checking news right now. Trepa... Implied volatility surges. I don't know if there's Zipcar or ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter and Facebook team up to connect job seekers for digital marketplace. So Facebook ZipRecruiter deal. Facebook don't like. Westland Chemical Partners, that was the other deal from earlier. Must win SpaceX Starbase land dispute in Texas regulator vote. Did Tesla, how are they from yesterday? Caterpillar's on the high, FedEx on the high right now. Yeah, Tesla has not moved as much, but they did 4 or 5% yesterday. Burn one on the ZipRecruiter. Yeah, I'm probably not going to get that one. I mean, it's an IPO. It's moving a lot. It seems like it had a big one. We'll see. I mean, if there is more news on it, but I'm not going to play that one. So virus resurgence in China leaves risk assets recovery in peril. Any hint of a possible lockdown or government mandated restrictions in China will send risk assets, commodities, and crude in particular tumbling. China is now grappling with its broadest virus outbreak since late 2019. Beijing will ban train passengers from 23 regions that are now deemed higher COVID risk. The Chinese capital also discouraged residents from leaving. 3 of the top 4 stories in the China section of Global Times, a tabloid run by Chinese Communist Party that typically voices opinions officials are about the virus. In one story, they refer to restrictions occurring amid a roaring epidemic, citing health officials. Investors don't need reminders how the first wave of restrictions sent risk assets tumbling across the globe. Demand for oil, for instance, plunged 20% in China due to the lockdown. According to calculations by industry execs in February last year, the strongest rebound in oil demand was meant to come from China, according to the IEA's Oil 2021 report, along with India and non-OECD Asian economies, all of which are currently dealing with the rapidly spreading Delta variant. Beijing's actions raise the question of how concerned the government is and whether China can move swiftly to contain the outbreak before it's time to order the next batch of imports. Hood at 46? Ooh. Yeah, 45, 60, 71. Not bad. But that's the report right now. So, again, you do got a little bit of the China worries here. Gensler makes comments in a Twitter video. I don't know if SEC Gensler is done. The SEC should be technology neutral. Caterpillar on the high again. They're up 1.7 and they were down a little bit earlier. They kind of look like some of the China stocks, but reversed here today. Dolphin on the low. Win is still selling off too. Subtly, that NVIDIA, those bounced up. That one was a tease. I did make a play today. I did a RL, and then we sold profits. And then we took profits on one of the wins. And I think that's about it. Sold one of the wins. The other one's up 70%. And then riding out, then I did a Ralph Lauren credit spread. That one was doing good. Now it's back to clap. Probably, I think. Yeah, down 26% on that one. Would you average down on NVIDIA? Not on the weekly. Definitely not the weekly. Just because you saw that one, those went from up 50% or down 100% or 80% to down 50%, and then they're just moving all over the place. Got more spot and coin. So we got our deposit. We just have not used it at all today. So let's see where we're sitting at. I love the long term. We got some drip too, which is great. Oh, we're still down today. We're still down today. So here's the long term. Just chilling right below 95 between both the accounts. Small at 8,900. 86 on the big. We got our dividend reinvestment. Where's my income estimator? Oh, shit. Did it close that? I thought it would keep my income estimator up. I just wanted to see the income estimator. AMD pop again. Oh, man. That one's crushing me, too. Those all 2 or 3 credit spreads. Even the SAM is hitting me harder. AMD down 240. So we still got a couple more weeks. It still is out of the money. That's kind of the best part. But now we're only another 5% away. Big pop to the high. I mean, everything's moving up on the high ticker. New core added again, too. AMD fair value 125 minimum. Well, I hope not by August 20th. That would be oh, it did. See, yeah, it raised up now. So the dividend, this is, well, that is I'm talking about the divvies too. This one got me excited. So even then, I made my update yesterday on the long term. Let me see where that one's at. Yeah, AMD pop again, but that's good. I think you've gotten it's been like $20-something. Every drip is increasing our yearly income. Hood is crazy. Yeah, AMD is killing it. 114. Another 5% on that one. Walmart, the premiums are still down, but it did hold up a lot better today. Why are people buying stocks at all-time highs? I mean, what else is there to buy? I think that's the key. I mean, you could buy crypto, I guess, cheaper. Yeah, I'm keeping Valander until, I mean, I could take a 20-30% loss on it, but I think with the shares, I'll give it some time. Real estate at all-time highs. Yes, that's true. It's very true. In 10 years, they could be very low. I think that's why I think that Nifty 50 discussion we had yesterday is pretty cool. Because, again, in like 10 to 20, 30 years, it really depends on the valuation. Some will do better. Or even then, even if you do buy something, even with a premium in 10, 15 years, you still actually could end up a lot more, even if the expectations are ridiculous. Hurt my feelings on Square. Where is Square? That one was a little bit weaker today, surprisingly. And then some of the names, again, AMD was yesterday, Tesla, and then AMD is the only leader out of all of them. Valander, Palantir, Archite. Oof. But let me go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here. Please hold. So this is the first bathroom break all day, I think. I think so. We had the SEC chair, so say what's up. Say hello. Greet each other. Tell me how you're feeling. How many of you are in AMD? How many of you are anti-AM? What are you into? What are you into? Tell me what you're into. Ooh. Ooh. I'll be right back. You can come with me. Hello. How you feeling, beautiful Chad? stomach is clapped today. Apple cider vinegar. I think I got some of those. I got apple cider vinegar vitamins. GM to idle truck plant next week due to chip shortages. Webull said to consider 400 million IPO. Oh no. Bro, hood about to hit. Is it about to go to 50? This is crazy, my friend. Very crazy. I think Webull, I mean, if Webull did go IPO, it may reveal it may reveal the China link to it. Because Webull is technically in the US. It's kind of like Zoom, I think, but I know they're owned primarily. I know a lot of the backing is China. So that would be interesting. Any news on the rent eviction? No, not yet. What's her name? Yellen is going to speak on it today. They're trying to do something, but that's it. Do sellers need an agent if it's an off-market deal? No, usually that's where you could say you could save them money. Because then if it's off-market, you don't have to pay for the agents. Any news on student loan forbearance? Nah, I mean, they made a call for that. Remember, like 2 weeks ago? They started coming out. What's his name? It was Elizabeth Warren. She was saying how they need to do that. Nucor's up. Those are still down. Those options were weird. BJ Wholesale Club Holdings. I'm not too familiar with it. Hood Hungry, 27%. So let's see. So here are the free shares. So we still get to make a little bit more. It's worth like what, $1,200? So still made like another $100, $200. Not too bad. Not too bad. So we still get our exposure. We could have got more free shares. So if you've been holding, it just changes the ratio that you'd be able to get. Hood to 80. Oh man, the price targets. The price targets are already coming in. AMD again on the high. 114.70. Nvidia not moving with it. I think Micron is the only one that's really getting the steam. Is Costco the East Coast? BJ's? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Quali World. Nivda. AMD 114.30. What's the ticker for BJ's? Is it BJS? BJ? BJ Wholesale Club Holdings up 5. Kind of looks like Costco's chart a little bit. The condo got the keys in hand, baby. Let's go. Amen. PHILO today. I have one, but I'm not really feeling too well right now. My stomach is clapping me. I don't think we're gonna be able to push it out. I can't. What's it called? It has to be. It was a good PHILO. I had a really good PHILO, but I was much more hyped on it last night than how I feel with the poop. I already pooped too, though. That's why I'm getting clapped. What did I eat last night? I think I just ate late after the gym. But someone said you're tired of you want to sell out your small caps. I mean, with the long-term audit, like we said, you're better off just reallocating and letting things kind of sit and do their thing. But it's definitely going to be up to you. In my case, I usually hold it and ride it out. I still have the new core wasn't a leap. That was a short term, but that thing did not go up in value. It's still down. GI track Delta variant. No, I'm not that paranoid. I know when I'm usually like sick, my stomach is just killing me. I don't think it's I think it's just poop. Poop indigestion. The AMD credit spreads are down like 200% now. I'm down over $1,000 on those. And the Qualcomm, where's Snap? That was up in the morning. AMD 109, 110 debit. I mean, you're deep in the money, so I mean, how much can you get for it? You should have $100 max gain on it. So if you could get a majority of the $100, I would sell it now. If not, then you wait till near expiration to get the max gain on the debit spread. If it's in the money. Prune juice tapering. Oh, I think I do have prune juice. But I don't know if it's old or not. The Governor Cuomo news, I don't think it's I don't really think it's a, what's it called? I think it's going to be a non-event. Robinhood just went crazy. I mean, you got a lot of buys. Jim Cramer endorsed it yesterday. And then Kathy Wood, and then it broke above the 38 IPO price. And you have to think about it, anything above 38, a lot of people are holding it. Viacom, I don't know, a couple people brought that one up here today. APDN, didn't they get a deal? Viacom down 7. I don't know if it was their earnings or maybe the deal fell through or maybe it's just not. It's a little less likely. Tunisia president relieves ambassador from post. Let's see. Auto Home falls 9% after being downgraded at neutral at Citi. CLX is down now 12. MPO dropped 6 after industrial maker said executive chief will step down. FIS falls over 6 again. So they had earnings and they were dropped yesterday off of the global payments one. Planet and Shack are among stocks after New York City news that have dropped. Robinhood jumps 38 after trading solidly above 38 price. Victoria's Secret up 31 on its first day of regular trading. Then ZBH, Zimmer Biomet, 8%, biggest intraday drop since June 2020, as the medical device maker narrowed its earnings. I didn't know Auto Home fell 9%. Auto Home. Damn. Is Auto Home, are they China? That's an ADR? Or is that German? Fandango unites 2 popular streaming services on Vudu. What is Auto Home? Don't they what do they make? I'm thinking Autodesk. Automotive internet platform provides buying and selling cars. Beijing. Yeah, this is China. No way. That makes sense. So they had earnings and they're down today, but this is another China play. Fandango. Am I thinking about buying more Robinhood? No, we sold out today to make it free so that we could hold it forever now. I think 30 shares is a good amount. Free $1,000 in an IPO. Gotta scoop up some China when it hits bottom. That's just gonna be the hard part to tell. You know, when do we hit the bottom? When do you stop getting the regulatory stuff? But it's definitely in play. High risk, high reward. AMD, another pop. Micron's still heading towards the high. I think they're all gonna run. Even the SPY's hanging up here too, so it's looking good. On the video, let's see TLT. Gap moving. TLT's coming down too, so market might take another move up here. Gap, Macy's, Nordstrom's. Boeing on the high. I like Lyft. Where's Uber actually? Is Uber still in the gutter? Yeah, down another 2% for earnings. Man. How useful is the Motley Fool? They've been around for a while. They have a lot of pumping articles, but what you could do is take in as much information as you can, but it depends on how easily swayed you are or kind of your knowledge on it. But, you know, getting information from everywhere and aggregating it seems to be the answer in the market, especially in this environment. I don't get how Lyft. I think Lyft is a lower valuation, and Lyft is actually like the cleaner version of Uber in the sense like my big thing in the beginning was when Uber existed. Uber was like do you guys remember the old Uber CEO? He would like beat up people in the Ubers. I feel like everybody forgot about that. So like he would remember was it Trevor? Was it Trevor or Travis? He would go crazy. He was a pretty aggressive. He was he was wild. He was just like even for the company, and then they finally got him out. And then at that time, Lyft they made their partnerships with what's it called? They made partnerships with like GM and a lot of other companies, and they were kind of just like a more cleaner. They were like the more straight edge version for a couple years, and then so they're both pretty good. But Uber is at $78 billion valuation, Lyft is at 17. So Lyft is not really bigger, even though the price may be different. The market cap is a lot better. Lyft does charge more. I think it just goes both ways depending on where you're at. I like both of the companies. I mean, I like the Lyft for the Chase Sapphire points, or like Uber's. I mean, the problem with any of the ride-sharing companies, I was traveling and it was just so difficult. I would just go with whoever would get there first. That was the only issue. Like right now, I think some of the drivers are still slow, but it's just a matter of literally just getting getting filled. Uber, my jobless claims indicator. Top credit card picks? Not really. I don't really like the finance companies. I like Square, but it's a little bit up there. I think if Square ever has a big decline, I think I'll be a buyer. If I wanted any finance exposure. UK blocking NVIDIA for sure. No, they said that they're still going to be able to negotiate that situation. It's still developing. I mean, rideshare will be subsidized like public transportation. As long as it's still here in 10 years. That's just the key. Tesla green now. SPY is just slowly chilling out here through the top. I think once the bonds kind of make another move, will be good. And then I don't know. Uber. This is what I was looking at earlier this morning. You could sell like the August 20th. You could sell like the $40 put. But what's our price on Uber? I think we're in at like 36. Oh, no way. Damn, we're in at 33 on Uber. So we're in at 33.6. That can't be. No, it is. Wow. So we're in at 33. So we still got 25% on Uber. That's actually crazy. Uber was up over like 80% in the last what's it called? Uber was up 80% then from that drop. Maybe a little more. Damn, so we're at the bottom here. So if we wanted to sell a put at the entry, because I was thinking, well, maybe I want to, if I sold a put at 40, I could sell the put at 40 before earnings, collect the premium, agree to buy the stock at $40, and then buy 2 extra shares, maybe 3 extra shares with the money. But then I'm like, well, 40 is a pretty low level. Maybe $37.5, $37. The 35, I don't think it's worth it for like $20. That's even the case, only selling one put, it's not really there. That's why I'm like, or you just buy half, or you wait, or you don't buy it at all. That's why I do want to kind of wait a little bit here, let some things move around. SPY coming up here, 440. TLT's dropping, so we should rally a little bit. Tesla making a move. Tesla waking up now. Ooh. Good morning. Good. Is it still the morning, 11 a.m.? That still counts as the morning for some. I think it depends. AMD, 52-week high again, still continuing. AMD and Micron are the chip ones. Boeing's on the high, too. Chad loves the Tesla and AMD. It's good. I'm still rooting for you. I got a credit spread, so we're good. It'll balance out eventually. Good till 12. Tesla, big candle. Happy birthday. Thank you. First cover call on APDN. Yeah, that Oman ship, we haven't heard anything else from that. Gap still pushing. Oh, yeah. No. I was just responding to him. It's not my birthday. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys may have got confused. Yeah, it's not my birthday. Just don't worry. Just making sure. Just making sure y'all paying attention. You know what I'm saying? Making sure you're locked in. Made you saw some of you guys are like, what? I saw the eye emojis in the chat. They're like, wait, what? What just happened? Did he just say? He said thank you. Every day's your birthday. What alcoholic drinks do you have in my crib? Kombucha. It is fermented, so it has alcohol in it. And then I think I have a old. I think I got an old bottle of that. What's it called? The one expensive tequila. What's it called? I don't even know what it's called. The big like bottle, like you flex it apparently, like you know what I'm saying. What's it called? I have an old bottle from a long time ago. Cabo Wabo. What's it called? I don't even know. No one said it. Not Patron. I think it's Don Julio. Yeah, I think it's 1942. I think I have an old bottle of that. That's it. I said, damn, y'all know your tequila. You're like, Clase Azul. Mr. Dan Julio. I have Dan Julio in there. That's about it, but that's old. That's old. I got Dan online too. We get Dan online too. Hey, Dan. Police officer dies after shooting outside of Pentagon. No way. So that was from earlier today, but someone died. That sucks. Failed dropping. His new course still up. And other ones. That bond drop was nice, bro. TLT finally chilling out a little bit here. But I want to see how it affects the overall market. It's like right there towards the top. Let's see. Myrna moves big. CLX on. Wait, is that CLX? What? CLX is coming back from down 12. Nikolai price target lower to 16. See what else we got. Brazil's about to get even more hawkish. Oh, there it is. So here are the Chinese gaming stocks. So they've having their worst day today. There's KC, Huya, NetEase, and Billy. NetEase and KC. Huya! I didn't know Huya was a gaming one. It's already down to 11 though. KC, King Cloud Software Ltd. And then Huya, KC. What was the other one? NetEase? I didn't know NetEase was a game company. Or no, is it? What's the ticker for NetEase? I thought it was NETE. Walgreens ripping. Yeah, towards the highs up 135. NTESE. What's today's day? Tuesday? Said Nike. Walgreens ex dividend should be. Snap is dropping, but SPY's getting a little bit of a chicle. I'm surprised it didn't move here with the bonds. Are we in a PHILO drought? No, I'm getting clapped right now. I'm on this PHILO is exciting. If I get into it, every time I move, I'm like, ew. So I don't want to get too clapped, but this PHILO will make me move though. It's a good one. It's a good one. I'm just saving it for you. I need some PHILO. No, I'm good. I think I mean, it's just getting it out there. I think about PHILO all day, actually. God is good, baby. God is good. To God be the glory. That right there. That right there. They don't feel me. I don't think that would be too big of a drop. That was weird. Fed Bowman, it may take time for some people to re-enter the labor force. On and on again. Feel like the hood at any moment could get robbed. Think it's in the name. It's in the name. So NetEase, that one's going to be, I would watch NetEase over the next few days. I don't know if it'd be something to go right now since you're going to be buying into the bottom. Damn, NetEase is expensive too. I'm convinced multiple issues will make the market drop by October. It's exciting. Too much. I mean, let's see even how the end of this month ends. And that will say a lot right there. You know, after August and September, but before you know it, fiscal year ends in October. And October, you still have your event with the budget and everything else. Yeah, Square getting clapped again. Something's dropped there, but came back up. Damn, Sam is getting clapped. New York news getting that New York news has been reiterated so many times today. Snap at the flush point. Is it below the earnings pop? Yep. That's not good. No continuation on that. Square and Tesla just didn't move as much out of the leaders with AMD and all that. AMD was the only one that really kept launching from their big gains yesterday. Affirm's on the low now, too. Damn, Affirm sold off 9% after that move yesterday? That's crazy. I haven't even looked at DD. DD, 1068, not bad. Not bad. Next, see, that's a foreign deal. On and on. I only made a Ralph Lauren play. I did a credit spread. That's about it. Micron's still going, so watch AMD with that. Clorox sees margins. Clorox was down 12, so it's only down 8 right now. I did not see Como go live. SPY bouncing off that little cheek lay. Coming back here towards the high 44.20, 440.20. Thursday, we're at 441.70. Remember, the market was acting really slow, anything above 440. Snapchat, I'm not too sure. The only weird thing with Snapchat, a couple days ago, their servers were down for like 6 hours. Did any of you guys hear about that? Do you guys know the reason why? Or I don't know if this is true. This is speculation. There was one weird piece of news that correlated with Snapchat and the servers going down. Oh, it's wild. It's wild. You didn't hear the reason? Some people are saying it. It's not like this is you could call it, I think it's tinfoil, but it's just genuinely not it's just it just correlated at the same time because Snapchat never goes down. So like Snapchat went down for like 6 hours, I think. But there was these two it was the same time there were these two kids, these two like teenage girls. They 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 posted on Snapchat. They found a dead body and they took a necklace off of the dead body and they put it on Snapchat. So that's what correlated. Some people were saying it had to do with that, but that was otherwise the servers went down a couple days ago, but there's not been any other news. But there was that piece of news that was just like, interesting. Wasn't that TikTok? They got caught because they made a TikTok of it, but they initially, people found them on Snapchat when they were posting it. They didn't know he was even I don't even know. I think they was just weird. It was pretty tame for internet stuff. Why'd that cause an outage? We don't know. That was just speculation. Because even then, some were saying it was because they did an app update, but I don't think it was a planned outage. Breaking news: Monsters announce what they do. Nah, I still don't know. Mm-mm-mm. VTRS. Where is even gold? So a lot of people brought up gold today. It was a little bit exciting, but gold is our real indicator, I think here. Not real one, but whenever there is actual pressure, that's when it gets clapped. Recent new dividend. This news is something else. Where's that? 9 arm. We haven't got anything on that Gulf thing or in the coast. Clorox still moving. SPY coming up here. Myrna on the high again. FLGC. That's a weed stock, right? Flora Growth. Flora Growth. That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've seen it on Amazon. Floor is the best stuff. Isn't it on, they don't sell lights? I feel like I've seen it on Amazon back in the day. Clorox sees first quarter sales declining low double digits. Infrastructure package for charging. Is Tesla moving on that? Tesla SPY's ripping now. The high ticker's getting really active. I don't know. Is there infrastructure news? I'm not seeing anything, but you're getting a move here towards the top now. Myrna moving is a bad sign for stocks. I mean, it is related to the whole virus thing. That's that anytime it starts getting movement. Tesla enabling opening supercharger network will enable access to new $7.5 billion EV funding. Yeah, Tesla's still red on the day. It's not reacting too much, but a lot of things just got to pop up there. You're at 440.50. NASDAQ is up 1/3%. Dow and S&P around 0.6. Amazon is just saving today. Amazon had a really, really key digestion. So the fact that they're holding up today, I think this is giving some strength to the tech stocks. People were a little bit worried about that drop. Jungle Cruise gets 23 million in TV households. So that's outside of the box office. IBM is on the high. IBM actually looks like a pretty interesting level. They reported earlier. They were almost a month ago, I think. Why the euro drop pop recently? I won't go into the full depth of it, but it's just mainly, there's a lot of overseas pressures right now. There's both good things overseas, like the earnings and the banks and all that. Like you even saw today, even oil and BP was today on the European markets, but that's one side of it, and then everything else going on overseas with the virus, and then the imports and demand, any of the closures, anything of that nature. Those have been those are weighing overseas, just Europe and everywhere else. So at euro close, it's allowing, once those assets start moving, we're able to digest what's going on overseas a lot better. But it's been responding. Last 2 days, we've seen some pretty big moves at European close, and it correlates because we've been seeing a lot of big data outside of Europe starting. Every morning it's been something overseas. Skills sucks. DraftKings, Palantir, NMD, Geo. Why? Just give it some time. I mean, this is like you got to remember, 2021 has been an interesting ass year. With how things have moved so far. So if you put it into play, you know, where these names are at now. I mean, I remember the first couple years. I mean, even like 2014, 2015, you know, there was a lot of different names that went up and went down. And, you know, a couple years later where you see it, that's going to be the key. But 2021 has been, you know, it's slow. Like, think about it. It's been 8 months in 2021. I don't know if you guys realize that. July, like, there's only one more quarter left pretty much. How do you feel about that? I feel like you've already gone through. So I was thinking about that yesterday. I was like, man, I feel like we did a lot more in 2020 in a weird way. Like, it feels like it just went by so fast. You just had week after week, and now it's feeling good. It does feel good. It does feel good. That's why I do feel the positive of it, just because I'm like, wow, we got through, you know, we got through the year. I mean, pretty effortlessly in a weird way, where it just didn't. That's why, you know, it didn't feel like much. But I'm like, man, it's been a lot. It's been this, like, it's kind of like a hangover year after 2020. But I like it. That happy all year PHILO in January still hits. Time keeps on slipping. Surreal ass year. It's just been a weird. I think it's been just. I don't know if it's like it hasn't even been that big of an adjustment. It has just been a great one in terms of. I don't think a year has ever gone by this fast. Like, last year just felt slow. Maybe that was it. I mean, Walgreens or AT&T. AT&T is a better value in the sense that it's out of favor. It's dropping. Walgreens has kind of been slipping, but it's still, you know, higher from its lows. Whereas, what's it called? Whereas AT&T is just like, it's still been at the lows. Like, AT&T hasn't, like, imagine what we're talking about with, like, this whole year, right? You know, 2021, it moved so fast. Imagine 2020, right? So take a look at AT&T. This shit's still living in 2020, man. This guy is not, you know, AT&T's like, what do you mean, man? He's like, it's not March 2020 anymore? Oh, okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know, AT&T has not gone up at not once. A little bit there, so we'll see. But he's been interesting. He's been interesting. Pretty sure it's still March. Yeah, so AT&T, you're getting it at a good price for the long term, but it's out of favor. You know, if it does drop, and then the divvy, they like cut the divvy, not yet, but it's going to be. I mean, now that the merger's completed, I mean, any day now, I would say. Him and Verizon. How is Verizon, actually? Walgreens has a nice divvy. I like Walgreens, but now Walgreens is in the middle. So you're not buying it at the top, but you're not buying it at the bottom. You know, we got in right here on Walgreens, and then it shot up. You know, it was up a lot higher. It's dropped a lot more from there. So you're not buying it cheap. You're not buying it expensive. You're literally, again, you're still even in the middle as far as March is concerned for them. Sounds like UWMC is the answer. I feel, but I'm mad about UWMC because it won't show up on the dividend calculator on like, it's not showing up on the dividend counter. That's the only thing I don't like about it. So let me see. If it shows up, I'd like it. Yeah, it doesn't show up. That's the only thing that sucks. It's too early to calculate. Are you watching Saki? No, I'm not. I did go to the bathroom today already. I am going to go to the bathroom right now. I won't go poop, but I'll just put her on before I leave. Oh, it's not loading. Get you guys riled up a little bit.
View later this afternoon.
And one more on something else. There was a shooting today earlier that caused the lockdown of the Pentagon, and that same burst of violence, it appears the law enforcement officer was stabbed to death. Has the White House been briefed on what happened? What can you share as to what occurred today?
We are, of course, in close touch with Pentagon officials. My colleague, John Kirby, will be briefing at the Pentagon and sharing more details on their end. We don't have additional details to share publicly as the next of kin is still being notified.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. Does the White House have a message for the women who came forward with these accusations against the governor?
The White House's message, the president's message, the vice president's message, my message is all women who have lived through sexual this type of experience, whether it is harassment or abuse or in the worst case assault, deserve to have their voices heard, deserve to be treated with respect and with dignity. I don't know that anyone could have watched this morning and not found the allegations to be abhorrent. I know I certainly did. And again, the president will speak to this later this afternoon.
And staying in New York, but on COVID, if you will. New York announced today that indoor diners, people who go to gyms, entertainment venues, are going to have to show some sort of proof of vaccination. Is that a move that this White House supports? And does this amount to a vaccine passport?
Well, we know and recognize, Cecilia, that different communities and states are going to take steps to protect the people living in their states and also incentivize, whether it's through carrots or sticks, more people getting vaccinated. That is what is going to save lives, and that is what is going to bring an end to the pandemic. This is certainly an example of that. We are not issuing federal passports, vaccine passports from the federal government, but we do know that private sector entities and other localities will make their own decisions. What we see as our objective is to continue to make the vaccine as accessible and available and close the disparities that we see among racial groups in New York, including in New York, to ensure that this is not a barrier for entry to different groups based on socioeconomic or other factors.
And just one really quick one on COVID. San Francisco is now offering supplemental Pfizer or Moderna shots to folks who have the J&J vaccine. Is that something that this administration endorses, and might we see that coming from the CDC?
That's not based on current public health guidance provided by the CDC. That has not changed. We, again, know different localities will be making decisions, but that's not reflective of current public health guidance.
Thanks, Jen. Sticking with the same topic, Governor DeSantis in Florida is taking a very different approach than New York is. Florida just hit another record today of COVID cases, and yet he's pushing back on local municipalities that are trying to impose new mask mandates and other means of keeping people protected. Does the White House have any reaction to Governor DeSantis, and particularly to his point that this is just seasonal in Florida because people are hot, so they're staying indoors and transmitting the vaccine?
Well, the data just doesn't back that up. I would say first, Florida is not the only state. 7 states have both a statewide ban on mask mandates and a prohibition on school districts from requiring masks in schools. And some states have even banned businesses and universities from requiring workers and students to be vaccinated. In fact, the most extreme of these measures is in Texas, where you can be fined. A professor or teacher can be fined if they ask a student if they are vaccinated, or if they ask unvaccinated students to wear masks. And I think the fundamental question we have is, what are we doing here? And the president, you'll hear the president talk a little bit about this later this afternoon. His message is going to be, we're all in this fight together, whether it's a Democratic or Republican governor. And I will note, most Republican governors are doing exactly the right thing and doing and advocating for and taking steps to advocate for more people to get vaccinated. But if you aren't going to help, if you aren't going to abide by public health guidance, then get out of the way and let people do the right thing to lead in their communities, whether they are teachers, university leaders, private sector leaders or others who are trying to save lives.
And beyond sending messages like the president will do later today, what is the administration doing to actually communicate or work directly with some of these state officials?
Sure. Well, I would first say that we are continuing to send surge teams out, and we are in touch with a range of states and leaders in those states about how we can provide assistance that's going to help them directly. So let me give you an example, or a couple of examples, I should say, of some of the states that have been hardest hit. We've actively been engaged with the governor's office in Florida to describe and offer federal support in areas like testing, increasing vaccine confidence, monitoring hospital capacity, which we've seen the Florida Hospital Association speak to their concerns about the rising numbers, and monoclonal antibody therapeutics. Teams from CDC and HHS are in contact with Florida officials to offer technical assistance and support. We're also engaged with the governor's office in Texas and the state health department to discuss the state of the pandemic there and how we can offer specific assistance, as well as Louisiana. I mean, you saw the governor make an announcement about masks yesterday, but as a part of our National Disaster Medical System program, we've deployed a team of 33 medical personnel to provide medical staff surge capacity to the Baton Rouge, Louisiana area. So those are just a couple of examples of some of the hardest hit states. But we, again, Jeff Zients, our COVID coordinator, sent out a letter to all.
Okay. So I'm back. Feeling a little better. Ugh. It's good. We're back in the game. Hi, Josh. Hi. How are you? Feeling good? You feeling ready? Ready for the rest of the week? Shout out to Texas. Shout out to the United States. Shout out to veterans. Shout out everybody. You need Tums? I might. Nah, it's good. Kodak backs the first meme stock. The first. What was that? What was the press conference? I would have liked. I actually kind of like listening. To be honest, it does get a little bit repetitive there, but with some of the stuff going on right now, like I want to hear I want to see if she says anything about the what's it called? The eviction moratorium and the budget. Those are the two things. And then I don't know if they will address the China stuff, but it's interesting. But then it does. I mean, a lot of it touches on the, I do think the virus and the vaccine is important. But I'm looking for two other factors, but they only primarily focus on that one, or a lot of the discussion is there. Lead the field, my brothers. It's not the most important thing right now. I mean, it depends where you look at it from. So if like overseas, I mean, you can't deny the effect now that overseas markets are reacting. In the sense that, if you look at the oil imports, that's what I pulled up on the watch list yesterday. Like Indonesia is a great example for Asia. Where is it? No, that's the SPY. Where is it? This one right here. So this is Indonesia. And again, last time, leading into, it started dropping around the outbreak that we had in India. Even then, India started to affect them. But you could see here, oil demand is dropped to lower than where it was July 2020 in the middle of it. So this is what happens when other countries start closing places down. So that's where, overseas, you're getting a reaction. Even then, like it was discussed today, it's the China, they're in the South China Post. They have probably, I think it said like 5 out of 10 of the headlines or 5 out of 7 headlines are about closures. So they've closed off a lot of the cities in China already. And that's going to be the next step if you do see a move. Now, I'm not as I don't know if you're asking me a personal health question or if that's the view of it, whether or not you should react to it personally or anything like that, but there is some effect. You're at the cusp of people reacting to it or not based on what's going on overseas. So, and overseas can react without us reacting. Yeah, Myrna exploding, those again, even T-Bio getting bought out. You know, all of those point towards some of the importance there. You'll be good after one scoop of jet fuel. But that is the key. That is the key with it. So it is important, but then there is like 4 other different events there. Again, what is contributing to the bonds? Uh-oh. Another one. It's coming in. It's coming in. You can't make this up. Can't make this up. Why? It happens every day. DaBaby dropped by another festival amid backlash over comments on homosexuality. Rapper DaBaby has been dropped by another music festival amid his comments that he made. DaBaby Vix, bro. DaBaby Vix. It keeps hitting. What is DaBaby? It's not DaBaby. It's my baby. But it's a very, very, we've just noticed an interesting correlation in the last 7 days. Was that good? I liked it. I thought that was a good joke. I hope he got it. Why does your AMD say 114 and I'm showing 113 in real time? Because you are on DVR and you're probably not going to realize this for another 15 minutes. So, Chad, help him out, or we could just let him do his thing. I hope he finds the truth. Yeah. Yeah, he's behind. This sucks. People get stuck in the time warp continuum sometimes. It happens. No one's getting canceled over all the bitches and hoes talk. No, they canceled the shit out of DaBaby. He even he doubled down on it and everything. But then it started hitting his show money. That's all. He could have been good without it, but then he got dropped from 5 different shows in a week. That's at least that's a $500,000 if you're doing 100K a show. He's probably doing 300K a show, if not more. That's a lot. Yeah, he probably lost at least $1 million. I don't think it was because Tory Lanez. He had to apologize, and his whole persona revolves around not like this is the same. You guys got the same dude who killed a guy in a Walmart. You know that, right? DaBaby's killed multiple people. He's literally killed a dude in a Walmart. He's had like this whole he's a badass. He has this whole thing, and you got him apologizing and going on he's like it's self-defense. No, I know, but this one was different. It was self-defense. I'm just saying though, he was ready to go wherever he was. That's all. I mean, it's not, that's it. DaBaby, bro. DaBaby. Allegedly. It's not allegedly. It's not allegedly. But you should say, okay, stop trying to bring Tory Lanez into this. So what's wrong, okay? I know Tory Lanez is the only human being I'm taller than, okay? But, I'm still mad at Tory. What he did, he fucked it up for all of us short guys out there, okay? He goes and pulls a damn stallion, right? And then you're going to go shoot her in the leg. That's our first impression. My first impression was already, damn, he's short. Now it's like, damn, he's short. He might shoot me in the foot. Are you serious? Nah, Kevin Hart did good. Kevin Hart wasn't shooting people, okay? That's allegedly. I don't care. I don't need allegedly. At 5'6", I don't need anything alleged. That's all, okay? The numbers already speak for itself. This is an uphill battle, okay? God. So don't stop trying to bring Tory into this, okay? Tory, he is lost on my end. That's all. I love him, though. He's a good rapper. But still. But yeah, so no, but DaBaby, the articles keep coming. I mean, you've heard more DaBaby articles, and I've seen DaBaby come across the wire more in the last 2 weeks than anything. Rumor has it he was pointing straight in front of him. Damn, that's crazy. Nothing can compare to R. Kelly. R. Kelly was tall. Okay, this is a short situation. Okay, I'm done talking about it. That's all. You ain't short. You were looking mad tall in that video over the weekend. Thank you. I know. I realized. You want to know when I realized I wasn't that short though? Like, I guess I'm on like the taller end of the short curve, but I'm still pretty tiny. But I saw a TikTok, and at that moment I was like, damn. I got to my knees and I prayed, and I was like, okay, God is good. It could be worse. It could be worse. I saw a TikTok account of this guy, this doctor, and he was selling height implants. Like, literally, it was a whole page. I watched all of them. I'm not going to lie to you. I'd be lying if I told you I didn't watch all of them. Okay? So stop lying to yourself. I know if you saw the same one, you watched all of them too. Okay? I know you did. Okay? You watched all of them. I watched every single one of those. He had like 1,800 TikTok. I watched every single one of them. He would like they put nails in people's legs, and like it's connected to like a computer. And then it like you like adjust it 1 millimeter every time, bro. Oh my gosh. And like it was showing like some of the examples of people who got it, and like they were like 4'10" and then like 5'0", and they'd only do it to get like 2 inches. And I was like, what? I was like, there's people, what? I was like, man, like I had one guy who did it to get to my height, and I was like, dude, all right, I don't got it like that. I was like, nah, I'm backing out. I was like, okay, I guess it was like some Kathy Wood stuff. Yo, that's a high quality joke right there. That's a high, you know Kathy Wood in like 6 months, she's going to be like, there's just this new technology and we really like where it's going. And, it's just great. He said, that's some Kathy Wood stuff. That's just the future innovation in tech. How much for a 3-inch lift? Well, after I inquired and then sent in my resume and application, I don't know how much it cost. I don't know how much it cost. It cost $20,000. I think it's 20 grand. 20 grand, and then you won't be able to run for like 6 months, if that. And then, yeah, it's like, I was like, that's stupid. Like, if I'm going to get those things in my nails, I'm going to be Yao Ming. That's it. Like, what do you mean? I'm going to get it so I can become 5'9"? Psst, that's whack. I said, I want to become 7'11", minimum. That's it. Minimum. He said, my invoice said 20K, but like, Mr. Robin, I almost called you Mr. Robin Hood. Mr. Robinson. Let us get into the plays, my guy. I'm trying to dunk without jumping. I'm be like, what did I hire this doctor for? Are you serious? It's mostly for dudes with mixed balanced height complex. What's that? So would you get hair implants first and the other? Oh, I do the hair plant. I'm doing the hair implants no matter what. That's it. The hair implants, you have to. That's fine. Now you just go to sleep. You wake up. You got hair. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to like adjust it. I can still go to the gym. I was thinking about rocking the bald. I was thinking about doing the Jeff Bezos. I saw a filter. I put myself on a Jeff Bezos filter. I was looking pretty clean. McConnell, no more legislation needed for eviction ban. What does that mean, McConnell? He said money is already there to help evictions. Schumer shouldn't move fast to end debate. Yeah, they're saying the money's already there. Oh, excuse me. It seems like you thought it through. Yeah, I'm just patient. I don't want to do surgery. After the hernia, I don't want any surgery. That's why I'm like, I'm not really down with surgery. That messed up too many things. Gold steadies as investors await U.S. jobs data and policy cues. Ralph Lauren, crude oil paired the losses. Again, oil deepening decline. Oil prices weighed on the gains as the spread of the Delta variant continued to pose a risk to demand. I think you're going to continue to see this continued volatility for a while. The primary volatility focus is there inflation or isn't there? That's what J.J. Kinnem, chief market strategist at TD Ameritrade, said in an interview. This week is good earnings versus the variant, and will it pause the reopening of business? So this is the same issue we had 2 weeks ago. Second quarter, everything else we already gone up. My take on Tesla, I think it's going to be good. I think right now it's just, it led the way so heavy yesterday that I think it was chilling out. Like AMD was the only one out of anything that really rocketed. AMD just kept going. But Tesla, I think it'll be good. They had that the news to get into some of the charging EV bill. So we'll see how that one plays out. I think it's decent. News on NVIDIA. No, the NVIDIA, all they did was what's it called? They made a statement to say that they're going to that they're still working with the UK government. Trevor Allen, lol. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Army chopper crashes into Ranjit Sagar Dam. It's in India. CNBC survey. Americans remain mixed on vaccine mandates, according to the survey. So 46% say yes. My workplace, yes. Restaurants, 38% yes. Hotels, 37%. Malls and large stores. So concerts and other big events, they seem to be weighted on that. That one's interesting. He said they didn't ask me. I was not included in that survey. What you mean, Josh? Houston mask mandate might violate Texas's governor order. Your work is mandating it in 60 days. I mean, you heard what Psaki said. I mean, they said it. They said our job is not to. We're not going to do the passports or anything. They said the government's job is not to do that. We're going to focus on what we have to do. But they said if private companies want to do it, that's up to them. But it is bringing up. Some people are talking about, there's legal challenges with everything. So because we could lead to some people are worried about future discrimination lawsuits. It's just a very interesting topic, but the real, economic impact that you want to look for here is, does it stop demand? You know, I know a lot of you guys are going through, you know, you see all this info. A lot of you have your personal opinions. You know, I love the chat because you got people on both sides. I know a lot of you in here, you've either got it or you haven't. You're doing your thing, whatever it may be. But, you know, if you really are trying to get the basis out of all of this, it's understanding right now. You're seeing it with markets. You're seeing it with oil and commodities. You're seeing it with bonds. The real question is, how will any developments moving forward here, how is it going to affect demand? That's it. You know, is it going to, the global demand, oil, commodities, everything else? That is the key. So hopefully you could take that as neutral as it is to understand and get your education here for the market. Saki just confirmed that lockdowns are not even being considered. Long term, we have two accounts. One we put 200, one we put 2,000. Delta's gonna blow by travel. Well, that's what I think. Probably in what, maybe 2 weeks. I would say until I think 2 weeks from now, if the situation doesn't get worse, like overseas, if China is your really big risk right now, because it's not, and that's the thing. The people will trip out. I think at this point they would trip out if China increases lockdown and China freaks out. The rest of the market will trip out again. And it's not, I don't think people will trip out not because they're worried about it. They could be, I think it'll be half virus worry, but then the rest will come from, okay, if China's slowing down, China goes into lockdown, then that's where the demand gets, that's 20%, 30% of the world demand gets knocked off right there. New York Post, China state media calls gaming spiritual opium. I love that. I love that comment. That's honestly like I feel though. Do you guys agree with China? And not like not like in like a CCP, like, you know what I'm saying, way, but like what do you think? Is gaming spiritual opium? I kind of do, right? I don't know. Tiger Mom vibes. Keep the productions, manufacture. Games are spiritual opium. You think China's the catalyst that could bring down the market, not the Delta? Yes, 100%. But that's the whole point, is that China could use the Delta variant, or the Delta variant affects China, then we have a problem. Completely agree. Not gonna lie, it kind of is. I mean, well, think about it. All the little 18-year-olds you have right now, motherfuckers, they were playing Fortnite 4 years ago. Oh, y'all don't. That was 2016. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. They were playing 18 hours a day of Fortnite, fucking building to the sky. They were watching Ninja. They were doing all. You don't remember the early days of Fortnite? Think about it. They were 15. They were 14 or 15. Yes, that was 4 years ago. Now they got stimulus checks. They could have had a job. You know, there's a lot of things. And then they didn't, last year or two, they didn't have any school. Oh, come on. Now they could vote. Man, y'all don't feel me. Now they could invest. They were 14 playing. Oh, come on. Some of you say, yes, sir, that's me. Hi, what's up? There you go. Shout out to you guys, though. I love it. That's great. If you're young, you're in here, you got it long term. That's beautiful. You feel attacked? Don't feel attacked. I mean, that's good. If you're here, you're probably, you're probably doing good. You're probably doing good. So that's good. I like it. With that, do I have any hedges or positions for the crash? No, because there's no. You have to. You have to let it come to life. You know what I'm saying? Like everything right now, people are worried. Why do you think every day the market looks like this? Because the worry is like entering the market and then nothing happens. And then, oh my God, okay, a little bit of worry, then nothing happens. And then a little bit of worry, but then until it develops, you need it to happen. Again, all of this was giving us signals. This was little steps towards the direction of, again, if you take a look at my thesis here with China, it makes a lot of sense. And again, and this isn't really just my thesis, but this is what, global economists are looking at right now, is that if China slows down, if the rest of Asia goes into lockdown, or they are not able to deal with the current world however we are, and you lose that portion of demand, it's going to create a problem. So not only is China slowing down economically, not only now are they getting into lockdowns, but then they are also taking it upon themselves to make their financial situation with their companies a lot more difficult. So it's an interesting thesis, I would say, but that's why, as we move forward, I mean, I think you'll be able to confirm it before a lot of people do. Again, China went on lockdown and the stock market hit another high in 2020. And that was before we even had the rate cuts. That's before we had the economic data. That's, we have so many things right now to follow. We know a lot more information. That's why the market is a lot more resilient if you compare this to the beginning, in 2020. So, but it's also understanding what caused the slowdown in 2020. The virus wasn't an economic nightmare. If you think it was, you have to really think about it. Was, how many of you would agree? I don't even know how to ask this question without, like, I don't want to lead it, but like, or maybe I'm not giving all the information, but how many of you think that the virus was an economic nightmare, or the actual virus wreaked havoc on the economy? It wasn't. There it is. I'm glad you could lead into that early. It was what it did to global demand. That's it. It's just everything had to go on lockdown. It was so scary then, and we didn't know what it was, that the only real way to handle it was to go into lockdown. So, it's global demand falling off of all economic fronts. So, you could say policy, you could say this, I'm not really alluding to that as much as I'm just saying that the fact was everybody no matter what, people were scared to conduct business, whether they were forced to or they were forced not to. There was still an inherent fear that everybody had, myself included. I had everything set up for a long time. And that is where you get the effect. So as we move forward, we know more about the virus. We have a little bit more, protections and certain stuff. That's why the vaccines are so important in this context, or to a lot of people's contexts. But the idea here is that it is, it's what is going to happen to the economy. So that's why right now, like looking at oil demand, looking at the price of oil, looking at even gold and people rushing into gold, that's important too. But now if you start seeing, Indonesia lockdown, and then China lockdown, and then the UK starts to revert and they start doing stuff like that, when you have these global ports in these areas for shipping, demand, and supply, that is where we start to get into a problem. So that's where, for that you would have to watch steps towards the economy slowing down before that actually occurred. Australia is wild. In Australia, I didn't know, you could drive across all of Australia. Like, you could take a road, it's only like 60 kilometers from the top of Australia to the bottom of Australia. You could, like, drive the whole country. I did not know that. More than that? Is it more? Or is that Austria? No, I think it was Austria. Isn't it? It's more than 60. What is it? I saw something on it. It came up on a map. It's like 4,000 kilometers. Australia is huge. Maybe I'm tripping. I think it would have been Austria then. I think I was looking at a different Australia. Do they got Australia Light? I think Australia Light. Nah, we don't have Australia in the Middle East. I don't know. I'm not too familiar. My bad. My bad. Oh, maybe Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas is huge. Texas is huge. If Mustafa was here, he'd be like, you know, you could fit the whole world into Texas. It's crazy. Oh shit! I got muted. I didn't mean to get muted. I was clicking at a play, and I clicked my option chain, and then it changes the OBS. I was like, shout out to Noah for the real estate, and then I was like, EA Sports, it's in the game. And then now I'm looking at a play. I've been muted. My bad. People saying Switzerland real estate is insane. Yes, it is. Safe haven. Switzerland has been on one of the biggest strengthenings in a while. It's literally like people are piling into it as a safe haven. You know, we were making all those Switzerland jokes 2 months ago, but the currency has rocketed since then. I'm even looking at it now. It kind of is a leading indicator. Low key, if you see it. So, like, take a look. It weakened. You got weakening in the beginning with some of that inflationary stuff. It weakened, and then as April, when everything started to collapse, you had big strengthening, and then June we had a big weakening, and then lately it's been coming back down again. But this is what I'm saying. That last month of like June, and then prior to that, it's been a big safe haven for the most part. I mean, you pull out the chart, you'll see it doesn't. This is a 10-year chart on the Swiss franc, but looking at it over time, you know, it's getting a lot stronger. It's starting to aim towards the lower end of the 10-year range. Organic growth. No, that's people rushing there. I mean, you don't think about it. You're getting big bond activity and everything else. Like, what do you think's going on? You know, think about it though. People are taking their money, bonds, anything. If you were worried, I mean, I just showed you that 10-year currency chart. If you really wanted to protect your money, or you could even, the Swiss franc in a way could be acted like a pseudo bond to a degree. Or if people are worried about euro, they'll switch it to the Swiss franc, because you guys know that, you know, Switzerland is not part of the EU. So Switzerland is not, it's not an EU country. So that's why they have their own currency. They're away from it. So that's why it's kind of like the Hong Kong to China in a weird way, or it was. Moderna's still going. Moderna could either be reacting to the virus fears, but also the T-bio buyout, because again, it's in the same mRNA space. Let me manage your money here in Switzerland. I have a person out there already. I like Switzerland. It's a good place. They have treaties, but for the most part, I mean, for money and safety, Switzerland is, I mean, it's bar none. I mean, throughout the history, the world, even right now, even those moves on the currency. I mean, I think it's funny because some people, like, you kind of view it as a movie, but it's not a coincidence. You know, when you start seeing, you know, massive strength in the Swiss franc, that means, you know, people are putting their money there for a reason. Whole office to yourself. Let's go. Run the likes, baby. Ooh, why is Sweden safe? We're talking about Switzerland. A lot of us, we always confuse it with Sweden. It happens. Pins going. But it's there because it's what's it called? It's neutral. I mean, even throughout the history, I mean, I think Switzerland got its neutrality from World War II. They would have, I mean, Hitler would have taken over Switzerland. He wanted to, he just didn't have enough time. He got clapped, but they maintained their neutrality since then. You know, they pretty much funded all sides of the war. Hitler used them as a bank, but then so did everybody else. And from there on, it was, you know, ever since their history of World War II and the efforts that they've made to stay out of everything, that's what makes them that safe haven. They've prioritized, you know, their banking facilities and how that operates. But it was, you know, they make the biggest effort to stay neutral. The Swiss are armed AF. They are, but it's not like, you know, I don't know if it's not like what they say with the soldiers thing. It's because there's a mandatory military requirement. So like when you look at the number statistics for like the Switzerland army, like it seems like it's very, very big, but it's not like it's like forced. You know, everybody has to go do it. It's, you know, it's like it's different. You know, shout out to vets, man. Like you should see like a trained military person versus, you know, people, you know, forced to do it in a way. It's a little different. And we do pay for a lot of it, yeah. It's conscription. Earnings today: Activision, ACAM, AMGN, CAR, CZR, DVR, DVN, ET, HLF, H, Match, PRU, RRD, Skills, and WK. Very knowledgeable about our country. 100 points. I got you. I like Switzerland, man. I like Switzerland a lot. I'm a big fan. Big fan. ATVI popping. Lyft too. Lyft is today. Lyft is today, and then Uber tomorrow. SPY making another move up. Square getting some steam. Tesla, Micron. I think AMD might. Oh, no. AMD slipped, though, where Micron's going. Daily chart low-key crazy under the radar. Yeah, it reminds me of Ford, where they had a surprise good pop, like really good news, and then it still didn't bring up, it didn't have that crazy follow-through. Bought 200 shares of Uber in anticipation of earnings. Ooh, Oscar. Uber's after hours? I thought Uber's tomorrow. I thought Uber's on the 4th. There's that win. Uber's tomorrow after hours, right? Today. It's the 4th. Tomorrow. Lyft today. Well, it'll have an effect no matter what, depending on however Lyft does. It'll carry into everything. Yeah, tomorrow after. I was pretty sure there, but some people were saying it's today. Yo, why won't this load? Yo, hello? Uber. I think I'm gonna wait. I mean that, or if I really decide I want it. Okay, why did my platform just disconnected? What the hell just happened? Did anybody's E-Trade just disconnect? My high-low's working, but it's not loading up anything. Damn it. Schwab down. It's flashing, clappage, bottom left. Yeah, it says connecting, but the high-low ticker's still working. Mine froze too. I think some people are saying it's up, it's down. Running through do 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 do. Trading view 2, my charts are clapped. Yeah, that was weird. You guys saw me. I was going through the tickers and it just stopped working. Some of you are saying you have the same problem. Some people are saying no. I can't log in. Level 2 disconnected on mine. Come on. At least set it. At least the high-low ticker is working. Boom, baby. New TD Ameritrade Pro. Everything you've been looking for this whole... Oh, crap. Hold on. Look at that. New TD Ameritrade Pro. You see that? TD Ameritrade Pro. Just like that. Just like that, son. Wow. So great. Boom. Charts are a little smaller here. There's a lot of freaking... why are these charts so big? How do I get rid of this little time news thing? What's going on over here? I don't like it. Okay, my E-Trade's working again, I think. Yeah, okay. All that for nothing. Okay. this smaller. Get it right there perfectly for all my OCD people. I know you guys get stressed out a lot. Oh, Airbnb's down. I never knew that was a whole separate window. Yeah, you could pull it off. It's a little off. I think it's this chart right here. There you go. We're perfect now. You see that? Good. We don't want any OCD. Guild was up in the beginning, and then they got plagued with more other just business factors and like their other drugs and companies. Lining up perfect for years. I know. That's it. OCD, man. OCD. How do you do TOS high-low? It doesn't exist. I got the high-low from E-Trade, and then I put it next to my TD Ameritrade. That was the only way. That's why I was the ghetto one. I mean, you can do it. I remember we had one back in the day on TD Ameritrade, but it's not. You have to literally like press refresh every time. So it doesn't update naturally. Like it won't be like a live feed. Yeah, it's more of a scanner that you have to keep running. Thoughts on MindMed? Unpopular opinion. I think it's all hype. Or like I think the medicinal like shrooms is I think it's just a current fad. If they do get FDA approval though, that could be cool. And we'll see, but yeah. See, even the chat's like, uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. Just what I needed on Tuesday. Josh is gonna fucking shame me for my shrooms habit. This is bullshit. Okay? Let me just fucking shroom in peace. Y'all can shroom in peace. That's fine. Nobody, just do what you need to do, man. Do what you need to do. The debate floor is now open. No, the debate floor is closed, but it don't mean it's going to stop anybody. Spotify testing a less restrictive ad-supported tier costing at 99 cents a month. Someone said that earlier. Josh, opening statement. Do whatever you want. You think it's okay to manipulate markets like this? Unpopular opinion. I don't see any manipulation taking place. You know, that's just mine. That's just mine. Any popular opinions? I don't know. I don't know what I mean, I like TikTok. That's still unpopular with some of you guys, though. I don't know. That's about it. I'm trying to, I don't know, get a long term. Army beat Navy. Oh. I don't think I have any popular opinions. Tesla? Tesla. No, that's still like popular. I need like what's something everybody can agree on? The sun is hot. Oh, it's too hot, Josh. It's global warming. Okay. I don't know. Was there anything ever we could like? What is a popular opinion nowadays? God is good. That's an unpopular opinion. Unfortunately. I don't know. I have zero popular opinions now that I think about it. Holy crap. I think I would have banked on like doing a bunch of shrooms isn't going to be the best for you, but that's an unpopular opinion nowadays. Yeah, that's it. I'm just, taxes suck. No, people be like, no, they're great. Yeah, I'm going to back out. I don't have it. YOLO, Chad. And the peach. It's not Bradley Frizzle, but we love it. Bradley Frizzle and the peach is the greatest thing in the world. You're right, dude. There's no such thing as a popular opinion anymore. Back to being unpopular, just like middle school. Shit, mine was middle school and high school, so we're gonna do this for a while. Damn, son. Yo, this is how Graham be getting everything. Look at this. This makes sense why Graham is calling out everything. Look at this. He got all the mad E-Trade shout out. Look at all the E-Trade charts. He got the stream. He got the chat. He got the TV. Oh, look at that. Oh, that Tasty works too? Yeah, I like it. That's a cool. That's how it makes. Literally, that's like 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 charts. What's the point? It's probably companies he owns. I mean, if you think about it, you have all the companies you have, you're owning. I mean, Graham makes a lot of call outs in here. I mean, if you think about it, go next time you see a call out by Grant. I mean, you'll think about it. He's been watching a lot of shit. Way too much. Hey man, if you can handle it, Graham, I love it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. If you can handle that many, and I think it's legendary. I think I like it. Go with whatever floats your. Look at man. I'm gonna clap y'all. Get the fuck out of here, man. Look at you got guys. They're like, yeah, I don't know. That seems like a little too many charts for me. When is it too many shrooms, huh? Okay, you guys they're great. You're like, I don't know how I feel about 28 companies on 2 TV screens, but you can never get enough shrooms. You know, you guys are like, that's too much for me, to be honest. Oh, yeah, my bad. Oh, yeah, okay. Y'all crazy. Y'all coming out. Yeah, like, nah, that's too much. That's too much. But no, you could just microdose all day, as much as you want. And then it's like the same thing of how humans evolved. It like, you know how humans evolved. So like think evolution, right? And you know how like we could talk and like we could speak? Like we didn't always talk and speak. So like if we take the same talk speak device, candy, food, like you get it. But like what happens is like it grows on our brain again. And now, are you hungry? Or you want to go get food? Yeah, I don't know what's going. Yeah, but that's a lot of charts. What? I'm just messing with. Yeah, some of y'all are like, "Whoa, I'm tripping out, man. That's crazy. That's crazy." I like it, man. Shout out to Graham. Josh, love you guys. We love you, baby. Shout out to Chad. Have I ever traded while blazing? Y'all act like the stock market's rolling loud or something. It's not like I'm just showing up to work, man. I'm just getting They're like, you hit the market today? What you got to drink? Just chill, man. It's the stock market, man. Like I'm rolling options, not anything else. That's it. You see, I got a SPY credit spread. No, we did. I got the AMD and the same. I got to roll those over. Y'all talking about rolling over other shit. I'm like, I ain't got time for that right now. I'm a little preoccupied. Okay, I'm a little preoccupied. Oh, man. Do girls have to pay the cover fee? I think they should let girls trade for free. But I guess it's not a club. I guess no, that'd be mad. We would get mad. Be like, that's not fair. It's manipulated. It's manipulation. And there's a Chad somewhere in the midst of rolling their power hour blunt. Yeah, there's the two types of Chad. There's one Chad rolling up their power hour blunt right now, and he's smoking it out of spite to me. He's blowing it at the screen. Like I can smell it. Like, nah, man, I got like an air purifier. Like I'm chilling right now. It's great. It's great weather here in San Diego, California. And then there's another Chad. He's rolling up a blunt. He's smoking it. He's like, talk that shit, Josh. Talk that shit. Those are your two types of Chad potheads for sure. For sure. 100%. He's just vibing with it. He's like, yeah, I feel you, Josh. Nah, I feel you. He's like, I'm not even high right now. I'm just smoking because I just smoke. He's like, I don't even know I was, we in this. He'll call out a trade too. Yeah, man. That's why like if you have to tell me you're smoking and you're like smoking angry, like you shouldn't do that. I don't think that's the intended use. Like you can't be like you're supposed to like smoke and relax. Some people are like smoking, getting pissed off, like motherfucker. Oh, Troy Station, that's clean. So you still have a decent amount of charts here. So this is a mod trade station brought to you by the moderators here at the Cult. Oh, with his Yeti. Don't let the Yeti slip by. Going to the moon with the American flag. Look at that. Okay, he had news scanners. He's going. He got his wires ready to go. Is this workstation, this video editing, or is this Adobe? Or is it PowerPoint? Have I just not used it? Y'all got the little Chad in the corner, then the other Chad, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nice. These are huge ass monitors. Yo, I thought maybe I was just small. Maybe I'm really smaller. These are big monitors. Nah, man. 10K setup. Nah, dude. Look, that's an air purifier right there, bro. That's an air purifier. Look at, he got books. He got 4 sources of oxygen up here. He have a sound bar. So it's like, boom. The lady's talking on CNBC. She got so much bass in her voice. She's like, hey, Reese Witherspoon selling hello. It's crazy. Okay, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. Good lighting. I like it. You got the Yeti, the Corsair. Y'all got jokes. Well, we got market melt up a little bit here. I'm waiting for the news. Waiting for the news, man. Waiting for some news. See, but think about that in the chat. Y'all don't feel me. Imagine you got me talking to you. I got my resources. We're ready to go. And then imagine all the different Chads in here. And, oh, they're all monitoring stuff. Look at that hive mind coming to life. Just think about that. You just saw only 2 setups. Just imagine everybody else. And then all of it, then it comes into the chat. Then you source that info. Oh, man, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. That's it. Look at that. Why we don't care either. You know that. We got one guy looking at 28 fucking charts and we don't care. That's it. That's why he gonna look at everything. Oh, man, that's one. Look at, we could all specialize and focus. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. Look at that. Just one. Just look, all of them. One guy, 28 charts, baby. Amen. So it's pretty hard to miss stuff, especially if it does get spammed here in the chat, too. That's why I post plays, post good ones. Oh, this is a great one. Oh, we got a good one. Oh, perfect timing. Got about 30 minutes left. Are you ready? My girlfriend has 20 million. I'm worth 1 million. Should she pay for big ticket items like her engagement ring and our honeymoon? While it's obvious I'm the one with limited means, the norm is for me to pick up on the tab on dates and weekend getaways. My girlfriend has a net worth of around $20 million, and well, let's just say I don't. Luckily for me, she truly loves me, and we hope to get married someday. Although we would have a prenup, she has concerns that I will limit our lifestyle in the future. She makes $350,000 a year, not including 6-figure bonuses. I make $225,000 with bonuses and overtime. I have $1 million in net worth, including cash, retirement savings, and home equity. Aside from separate mortgages, neither of us have any real debts. We both have teenage children. I'm trying to save for my 2 girls' future college expenses, and her son's education will be paid by a family trust. Also, her son is accustomed to finer things, while I often buy used stuff for my kids and make them do chores to earn their allowance. We are both 50 years old, and I would like to retire by 60 if possible. Of course, she could easily retire now, but she actually enjoys her work. On the other hand, my job is stressful and exhausting, but I'm able to save about 20% of my gross each year. Unfortunately, without willingness to compromise on her part, an unexpected windfall for me or some other unexpected charge, I'm not sure how to navigate this situation. We are very transparent about our finances, and it's obvious I'm the one with limited means. She wants a fancy wedding. I should pay half as a symbol of my love and commitment, but as an expensive ring in the honeymoon, I will easily deplete half my cash reserves. Or all of them. Damn. She says that she's worked hard and saved all her life and no longer willing to sacrifice financially. We always end our discussions with the reassuring statement that it's not a deal breaker and we're both committed to figuring it out. He signed it, the 1 million man. He said, is our relationship doomed? What do you do? She sounds toxic? Man, get your $20 million toxic ass over here. I'm going to let me cook for you. I don't even know how to cook. I'm going to clean. I'm going to figure that out. This guy crazy. I'll be like, Quentin. I would be like, yo, Quentin, how do I make lasagna? I'll be like, Quentin, she's worth 20 million. I'm worth 1 million. How do I make lasagna? That's all I need from you, Quentin. Affirm, clapped. Affirm, red candle. Oh, no, green? What the fuck is it doing? Yo. Affirm halted? Affirm. I think it just got halted. Did they just get a buyout or what? That's crazy. Affirm halted. I don't know. Some people were just talking about it. Let me see. Affirm Holdings turns positive on Apple partnership. Apple Canada, buy now, pay later to support phones. Affirm Canada. Or Apple in Canada. Oh, man. Dude, we were just looking at that one, saying how down it was. That's still weird, though. Wait, is it a deal with Apple or not? I'm still kind of looking at it. Possible. It's halted. Possible partnership. But then it was that was a little bit weird. Square's reacting. Square might shoot up on it. Low key. Yeah, it looks like a rumor. That's just weird. Oh, that one was a weird one. Square will rocket. Yeah, it'll make their purchase more valuable. Square's kind of clapped, though, but I wanted that firm one's very, very weird. Square's starting to make a move now. A firm is not confirmed. There was a Apple. It's an Apple rumor. It's a rumor of the Apple deal, but then the Apple came out with something for like a Canadian afterpay option. So it's just a little weird. But nothing has been confirmed just yet. PayPal could probably move off that. PayPal could be a decent one. Yeah, firm's halted. It'll probably come out here in a second. Get ready. A firm, Apple to partner on buy now, pay later. So we're getting more confirmation. A firm, yeah, it says it turns positive on Apple partnership. Apple plans to launch buy now, pay later in Canada, August. A letter. Apple to partner with a firm's PayBright. That's what it is. They're partnering with PayBright. So a firm opens, it is confirmed with Apple, I think. I don't know where this source is coming from. There's no source attached to it, but there's a bunch of updates on it. Yeah, it's a firm's PayBright on buy now, pay later. Why would Square? Because Square just bought an Afterpay company, and then they just bought one, and then they all kind of have these programs associated with it. PayBright is it's the company owned by a firm that allows it. Someone's saying it's going to get unhalted at 12:45. We have to see where it opens in the premiums. That's it. And then a firm's open right now, 67, unhalted. It's getting real volatile. Chains are insane. Yeah, everybody's going. I think you might even want to go with shares on that. Yeah, the premiums are high. It's up 5. All right, I just bought shares. I bought 100 shares at 69.12. Bloomberg confirming. Yeah, I bought 100 shares at 69.12. Again, they just reacted a lot, and you saw it there. So I just went with the shares, but we'll see. I'm going to swing those or flip them. Damn, I got wait, what did I get filled at? Damn, you screwed me, Robin Hood. They clapped me. 69.12. This one, they top took me. No, it went up another like 50 cents. I mean, the top was at 69.90. But that way, I mean, I was looking at the premiums. I just bought 100 shares. I'm going to swing it or flip it. It's just like I'm seeing as flipping an option. Again, just getting in the money instead of paying the premium. I could lose $900 if it comes back down, though. That's the only issue. My plan, no, not minimum 10 years. I was looking at it. It just looked like a good move again. Yesterday they were up. They were up at the same price, so I did get in on the high. But I think that's going to be good news with all of them. But no, I could get clapped on that one. I didn't buy shares of a firm, nah. I'm already on 250 on that. Let me go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes for open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'll be right back. We'll see how this one plays out. Josh showering? No, we good. We good. IBB on the high. It's coming back up here, so a lot of volume. I think it's just good news alongside it. You get the Apple partnership. It's because, again, they sold off because of the Apple partnership, I think, over here. So now with the deal yesterday and then an Apple partnership kind of expanding into this industry, I just want to flip it, though. I mean, I'm not. I thought it was gonna go up a lot more. ARCT pop. Nibix, NBIX, ARCT. They're up 60% and going. Yeah, I bought shares because the premiums were just ridiculous. Like, the premiums went up so much, so I said, well, I could just get dollar for dollar up or down, and then I wouldn't have to pay a premium for it. What'd you do? We got a firm. If they came back down, it's starting to move a little bit. Here's another chat setup. Beautiful. As we watch a firm. If you'd like to buy monitors, you could buy now, pay later. Let me know. So this is a good one. Some nice paintbrushes. We love it. It's good. See, 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of charts. A lot of charts. And then this is a really good one. Are you ready? This is Young Buffett with one of the killer trading setups. I've never seen a setup like this, honestly. It's probably one of the best, more efficient, has everything you need to be flying these streets. Wow. Look at that. You know, just send in the jets. Boom, turns into a monitor stand. You got the Chad. You got everything you need. You know, go enjoy the view. That's it. That's all you, look at that. That's crazy. That's crazy. We got everything. That's all you need. Everything you need to be flying these streets. That's what we go for. That's what we go for. Let's see. The view. Horn. Y'all need it. Y'all need it. Hey, man, we're coming back up here. We'll see how a firm plays out. Hopefully, there's only 20 minutes left. Yeah, 69.70 is a big level for him. Ooh. Someone sent me a cool setup, but they said don't dox me. They said not to do it. But let's see. I need this to run. 69 meme resistance. It is key. I probably got like 3 or 4 more of the trading setup sent. But yeah, we were talking about that story. Oh, come on. I got an awful fill, bro. Robinhood literally robbed me. That's it. Down 245 on that one. That one's going to be ugly tomorrow if it doesn't hold up. But if it does have good news after hour, it could kill it. Because it does revert a lot of the Apple news that people were worried about with the Goldman Sachs thing. We got 15 minutes. Yeah, that was a big, bro. The stock was trading at 67 when I bought it. So I was like, that was a little crazy. High-low tickers are gone? What do you mean? Why is it gone? Oh, there it is. That was weird. Very, very weird. I was like, what are you guys saying? It's like, what are you trying to say to me? Why don't you sell premium? I've been selling a lot of the premium here almost every single morning. So I'm waiting. I could sell a covered call on this one, but I just think it's going to be, I wanted to play the option, but the chain was just too crazy. That's why I was like, I'll just take it with the shares. Airbnb on the high. Early market on close balance, 700 million to the buy side. Firm video headline, how I lost 300 in 5 minutes. Roblox is back up. Roblox was at 7. Dude, Roblox has been swinging huge lately. They probably got a little bit of the negative China news. UGRO. You grow? Are you trying to say something to me? New core popping. Urban Grow is popping, but new core back at 108 now. Roblox isn't Chinese. I don't even think they get played in China. GME, AMC pop. Dow, United Airlines on the high. Today was honestly, it was pretty crazy, low key. There was a lot of movements. I mean, you had the literal exact opposite of yesterday happen on the upside. I mean, I hope you guys see it's literally the exact opposite. Same exact thing on the what's it called? Same exact thing on the European close, downside, everything. It was exactly what it was. It was exactly what yesterday was. Kind of crazy. Biden administration to issue targeted eviction ban. I don't think they can. I don't think they have a legislative authority. Like, how can you? That's crazy. It's better, though. I mean, I think it could be good. GME pop. Roblox is going up too. GME, those spiritual hopium dealers. Why don't they call it game hopium or hopium stop? Huh? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll see how long this slides. Yeah, why not the dope stop? I'm on to you. And what is going on with GME? AMC too, but GME really big. High ticker's rocking. Oh, high ticker's gassing right now. 4-4. Are we gonna get a 441? No other news coming in. New action to limit housing evictions. Yeah, that's coming in now. Yeah, so there's already news. They're even saying that the Biden administration, they talked about not having legal authority, but they're saying with some of the virus concerns, they could have explored other options. They're gonna pull something out their ass. They're doing something for the eviction stuff. He's about to announce something. They said to 3 sources familiar with the matter. CVS premiums just pop. A lot of things just gassed in that 10 minutes on the dot. Firm call, I'm sorry if I pissed you off. Why would you piss me off, man? I love you. God bless you. It's all love. I don't even remember. We good. We good, baby. That means the market will go up. It could be Pinterest on the high. A lot of the names that were down, they're getting some steam. Has it affected any of my properties? No, I've only had a couple of people here and there that were kind of annoying with the COVID stuff. But for the most part, I've had pretty good renters and I have good relationships with them. But I haven't seen them. And most of them didn't really like need it. They either kept working or, you know, whatever they did, they needed some assistance. It was all pretty fixable. And then, you know, I had to help some of my friends who had rental properties. They had some more nightmares. Chipotle requires masks for workers. Chipotle, make sure your workers wash their hands. Okay, that was the big challenge in 2016. So that's good. That's good. Datadog. Square popping now. Kind of. They look like they're following with a firm. Walmart going up. Datadog above 115 starts to get crazy. Roblox is about to hit green, I think. No, I still got 1 more %, but that's a big dude. They were at 73 this morning. I'm in on 30 shares. So it's again, you're going to make $30 per dollar. I was just hoping to get, or same thing on the downside. I don't know. That one's a day trade. I mean, if anything, a firm, it's going to be a mini. I want to flip that one. That play is not safe. Just imagine buying an option, but instead now you're attached to a bigger stock trade. I'm at $69. I paid too much. I got Robinhood clapped. Love Governor Cuomo uses bizarre video montage of him kissing and hugging men to brush off sexual harassment charges. That's great. That's the headline. That's that'll do it. That'll do it. He's gonna get reelected. Where is it? Where's the video? I want to see the video. These are just all of the pictures. This one got me. This one, is this sus? I don't know. How do you feel about this one? How do you feel about this one? I don't know how I feel about this one. I want to see the montage. I mean, everybody seems pretty friendly. Oh, look at him. He's so like, if we came to the meetup and I first see you, I would be her because I'm shorter than you. But like, if you can't see it. Oh, I thought you could see it. Oh yeah, this one. So this is the picture I'm referring to. Like, you know, like if I when I first see you, like, and I like grab you by the face, is that okay? Is that gonna be too weird? If I was just like, yeah, what's up? You see that? Look, he got some. He's out. Look, everyone seems happy for the most part. She looks kind of worried. She looks kind of worried. Yeah, both hands. Both hands. I'm gonna be like, what's up, man? But he's 63 years old, so you're saying I only got a couple more years before I could... No, okay. Yeah, that one was aggressive. I'm not Italian, so what did you... What, you want me to fucking throw some hummus at you? Like... Is that what I'm supposed to do? He's like, oh no, Josh grabbed my face. He's not Italian. I would have preferred some hummus to the face. I would have felt more culturally there. Yeah, I don't know. He's like, wait, hit it with a pita bread? The taboo. Oh, well, speak of the devil. Well, not hummus. I don't know what I'm speaking of the devil of, but we gotta land this. We gotta land this plane here. Fast day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. And then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:15 out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach. We're going to be landing in the San Diego International Airport. It is about 84 and sunny, a little bit hot outside there, looking for some upward temperatures, but the views are beautiful and looking great on this summer day. But we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please fly down to your flight attendant and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Oh yeah, looking great on this summer day. Oh, bro, I'm still clapped. I gotta do my poop. Funny, 10 out of 10. Funny shit today. That's good. I'm glad. I hope you laughed. I feel like when I have a tummy ache, I make more jokes because I have to laugh. I have to. You know what I'm saying? I have to. Ooh, 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 ooh. To defeat the Huns. GME, you're calling it now. I'm going to try, man. I don't want to, what if I poop midway? I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to get crazy. 1 minute! A 9? I think that was up there. That was up there. Even with the handicap. I'll take a 9. I'll take a 9. I'll take it as I need room for improvement. That's fine. Remember that week I was like 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. It was crazy. You know, that's fine. We need a setback. I think to see it, even though there's some judges there with the 10. There's a lot with the 10. Appreciate the videos and sharing their insights and knowledge. I appreciate you, baby. Wrap it up. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Horn. Let's go. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. That is all. That is all. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's it. The day's over. God bless you. Thank you for being here. That we made it. I can't believe, dude. 7 hours. 7 hours. You know that? 7 hours. You made 7 hours. 1.8 thousand likes. Horn. Let's go. Let's go. Robin Hood went to the moon. 7 hours. We're done. That's it. It's clapped. The day's over. Oh, we got the normal description back? That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. But hey, man. Listen. I love all of you. Thank you for being here. I hope you had a wonderful day. I don't care if you liked me or not, whatever the situation was, but you gave me an opportunity, and that's all we needed, baby. All we needed was an opportunity. That's all we were looking for. So God bless you, and thank you. Shout out to all the people who showed up here. Thank you for playing me in your car, your speakers, your work, wherever you are, man. You show some love, so we appreciate you. We needed it. We love it. We keep going. We fueled off of it. It's beautiful. Shout out to the cult, baby. Shout out to all the people rocking the membership badge, baby. They hold it down. They support the channel. All the people on the stream alerts, we love you as well, too. And everybody, man, you saw all the charts. You saw all the different setups, man, okay? All the different setups, man. You got all of it. You get to see what everyone's out there. It's beautiful. So that's why thank you to everybody. It don't matter if you got stream alerts. It don't matter if you got a membership. If you are here and you are participating and you are contributing and you're keeping it positive and respectful, baby, it is mutual respect. We salute you. We love you. And we thank you for all of that. So God bless everybody who came with a good attitude, who contributed, who posted plays. You know, honestly, man, just Just shout out. Big appreciation to all the people out there just watching their screens and taking their time to post it in here so that we can all benefit off of it. You know, that's what I'm doing every single day. We've been putting in that work, so I'm thankful. I feel honored, humbled, and blessed to have people beside me doing the same thing. So it's really good. So we love you guys, and thank you again for being here and just holding it down. And shout out my positive people, man. Amen, amen, amen. Woo! We'll take it. We'll take it. But that is the day today. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Check out the watch list if you miss anything. Third link for the membership badge. Fourth link for the merch. Check out the new channels. Code PHILO, Code Real Estate, Code Music, Code Cars. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And then how option prices work, how to set up the long term. And finally, baby, the prayer request wall. That's it. Me and my mom like to pray for y'all. Let me and my mom pray for you. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Let me and my mom pray for you. That's all we're trying to do, man. That's all we're trying to do. That's all we trying to do. So listen, it's just don't be shy. It don't matter where you come from. It don't matter what you do. We just want to pray for you. That's it. So just support each other, man. Listen, if it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. I know a lot of y'all take this deep. You didn't get PHILO today. I don't know what some of y'all, I don't know what it sounds like to you when you hear some things. But I'll just tell you, it's not that deep, man. It's not that deep, but it's just something about the vibe. You know what I'm saying? It's just something about the vibe to just root for other people, to pray for other people, to know that you got people rooting for you. You know what I'm saying? This is what I used to tell the people. This is what I used to tell them. I said, let me put your jersey on my back. Have you ever thought about that? Imagine if you were walking around one day and you saw somebody wearing a jersey and it had your name on it. Oh, come on. Has anybody in here been good enough at sports to have your name on a jersey and have it worn by somebody? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Oh, it's just a different vibe, bro. That's it. That's what I'm saying. It's just right. Imagine you were walking and you saw somebody wearing your jersey. You'd be like, oh, hell, you might get excited. You might play a little better, too. You might, take it to the hole. Ooh, oh, I got to put on. Ooh. Yeah, see? Look at that. Yeah, your mom, God bless you, should say thank you to your mom. Your mom, your dad, anybody close to you who prays for you is beautiful. That's what I'm saying, though, man. That's just the vibe we got here, man. Y'all root for everybody. Y'all pray for everybody. That's all we're doing. When we're saying we want to pray for you, man, we just want to put your jersey on our back, man. We got love for you. We got support. That's just all it comes down to, okay? That's it. That's just all it comes down to. So, y'all know what it is. Y'all can run it up. If not, man, we still praying for you. I ask that you pray for me and my family as well, too. That's all we need. All we need. Lyft, estimated loss, 40 million, but earnings was 23 million. Lyft did good. Yo, Lyft did good. Uber's going to skyrocket. Lyft did good. Uber's going to the moon. Yep, Uber's already running off of it. That was your last chance to buy Uber. There it is. You're already up 3-4%. Uh-huh. We wear your jersey. Please do, man. Please do. You got me. You got me. You got me. You know what I'm saying? So, that's pretty much it. I got a couple things for you. Let me see. Here's another setup. We got Zach's. Look at this. This is the eBay setup, too. Look at all. He sold so many PlayStations. They gave him a PlayStation trophy. Isn't that crazy? They gave him one. Oh, keep it clean. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, we got some more. These are just the ones in my email before I go. Oh my gosh. What the hell is this shit, bro? Yo, what the fuck is this? Yo, bro, you know we Middle Eastern. I trip out when I see this shit. Dog, look at this. Yo, what the fuck? Oh, that's hard. That's hard. That one goes. Yo, that one goes. Yo, that one goes. What the hell is this, bro? Bro, I feel like I'm in this look like a plane cockpit. Like, you know, like the little windows on the side, bro. Damn, son, that's ultra wide. That's huge for me. I'm already small, so that's huge. He has a mug warmer? What the fuck? Damn, that's how you know he's balling out here. You know, he got some setup like, that's if you know. Like, you think, what the fuck's a mug warmer? Why would that's crazy. What else he got? Hey, what else, y'all? Look, that guitar in the background. I don't even know what it is, man. This fancy as hell. My setup is ghetto as hell. What do y'all? I don't know what y'all think it was gonna look like, man. Ooh, look at the hardwood direct. See, my setup is like is an uglier version of this. It's just, just a desk, 3 separate monitors. That's it. Look at that. You got 2 computers. Ooh. Oh, he's streaming. He got the mic. Ooh. Yo, this one look nice. Oh, this one feel like a spa. I like this setup. I don't know. Something about this setup. Look he got the old classic. This is the professional moneymaker chair. You know that? If you ever see anybody with that chair, they're like, oh, you fancy, huh? You don't need the top, huh? That's it. This look like a spa. It's relaxing. Look, you got the Lord, our Christ and Savior. Amen. To God be the glory. It's very, you're not doing too much. It's clean, organized. Still, I like this one. That's it. The Sopranos chair. Yeah, that's a peaceful vibe. Okay, now get back to work. Oh, look at that. That's it. Windows closed. Oh, look at double Chad. Oh, he's double chatting. You see that? Oh man, he's really double chatting. Then you got the stream, and look at not as many, not 39,000 charts on this one. Yeah, he put the room on dark mode. That's it. This is the room on dark mode. It's relaxing though. It's relaxing. That's all business in there. Ooh. Okay, last one. Oh, I think it's a good last one. Yo, this is a fire last one. Oh, I could vibe with this heavy. Yo, this is clean. Look at that. Oh, bro, you got Ultimate Avengers. Oh, what's that? That's me looking at another setup. Oh my God, this is setup Inception. Dude, this is crazy. I like this one. This setup, I like the pink wall. They said it's very relaxing. I like it, man. Look at finger to the sky. Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh, that's... But we're going to have to write you up, sir. I'm reporting him. You thought we didn't see your paraphernalia? Oh, yeah? Huh? Oh, did you look at that? Look at that. Someone we found. Look at that. What's that? Why is that rolled up? Why is that one rolled up? What do you do with that one? Why is the dollar? You got a dollar? We got the paraphernalia. Get him. Move in. Yeah, we got him. Yeah, he tried to fool us. We thought it was all nice and pink. No, we should have known. Look at that. Oh, man. It's gone. He high as hell right now. He smoked all that shit this whole time. Look at that. That pen is empty. I know an empty pen and a non-empty pen. You smoking the cotton in that one right now. He's just. Empty. What you got all this money for? What the hell? A lot of ones. Nah, I'm just messing with you, bro. He's like, damn, bro, I gotta do that. It's beautiful. Robinhood's still ripping. Jeez. There's all the setups, baby. We love it. Uber Pop, did Affirm go up after hours? I don't know if they did. Hood is still killing it. Oh, yeah. But there's a bunch of earnings after hours. Ladies and gentlemen, the day is over. I love all of you. God bless you. I hope you're feeling blessed. I hope you know you're blessed. Go read Richest Man in Babylon, New Living Translation. Proverbs. No, why did I say Richest Man in Babylon, New Living Translation? No, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Amen. And Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. Amen. But don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, while we're here, while we keep going, whether you feel good or not, I can relate to that one today. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. We got to go. We got to show up. We got to put ourselves in the game. Why we got these trading setups? Why we all work together? How do we work together while being so far apart? It's amazing, baby. How does it keep going? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. And indeed, may thy chest forever be to the sun. Enjoy thy evening. I will see thee on the watch list. Preferably, you are on the watch list, watching your watch list, so you could watch what needs to happen. And I love you all. And keep thy chest forever to the sun. Indeed, Mr. Bradley. Please share the legacy. Amen, amen. But you guys have a wonderful day. I love all of you. God bless you. You are a blessing. And I'll see you in the morning. Peace out. Oh, hey, Josh. Nah, I want a pony, not a farm. Okay, love you. Bye.